we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets.
to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt the Streets podcast, the most pro-America anti-government show you know. The show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as Klaus Schwab would say. I am, of course, that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin. I am, of course, joined by my co-host, you're a horse now, co-host, brother-in-arms, the Nero of Neoprene, a man aggrieved, the original Salt of the Street himself, Donovan Phillips. How are you today, sir?
Nay, what it do, my G?
Oop, wrong button. I got to stay away from the wide shot button until Creatrix comes on.
No, there you go.
Well, we've got a hell of a show planned today. It's going to be fun. I kind of gave the lead away. If you haven't been following us, we got a special guest coming in studio, probably getting into partway into part two. She'll be around, and that'll be really fun.
That's right.
So we'll give her a proper shout out when she comes in. But yeah, good to see everybody. What are we going to be discussing on today's show, good sir?
Yes, thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is episode 146 of Salt of the Streets. This is, what's today, April 22nd?
Check.
2023, and it is 2:08 p.m. A little bit of a late show. Meow, cat.
Ooh.
Yeah. Dude,
Show
she
cat is
tried
going to be
buck back on
aggressive.
me. Yeah, she tried to get me right before this show. I tried to pick her up to toss her out, and she said, meow, son.
Meow.
Yeah, it was wild. So we're out here. We got a lot of things going on. Yeah, Creatrix is going to be here, so we have some local stuff going on in part one. The assault weapons ban. Meow, cat.
Hey, get away from my power cord. What are you doing? Don't eat the power cord. You will regret it. And I'll get in trouble
dude.
for your bad choices.
Gonna get zapped. Okay. So the assault weapons ban for Washington. We've been talking about it for a few episodes now.
It's almost here.
Yeah, it's like so it's passed through both chambers of the legislature, and
Yeah.
it is sitting on the governor's desk. For some reason, he has not signed it yet. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah. My bet is pomp and circumstance proper.
Dude, meow.
What is going on, kitty cat? I might shut you out of the
She's
studio
ready
tonight.
to fuck around.
Yeah.
You can-
Yeah. No, that's not going to work. Oh, jeez. But yeah, I'm thinking he's anticipating some kind of pomp and circumstance type of situation.
Yeah, so
got
we have
a big to-do.
some finalized verbiage for the assault weapons ban for our state. So we'll go over some of that stuff, and then there was a gang of bills that were signed over the last few days, probably upwards of 30 bills between
Yeah, I think it was
the
like
3 days.
in between 30 and 45.
Yeah.
After like 30, I quit counting. I was like, well, there's only a few more left.
It was a ton. So we'll go over a couple of those. We can kind of read through the list and see what was on there. Excuse me. There was also another notable bill that has caught some attention around the country. That is a bill that is essentially what they're calling it, like a gender-affirming care sanctuary state. Is kind of the tagline that's being attributed to it, which is we'll get into it more after the assault weapons ban. But
Yeah.
it's
It's
precisely what it sounds like, if you can surmise from what the summary is. So.
big. Solid summary.
Yes, yeah. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and we'll just get into it, right? I have. If you want to hit the button, we can go ahead, and we need every time we do this, we're like we need to come up with some type of signal, but we don't come up with a signal. I came
should
up
get
with
like-
let me ask you this.
We should
within
get
the
like
last 2
the
minutes.
opposite of the Dave Landau shut up light.
Yeah.
We should do that.
Yeah,
So
that was pretty dark. If you guys haven't seen that, Dave Landau of Crowder was on Michael Malice. Was on You're Welcome. I would suggest everybody go and see that. I am writing my article this month. It's not just about Crowder. He's the person that I'm using kind of to center all of this through, but it's really about people that I think shouldn't be making content anymore. So in a generalized
I'm
fashion.
so excited. That's going to be great. I love this whole thing. She's just chilling with you.
She looks like she's ready to buck at any moment.
Oh, Tiffy.
Yeah.
There goes the water. My bad. I'm sorry for trying to love you, cat. Jeez. Yeah, and also I noticed today she's you're done.
She's a little thick, dude.
You know, I'm trying to make her fat and lazy. That's the problem.
There you
It's
go.
not working out.
Yeah. Now she's just thicker, just more weight for her to throw around.
Yeah, and there's a lot more things knocking off of shelves and things as she goes up and jumps on things.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really fun. But I saw Dave Landau is also on a show that I want to watch just because Dave Landau's on it, and I know what he'll be talking about, and I'll be interested to see how he tells his story a second time around. But he was on, I forget what she calls it, but Sour Patch Lydia's new show. I think it's called like Trad Time Story Hour or something like that. trad wife story hour.
Yeah, this is
I
a
don't
woman
know.
that I just don't care about.
I know.
You know.
And that's why I'm like, I really don't want to watch it, but also I want to find out what Dave Landau has to say on his other platform.
Right.
And just see what's going on there.
Benjamin Boyce just did an episode where she interviewed him. And it's like, this is one that I will never watch.
I don't know. You know, no shade against Lids, I guess, but she just doesn't strike me as a real strong personality to be, you know, pontificating about stuff. It's just, I don't know. I've never just, every time she talks, I just don't find myself really engaged in what it is she's talking about.
I
But-
don't find her particularly interesting. I
Yeah.
don't find her takes very good or like intriguing.
Yeah.
So,
You know, like I said, no shade against her. It's not like I dislike her. I'm just not
oh,
in the world of content. She's not on my list.
I'm not in. A little bit of shit. I'm not
A
in.
little bit of shade.
A little bit.
Hey, that's respectable. Tiffany G, what up?
Hello. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Yes.
Fantastic episode. Joseph Garrett. Can't wait to hear Crowder's side of this. I love Dave and Crowder. I hate to say it, but hearing Dave's side makes me think less of Crowder and Gerald 100%. And I agree with you.
All I'm saying is I fucking called it. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, there was a lot of stuff that if Dave Landau is correct, I will feel very vindicated in. I do tend to believe him because I don't think that he really has a reason to be dishonest. And it seemed like he was being genuine, but I do agree. I am excited to see what Crowder has to say in response because there was some pretty heavy allegations.
Indeed.
You know, they weren't like accusations, but just of the way that he behaved and treated Dave Landau and kind of the general tone of their workplace.
Yes, it seems a little hostile.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested to hear what's going to come of that.
Yeah.
I wonder
Well,
if Creatrix watches Crowder at all.
we'll find out later on today, won't we, everybody?
She's been on this show before. Creatrix,
Yes.
she was on once before. So we're hoping that this is going to be a better episode than it was. I think it was a good episode.
still think it was solid.
The episode was not bad.
We got
episode was not
hammered.
bad.
I
did.
particularly got
We
hammered.
did quite a bit of drinking and probably just got a little bit too comfortable.
Yep, I think so.
But I think that it will be a better. We had also like just begun to dive into the anarchy thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a lot that happened, but it was an interesting episode. I suggest everyone go watch it. I don't remember exactly what number it is, but I'll look for it.
Oh,
And
yeah, I
when I
wonder.
post the episode on Monday, I will make sure that I link to that in the description.
Yeah.
So.
After this, I will. I'll check back too. Put the link in the YouTube notes as well.
Yes,
That
before
way you
we
guys
go.
can see that because it was solid. I mean, it was a really fun.
Yes.
I mean, we went into some areas that we did not intend to at all. Like we got personal,
Yeah, we
family
talked- yeah,
stuff,
family
a lot of
stuff.
good stuff.
Yeah,
it's a
that's,
great
and that's I
episode.
think why we did so much drinking. We talked about our family. And stuff, so I was hitting the sauce when we were doing that. But no, I think that it would be
That's
a great
funny.
time. Made him out to be kind of like a self-entitled break. Yeah, 100%. Very jaded.
Called
not
it.
Good. So
Uh,
yeah, before we go any further, I do want to, of course, thank you guys again for joining us.
is that the third time?
And I'm pretty sure that it is.
Sweet.
Yeah. And then, of
Check.
course, thank you for watching us here on YouTube, and remind you to check us out everywhere else. And, of course, like, subscribe, share, comment, tell everyone that you know about this so that we can make this bigger and we can spend more time helping everyone understand what their rights are, freedom, liberty implications, and everything going on around you. You can find us at our personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. At Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, which is also at Salt of the Streets. We have an article coming out at the end of the month.
Woo.
We have all kinds of stuff going on there all the time. We have a couple of different tiers. We have the book club that's going on also that is not necessarily part of the Patreon, but it is happening. The review preview for this month's books will be late because I have not finished them. I was not able to finish it early. Forgive me. We're 10 days out or whatever. But this month's book...
Behind the scenes stuff. Just because you get to finish a book in the month means you need to read it faster.
Precisely. Two of the stories out of this book here, which is Different Seasons by Stephen King. The two books are the story, which is Rita Hayworth and The Shawshank Redemption, which is, of course, the novel that episode 255.
Fucking Beastman Garrett.
There you go.
Wait a minute. That's not it.
It's got to be...
We haven't
Even
done
now, we're
225 yet.
146. You're throwing me off here. Rita Hayworth and Shawshank Redemption and The Body. And the next month's book is this here. It is By the People by Charles Murray. Oh, You're Welcome by Michael Malice. That's what it is.
you go.
Okay. So, yes, it is By the People by Charles Murray.
By the people?
Yes.
That's next month?
This is next month. Yeah, I thought that it was D-Day
Because it's May, June.
Yes.
Not May, or
It's
not
June,
April.
July.
June, July.
Yes, the D-Day book
Because
is June,
of
July,
D-Day.
and then this one is precisely.
Yeah,
That's why I did it that way. Yes.
Okay.
That's why I did it that way.
I was like, I swore it was coming up.
I thought so too.
And I was like,
thought so too.
yeah, but that definitely makes more sense.
Yes, because I have the Samuel Adams book, and so I thought that was going to be in July. But it all makes sense now. It all washes out. So
All you got to do is go home and look at the stack, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's next.
that's how I did it. that's how we got here. Yes. So
So you wanted me to hit the button?
yes, go ahead.
Okay.
I do have one.
So then,
With that, let me ask you this. So this is just a statistic that I heard about. I don't even remember where. So I don't even know whether or not it's necessarily true because I didn't look up after this. But let's operate on the assumption that it is for the sake of this particular question, right? And it was that workplaces are the number one place where mass shootings occur,
okay.
right?
Okay.
So why do you think that is?
Assuming that that's true,
Yeah. For the sake of let me ask you this.
I would,
I know
and
it's
for
out of left field.
and for the sake of the statistic itself, because there's always bias within statistics anyways, depending on how you view them. It's because most places are workplaces. It's kind of like how, gun deaths are like the leading cause of death in children.
Yeah.
Because they factor in like the vast majority are 17, 18 gang-related violence type of things. But it sounds better when you say that. So if the vast majority of mass shootings are done in
people work there.
workplaces, it's because people work there, because people work at schools, because people work at fucking Walmarts, because they work in places where people congregate and where a mass shooting would take place versus just being on the street. That'd be my guess.
Because it makes it sound like most mass shootings are employees going to their workplace and committing a mass shooting.
Yes.
Which contradicts what I think the general.
Depending on which particular avenue of gun control you want to pursue.
Yeah.
you know?
Precisely. What the corporate media would lead you to believe is the majority of mass shootings.
Yes.
So because when I heard that, I thought gun-free zones were most targeted if you filter out gang shootings. Well, that's what I'm saying. But I think you're probably right with your interpretation because when I first heard it, my first thought was like, well, because people hate their jobs. Like they hate their
Going
jobs
postal,
because,
bro.
And it's because that's like what I was thinking. Every place is a workplace. Yes.
It's because you're wicked smart, Jordan.
Yeah, no, I think that you're probably right. Like I said, because I thought it was because people hate their jobs because people aren't doing
Going postal.
because they're not doing what they want to do. They're just working at a place, and eventually they fucking get tired of it. They snap. They go there and they murder people.
Yeah.
But I think that you're probably
think
thinking of it, correctly.
The true way to determine that would be to have to determine the motive involved.
Precisely.
Because there was the Walmart shooting was like an aggrieved employee.
Right.
As a man aggrieved, you should be able to understand that can happen. But not to insinuate that, but you'd have to determine all the motive of all the shootings to actually determine the validity of that statistic.
Yeah.
So numbers don't lie, but they don't tell the same story.
That's very
you know what I mean?
interesting.
I feel like we've talked about that before in some capacity, but
Precisely.
just because you can add up all these numbers, you have to create categories in which those numbers would be placed for them to even mean anything. And obviously, if you're doing that, you're already operating on some kind of bias or narrative at that point. So
right.
Very, very rare is the neutral statistic. It's all just a matter of how you want to present it to your narrative. I would say anyways.
Yeah, no, that's good. No, that's good. Like I said, I think you thought of it better than I did.
Some might be offended at the concept. I might consider myself the based individual, but
Dude.
I do.
Greta? Yeah.
Oh,
How dare you?
I thought I got rid of Greta earlier
we need
today.
to double up on one of these things.
We need to do what?
We need to double up on these things.
Double up on the
things.
Oh yeah, that way you can have the button, and then we can install the call and shut up button. That'll be good. Oh, I'm just not getting over that fucking interview.
It was pretty wild.
It was wild, man.
Yeah.
Dave's got no real reason to lie. That's kind of why. The only thing I think he was probably discounting was like how often he was late in some capacity when he was supposed to be at a certain place on a certain time, and he'd be 15, 20, 25 minutes late.
Yeah.
It sounds like that was more regular than he was making it out to be. But also, yeah, there's a so much there. I just don't think I think there was two different perspectives on what his role was at Louder with Crowder and the requirements that he was supposed to have. I think the two of them just didn't really understand what was going on. They weren't on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
You know, Dave probably thought of himself more as talent, and Crowder probably looked at it more as an employee. But
I do
anyways.
think it's funny that he said that he fell asleep a couple of times, because I remember him like on air them saying that once. I remember that.
Like,
being-
Dave, are you
Yes.
sleeping?
Yeah, I remember that. That's pretty funny,
That was pretty funny.
especially because it's got to be super bright in that studio, and there's so much going on. Like, there's so many people in there, and there's just shit everywhere. There's like the video game machine behind Crowder,
Oh, yeah.
or like off to the side. There's like just a lot of stuff going on.
Oh yeah. I mean, you got to have the 4 people to man the boards and do
Yes.
all that stuff too. So
So I do think it's funny that he was able to fall asleep in a room with that much stuff going on.
brother's tired, man. He's
Yeah,
tired. He's a
that's
stand-up
pretty funny.
comic.
I like that a lot.
It's the problem is it's a morning show, and he's a comic. He doesn't do mornings. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But
I got really upset this week about campers, like RV campers,
okay.
and
Particularly trailered or self-powered.
it's the generalized like motorhomes, just in general,
Okay.
people in a motorhome in a camper, right? And
Okay.
it's because I have started to. I think I'm just getting to the age where people are starting to like buy campers. You know, like people of my
Oh,
now. Now that we're closing around 30, people who have like a kid or two, they're starting to do shit. You know, they're looking to do other things with their money, especially if they don't want to buy a house or if they've already bought a house.
Yeah.
So campers are like becoming a thing. And so I just started to, as I do, I started thinking about it and getting upset. And
You're like, I fucking hate campers.
getting upset because
Camper culture is bullshit.
yes. And it's because I don't feel like it's real camping, you know?
Oh, it's not.
And I definitely don't feel like it is. And
It's a thing apart.
I got particularly upset about people who've never really camped before, or they only ever camped in like RVs and trailers, you know? So you've never really camped before. Like if you've never camped in even an unmanned campground, then you've never really camped, because even that is not actually camping. Like
No.
overlanding is probably the closest thing to real camping outside of like hiking into somewhere, and you know, because you could argue about that all day, like whether
I was
even
about to.
driving somewhere is camping, you know, or if like you have to hike into somewhere.
Like if you could get to your vehicle within 3 hours, it's not camping.
Right. So, and I can see justification for any of these things.
Indeed.
And that's why the lowest bar that I would put on it is like, if you've never even been somewhere where there isn't an employee who manages people,
That's
then
not-
you've never camped.
Nah, man.
You've never ever camped.
That's hanging out in a trailer.
Yes. It's
cool.
Even if you went there and you're in a tent. But if you were in a tent and there's always somebody who worked at the campground, then you've never actually camped before,
Yeah.
because there's someone to moderate other people's behavior.
Yeah.
And that's not the whole point of it. The whole point is to escape the niceties and the pleasantries of
Society.
of society.
That's right.
All of the easy things. What do they call? What do you call the extras, like your fridge and the fucking, you know, the things that make your life easier. The
Yeah.
whole point is to abandon these things. Like that's the whole idea, to separate yourself from that, connect back to a life where it was harder and you didn't necessarily need that, so that you can appreciate them more when you come back.
Yes.
That's the whole point. If you take your house with you into the woods, you're not doing that. It completely defeats the purpose of what camping is supposed to do.
I feel
for
you.
you to take your house with you.
Yep. I used to go to Chelan pretty regularly, right? And there's a massive state park down by the lake.
Yeah.
And part of that is like a RV slots, you know, with patches of grass and stuff like that too. All the hookups for your RVs and trailers and stuff like that. And generally speaking, amongst all the trailers and stuff, there's a bunch of tents and stuff too.
Yeah.
And people are camping. Like it's usually like the kids or the
Right.
teenagers or
Right.
whatever that aren't staying in the camper with their parents. But I've always found that a very interesting situation. It's just, yeah, you don't want to call it camping. You want to call it like, I don't know. It's like you're You're just spending time in a temporary domicile.
100%.
You know,
That's all that it is. You are not camping. You are not even close to camping.
No.
If you're watching TV, you're not camping.
No.
'Cause there are people who bring fucking giant TVs with them and
Oh, yeah.
set them up outside of their campers, and they sit and watch TV in a camp chair and they drink beer. This is not camping.
I've seen no shit, and it was dope as fuck. I saw a family that had a giant fucking projector and a big canvas, and one time I drove by this place, and they're all watching this fucking movie, and there's probably 50 to 100 people all kind of just lined up. You're like, well, this is what we're doing tonight. This guy's got this giant thing, and he's creating a party. Not camping, but pretty fun and badass.
Very cool.
Very
Not
fun
camping.
summertime activity.
Yes,
not,
not
camping. No.
No.
No, and I get pretty particular about it because, look, you don't know unless you know, right?
Yeah.
If for somebody that word is really bothering me because I know it's just sitting in the back of my mind. The whole niceties, the comforts of home, or whatever it is.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
When there's so many ways to say it, but there's a fucking word. But hammock, tarp, fire, and a cooler of beer on a desert island count.
Totally.
Absolutely.
Totally counts.
100%. 100%.
But
Besides,
I would
like,
even go if you go to just somewhere that isn't an actual campground. I'll classify that.
just out in the woods.
That's
I'll
enough.
allow you to bring a car.
Yes, that's enough. Even if you like what we do, even we have tubs of shit. Like we have kids tubs of that's still you're still shitting in the ground. You know what I'm saying? There's still
You're still shitting in the ground. Yeah.
That's all. Creature comforts, like that might be it. That's not the right word though. There's
it's
a
not.
single.
It's right there.
Yeah, it's a single word. So.
We're not going to land on it,
No,
but
it'll be part 4 after about 5 beers.
Yes,
then
it'll come back.
We'll be like, it was this, man. Damn it. No one will care anymore.
I've got a heavy grab bag today. Very excited to get into that.
I'm really, really excited. It's
Yeah.
going to be a great episode, you guys.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. So let's talk assault weapons ban. Right. I did not bring my GAT with me today. You guys saw it last week.
Indeed.
Ooh, we can.
We can?
We can look up some shooting videos if we want because I
Have
those,
them on the
obviously.
Instagram?
Yeah, I can. On the Instagram. I have the one on my Instagram, and then I have the other ones on my phone that I can send to you via Signal.
Yeet.
Because, I was able to take out my
Oh, I should probably open up Signal then.
new upper. I was able to take out the pistol that I picked up. It was a great time.
Woo!
I did pretty well. I was very proud. Amenities. That's
Oh.
it. That is the one.
Nailed it,
Amenities
Jordan.
Is the one.
Get out of your
I
husband's mind. That's
love
my
you.
That's my territory.
I love you. So it was a great time. The assault weapons ban passed both the houses, or the House and the Senate. And
It was a great time. They're taking your guns.
they're taking it away. Yeah, it's all the things. Glamping is bringing a chainsaw and carving a tree into a toilet. That is pretty fucking sick.
And awesome. Yeah, I want all parts of it. One thing I was going to say, Joseph, is hammock, tarp, fire, and a cooler of beer. Minus the cooler of beer, because I'm not bringing that 10 miles into the woods. That is camping to me. Hammock, tarp, fire.
Yeah.
And then anything else you can carry on your back. That's the only
Anything you can carry
anything
on
you
your
can carry on your back, that counts. That counts. If you want to haul in a fucking Starlink and a portable DVD player, I will technically allow it as long as it's on your back and you're hiking it in.
Ooh.
If you can bring it 10 miles, it's camping.
There you go.
That's what we're going with. Yay. So this is going to be on our Instagram, correct?
I think it's on.
I'm not going without beer,
It's
bro.
on mine, but I also just sent it in Signal. So
Okay. Signal.
yeah.
Hopefully it'll come through soon. Look at that. I'm a little disappointed, Wi-Fi. There it is. I know this video. Oh shit! I gotta be careful because it's touchy.
There you go.
All right. So go ahead and wait. I almost hit the wrong button. We have 2 display screens now. Boom. We're into it.
There it is.
All right. So what are we seeing here?
Yep. So this is the 12.5 upper that we picked
shit.
up that
Hang
I
on.
told you guys about. This is scrambler drill, so it's kind of hard to explain, but there's there's some walking involved in it. 3 steel plates up front. They're about 25 yards from these back targets.
Look how supportive everyone is. They're like, yeah.
Yep. So you walk up diagonal to this front right corner.
There are backpack coolers.
Yep, we have one of those actually.
What, that counts. You can haul it in. It's camping.
Yes, sir.
Fucking the look of satisfaction on your
I
face when
knew.
you turn around, you're like, I'm a fucking badass, aren't I?
fucking knew. Yeah, no, I knew that was the one.
That's great. Let's switch back here real quick
Yeah.
so you don't see my dirty work. Nobody wants to see how the sausage is made. Oh, that's the see, you just click outside of it.
Yep. So this one's a little bit longer. This shows some of the this was going the opposite direction. So this one took a few more shots. That's that 10 mil that I carry around.
It's a fucking hand cannon.
And these are about 25. Clean reload.
Clean reload. There it is.
Yeah.
Look at that. Fantastic.
Yes.
Well,
look,
if
I
you
can
guys
just
ever
click
do
the
get
next
it,
one. There you go.
absolutely done.
I like he's got that timer too. Or whatever that-
Nice.
It's very
that signal.
regimented. Yeah. He usually keeps track too. Was absolutely piss and rain. So
Yeah, it looks miserable to be honest. Looks cold.
there it is. That was the first run that I did with that. That's why
I gotta
was-
hear that again.
yes.
That's about to be a new drop. Oh, so I want to end on that. We don't even need to see this last one.
No, this one goes.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. Good for you, buddy.
Definitely better with the rifle, but I think the rifle's an easier platform. So it was good. Yeah, I made the reel, talked about it in the reel, in the description and stuff like that. It was an excellent day. I felt very good leaving it. I also left with some stuff that I know that I need to work on. We show these things partially because I want to flex a little bit, partially because I want to tell you guys that these things are important. The things you just saw me doing, they look fun and they're cool and they're fun to share, and that's partially why we take that footage. Also, these are practical things that we're doing, that we're practicing out there. And this is the type of training that you should be doing with your firearms. This is the type of training that's important, that if you ever have to use it one day, this is the type of stuff that you might actually have to do. Target transitioning, moving, right? Because if you're standing still, it's very easy for you also to get shot. So learning to move while with a firearm while you're shooting is very good. Learning to manipulate a firearm while you're moving is good. These things are all very important. So the range is awesome. Static shooting is awesome. Standing, making sure that you can stand and hit a target. Those things are all very important so that you can learn your firearm. You can learn the wall, the trigger, all these things. But it's very important to get actual practical reps in with your firearms. So
I feel like it's kind of similar to like most practical skills that people underestimate. When you own firearms, you do these things so that you can not only just be proficient in them, but like, regularly know how to use them. It's almost the same as like having a car. When
Yeah.
you're learning to drive, you have to learn this skill, and if you don't do it for 6 months, you're going to be rusty at
precisely.
it. It's no different than any other learned skill in my mind.
The long range is something that I'm just starting to get into, Joseph. The ranges that I go to for drills that like this, the farthest we can get out to is like about 150. And those are kind of, especially with the rifles that I have, especially with that 12.5, those are kind of those are the distances that I'm likely to be working in, especially in the Pacific Northwest. Even if you are in the forest, the woods are so dense that you can't generally see 400 yards, and you're not going to be able to take a shot like that reliably through the woods.
Yeah.
But that is something that I'm looking to, and the only places really I talk about the ranges because the places that you can get out to further distances, 200 and 300, are static ranges. So that is something that's important, and I'm working on now that I have this 12.5 that I can make that into more of the red dot style gun. I can get an LPVO for that long gun, the 16-inch that I have, and make that distance rifle. So yes and no. It is not something that I'm doing actively, but it is something that I am going to begin doing. So
I think when we have a chance to get you further into the hunting realm,
I also don't have a bolt
that's
gun,
what we'll do.
but
We'll be spending a lot of time doing that because you'll sight in at 100 yards, but you also need like some place where you can shoot 200 and 300 at least,
Yes.
so you can get comfortable taking long shots and deal with windage and all
Yes,
that
yes.
crazy shit.
have to manipulate your dope.
Yeah, very
Yes.
different when you're when you're running a red dot versus a
100%.
parabolic sight and, all
Yeah,
that
with
good
the red
stuff.
dot, it's just different holds. There
Yeah.
isn't like it's just the one dot, so you're just putting it at a different place where you're aiming. It isn't. There's not different marks or anything like that. There's no adjustments on the actual, unless you're adjusting
Yeah.
to 0. But there's no.
Yep.
So no, I'm into it. Yeah, these things are all very important. It's also very important to consider your surroundings. That's partially why I talk about the woods, right? It's important to consider the places that you operate. And if you live in a city, then the distances that you're likely to have to work in if something happens are going to be much shorter than somebody who lives in big, flat, open country. If
Yeah.
you live somewhere
on the east side or something like that,
Yes,
where there's
with-
rolling hills. and-
Yes, that is a place where long distance is going to, you need to focus on that way more, because
Yeah.
those are the type of shots that you're going to be taking. And here, that just isn't really a thing very much because how fucking dense it is everywhere.
Yeah.
All the
It's-
towns, all the everything. So, yes.
You should be as practical in your training as practicality in real life dictates.
Yes.
If you're in the city, work in those types of environments. If you're out in the country where there's rolling hills and you could see for half a mile, assume you're going to be working in those areas.
Yes.
It's very good advice, good sir. This is why I'm so glad I introduced you to guns. So now I can rely upon you for advice.
Dude, I'm mad
Because-
into it. I'm mad into it. Yeah, I know. I'm very into it on all the levels. I was excited to get that 12.5 because it's easier to clear my house, to like run a clearing drill through my house. So much easier.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me, to just pop the 12.5 and just kind of stick it up over my shoulder a little bit, able to walk through with the 16.5 to like back it all the way
yeah,
up
man.
and then walk through. It's easy to get started. That shit's bad. It's bad luck. So even
bad
the 12.5. But let's move on to the assault weapons ban, and we'll
do
look at the
it.
bill and talk about some. Well, I was waiting to go over the actual bill until we had a finalized version, because I didn't know what was going to be taken out or what was
Yeah.
going to be whatever. But we can take a look at it and just kind of look at the things that are actually banned. We've gone over the list before of the different firearms. Maybe we've just talked about it, but we have a proper list here.
Yeah, and this bill that we're going to show should be the finalized version,
Yes.
unless the governor decides to veto it for some reason and send it back, which I highly doubt it's going to happen.
Yeah, so we'll start at, we'll go over section 1 really quick and just kind of say what it does. 'Cause I
Okay.
think that will also go over the types that are being banned, but then we can go over the list. So new section 1, right? This is being enacted by the legislature state of Washington. The legislature finds and declares that gun violence is a threat to the public health and safety of Washingtonians. Assault weapons are civilian versions of weapons created for the military and are designed to kill humans quickly and efficiently. For this reason, the legislature finds that assault weapons are quote unquote like M16 rifles and thus are weapons most useful in military service. Assault weapons have been used in the deadliest mass shootings in the last decade. An assailant with an assault weapon can hurt and kill twice the number of people that an assailant with a handgun or non-assault rifle. This is because I wonder if that sounds like just a thing that they said, twice as many.
Half the guns they show are compact. They're pistol, like
Right.
pistol rifles.
Right, even the
So,
one that was just used
That's
in,
nonsensical.
in
period.
Tennessee, that was a pistol caliber carbine. It was not
Yeah.
an actual AR-15.
The literal fucking Uzi is on this list, which was
Precisely,
what
which
the
is
dude
which
used.
is a 9mm submachine gun, in its true form. It's a submachine gun, but
But other than that, it's a pistol with a slightly longer barrel.
yes, slightly. This is because the additional features of an assault weapon are not merely cosmetic. Rather, these are features that allow shooters to fire large numbers of rounds quickly. An analysis of mass shootings that result in 4 or more deaths found that 85% of those fatalities were caused by an assault weapon. The legislature also finds that this regulation is likely to have an impact on the number of mass shootings committed in Washington. I almost guarantee that it won't. Studies have shown that during the period the federal assault weapon ban was in effect. Also, again, keep in mind, you guys, this is a thing they say that they're not taking them away. You just can't sell them anymore. So all of these guns still already exist. They're already still in possession. They're in circulation. They can be stolen. They can be used for nefarious purposes. This bears no impact on the amount of crime that can currently take place in this state. It also bears no relevance on the amount of future crime that can take place in this state. It's ridiculous. We can continue. Tiffany says, I just read an article today. It presented evidence to show that most mass shootings are tied to a specific party. Do you mean like a political party? It's very interesting.
That would be interesting.
Yes.
That'd be an interesting thing to examine,
Yes.
especially with the, with the more recent shootings. It's been a a very different demographic of people generally.
Yes.
Which is it's very interesting. That'd be an interesting conversation to have.
Studies have shown that during the period the federal assault weapons ban was in effect, mass shooting fatalities were 70% less likely to occur. Moreover, the legislature finds that assault weapons are not suitable for self-defense, and that studies show that assault weapons are statistically not used in self-defense. That's fine. That's not... I'm not even going to dive deep into that. We've discussed this before. First of all, at its core, right, the way to refute this, the easiest way to refute this, is that it is not up to you to tell me what a particular weapon is used for. It is a tool that has many uses. It is not up to you to dictate to me what my tools are used for, right? This is not your job. You don't have this power. You're another human being. You are not better than me. It doesn't matter if you are my neighbor, if you are my senator, my House representative, the fucking state, or the judge that lives down the road. These people are not better than you. We'll talk about that when we talk about fucking Clarence Thomas. These people are not better than you. They are fucking human beings. The fact that we have gotten ourselves to the point that we've gone so long ceding power and some type of control over our life to these other people because our consent is assumed in the system is ridiculous. We deserve better than this. We do not, by any means, should we be ceding power to anybody else, control over our lives. It's ridiculous. It's not up to anybody else to tell you what a certain tool is supposed to be used for. It's nonsense.
I don't know, Jonathan. I think our politicians are elite and better than us.
Yes.
So that's what they say anyways.
Right. There are also studies that have shown precisely the opposite. This is why fucking statistics are retarded. This is why all of these fucking polls are retarded. This is stupid, right? They're saying studies have shown that during the period the federal assault weapons ban was in effect, mass shooting fatalities were 70% less likely to occur. Studies have also shown that the assault weapons ban had zero effect on crime at all. There is a study that shows precisely the opposite. So who fucking cares, right? This doesn't matter. This isn't about statistics. This is about your ability and your rights. You are telling me, I am telling you, you as a human being, as an individual, have the right to defend yourself in the way that you deem fit. No one else gets to tell you. No one else has the power to do this for you. These people are fucking fascists. This is a fascist piece of literature that is being published and being handed down like it somehow has power over your life. You just saw it, right? I brought it last year. I didn't bring it today, which now I feel like a fucking idiot because I should be showing it right now. I brought the 12.5 last year. You just saw the video of it. I took it out last week. It's on the rifle lower. Fuck you guys.
It's real pretty.
Don't let them tell you. Come get it. Come to the house. Come and take it. I don't fucking care, right? None of us should care. This doesn't matter. They're doing it regardless. People followed the rules for decades now. We saw it, right? They followed the rules. They put the pistol bases on there. They turned it over as soon as somebody else came into power. It doesn't matter. They put a different dude with a different haircut and a different stupid face in charge of the ATF, and he decided that it's against the law now. Doesn't matter. Build it how you want. The day after this passed, we were told that it passed because apparently it still hasn't.
Multiple times.
I went and bought the stuff to finish the lower. Do what you want. I bought the lower, right? When I bought the lower, I bought a stock. I didn't go and buy a pistol brace. I didn't do any of that stuff because it's bullshit. It's all fucking nonsense anyway. Build it how you want. No one can tell you how to defend yourself. You're a human being. They're all human beings. No one has any right or power over you. They're just a fucking person. Joseph Garrett, all gun laws are unconstitutional. Shall not be infringed is currently the verbiage pertaining to our Second Amendment. All gun laws are infringements. Absolutely, 100%. You could not be more correct. All gun laws are infringements. Every single one of them. Every single one. Michael Malice, the best, most hilarious, most beautiful quote. I just want the power to have the weapons that I paid for the Taliban to have. That's all. That's all. I just want access to the same weapons that I paid for the Taliban to have. That's all.
Have you happened to seen the Taliban's public relations department account on Twitter?
I hear that it's a troll account. Like that it's not
It's
real,
a troll
but
account.
Okay.
But it is fire.
But it is hilarious.
It is fucking fire.
Yes. So we'll finish up this section. Let's see. Let's survive that assault weapons are not commonly used in self-defense, and that any proliferation is not the result of the assault weapon being well suited for self-defense, hunting, or sporting purposes. Because that's not what it's for. That's not what this weapon is for. You said that in the top, right? That this is to kill as many people as possible. That's because if someone shows up to my house, it's not gonna be one of them. And I don't mean a person. I don't mean someone to come and rob my house, right? Someone comes into my house. That's what this fucking tent is for. That's what this is for. There's a light on it. That's got what I need in it, right? There is an argument, and I'm not going to dive into it. There's an argument for AR-15s being used for self-defense, for home defense, not self-defense, home defense, because they're easier generally for people to use. So if I'm not home, it's easier for my wife to pick up the rifle and use that in a more accurate manner than it's going to be for her to pick up this 10 and use that in an accurate manner in our home.
Word.
Right? There is an argument for that. I'm not
Rifles are exponentially easier to train on than
totally.
pistols.
You saw it.
100%.
You saw it just in those videos, right? That I had a handgun in one that I've had for years now. And in one video, it took me multiple shots over a magazine to clear those 4 targets. And both videos with the rifle, 4 shots, 4 targets, no problem. It's easier. It's unquestionably easier, right? The point being, they told you in the beginning, that's not what this weapon is for.
Indeed.
This weapon is for if I have to defend myself against a tyrannical government or someone who wants to remove my ability to pursue happiness and life and liberty. Right? That's what this is for. Because if the cops show up to your house, if the government shows up to your house, if the law, if the alphabet boys show up to your house, whoever you want to make it be, they're not going to be one of them. There's going to be 15, 30 of them. That's why these magazines come in 15, 30, 20 rounds in more than fucking 10. That's the point. That's what this is for. That is why these weapons, that's why people have them, right? People, when you had a cannon, right? When you were allowed to own cannons, because you were, we've talked about this before, you were definitely allowed to own a cannon at the founding. When these amendments were introduced to the Constitution, you did have the right to own a cannon. You didn't put it in your fucking living room for someone tried to rob you. That wasn't the point of it. That's not why you had it. You didn't put it on your boat for if someone climbed over the edge, you could blow the whole top off of their bottom. That's not why it was there. It was there for military use, to defend yourself against someone from a larger enemy. That's the whole fucking point. The precedent has been laid out since the founding, since these amendments were introduced. This is a nonsensical argument because it is not based in any type of fact or reality at all. In the more common understanding or in the actual founding intent. It's not based in fact at all. It is completely fabricated. It's nonsense. This should have you should not allow it to have any power or control over your life. This is nonsense. Buy what you want. Like I said, the day that I found out about this, I'm going to buy this shit now online because if I'm lucky, then they have not communicated with these websites yet and it's just going to ship here. So we will see. I don't know. I'm going to tell you even after it is, if you live here, if you don't live here, come and visit me and bring me things. I will pay you for them when you get here. If you live here, continue to buy items online. Find a website that you like, that you find trustworthy. Buy that item. If it comes here, then it comes here. And fuck the state. Fuck the state of Washington. Fuck the state in the most general sense possible. They don't control you. Just continue to buy it. Don't worry about a gun store. Don't worry about what the people can't sell you at Palmer's. Don't worry about any of those things anymore. Buy it online. If it fits, it ships. If it ships to your house, set it up, baby. Build it. Let's go. I'd like Tim Pool's thoughts on this. I want access to any weapon currently available. I don't want to own a nuke, but I want my morals and finances to tell me, no, not our overreaching government. 1,000%.
Yeah.
1,000%.
If it fits, it ships mindset.
You like that?
I do like that because it applies. I essentially have the going on that same tilt. If you can afford to have a fucking naval vessel and you have the opportunity to buy one, complete with armaments, then you should be allowed to do that because that's what we did to start this country. It's a little toasty in here, isn't it?
Just a little bit.
A little bit. Hey, the sun must be out or something like that for the
That's
first
right.
time in
That's
months.
right.
I'll take it.
So we can move to section 2, right?
This is where we get into the unique firearms, the
some
assault
of the more
weapons.
specifics about it, right? RCW, blah, 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 blah. Each reenacted and amended to read as follows. Unless the context suitably requires otherwise, the definitions in this section apply throughout the chapter. Antique firearm, because these are some of the things that you're still allowed to own. You can still own an antique firearm. And that is anything, a matchlock, flintlock, percussion cap, or similar type of ignition system, and also any firearm using mixed ammunition manufacturing in or before 1898, for which ammunition is no longer manufactured in the United States and is not readily available in the ordinary channels of commercial trade. So a thing that you can't find bullets for, you can still have that.
As long as it's a prop,
Yes.
you're good.
As long as you can't shoot it very fast and you can't find bullets for it,
Yes.
you can still have it. 2, assault weapon means any of the following specific firearms, regardless of which company produced and manufactured in the firearm. AK-47 all platforms, AK-74 in all platforms. And this goes through, a whole list of specific firearms, including AR-15s, M16s, and M4s in all forms, AR-180 type, semi-automatics, everything. All the Barretts, the Bushmasters, a bunch of different particular types of things. Daewoo's.
The scout rifles really pissed me off because I really wanted to get one of those at one point.
Yeah.
And it's a semi-automatic long-range rifle.
Yeah.
Generally used for like recon sniper type situations, but they would be an amazing like mid-range tool to have at your disposal.
Yes.
And just because it's semi-automatic magazine fed, you can't have it,
Yeah.
which is insane to me.
Yeah.
Same with the fucking Barrett 50 cal. Just because it's a really big bullet,
It's just big as fuck. Right.
it's so impractical. It's like a hobby gun. Like, who is gonna have, for one, the financial wherewithal to get one? You have to be pretty up there to get your hands on one.
Yes.
And then to afford ammunition. This gun girl / Twitch streamer that I follow on Twitter, she and her recent husband, they were out shooting their Barrett 50 cals on a range. She shot like 4 shots. She goes, "Well, there's $40."
Yeah.
I was like, "That's the level you're at?
Precisely.
You're going to commit a mass shooting with that? That'll stop gun violence. Getting rid of that gun."
Yeah, and that's the type of thing that underlines to you that this isn't about public health, right?
No.
Because people aren't killing other people with 50 cals.
No.
The only thing you're going to do with the 50 cal, you're going to practice with it, right? And the practical use for it was because they have anti-armor capabilities. That's the point of that. So the only people you would be using that against is someone with, and not like armor plating like I've brought here, right? You shoot a person with a 50 cal, doesn't matter what level of armor plating they have, they will die. It will blow a hole through them. It will cut them in half.
Yes.
That is for use against a tyrannical government. That is the only practical use there is for that firearm. If they don't want you to have it, why would that be? So you can't use it against them. That's the whole fucking point. This isn't about public health. This is about them centralizing power and controlling how you can buck against them. That's the whole point.
I mean, the dictated portion about a ready militia being required for the security of a free state within the Second Amendment, they're completely dissolving that entire concept with this too, because no matter what happens now, if you were to need a readied militia, you've just barred them from having the tools they would need to act in defense of the state.
Yes.
If something else was going on. Like, it is not just for our tyrannical government. It's from any kind of tyranny. I mean, it's pretty simple when you really actually think about it, but they don't think about it.
Because our military can't be everywhere at once. There aren't enough people in there. If there was, and I'm not even saying that this is realistic or practical or likely, right? But if there was some type of invasion in multiple fronts that happened, the military could not respond to all places at all times. It is then incumbent upon us and important, vital for us to have the ability to fight back against that. If there are people that come here, not only will they have 50 caliber weapons, they will have automatic machine guns. We already don't have those. We already are not allowed to have those. We are already at a disadvantage if someone comes here and tries to, not even our own government, like you said, if someone else tries to come here to take our freedom and liberty from us. It is the same concept. We are still at a disadvantage already, inherently, that defeats the purpose.
Here's a not unrealistic scenario that could have happened or could happen in the future. World War II, our entire military is tied up overseas in 2 different fronts, Pacific, European, right?
Yes.
What would have happened to the country if there was also some kind of invasion from the south as well? Or like the Japanese tried to do via Alaska, coming down from the north like that. Like, there are so many scenarios, but like, I think a realistic one could be, say, like an island state like Hawaii that is not necessarily defended. It might be American territory, might be a state of America, but it's not protected by, the 3,000-mile oceans on either side of the main home, the main
It's awful damn
continental
far from
United
here.
States. Those people would be helpless if it wasn't for the giant military base buildup all over the Hawaiian Islands, I guess, now that I think about it. But regardless, the citizenry there could not defend themselves. And that's like one of the most likely areas of an invasion, because it's a small area that you can actually control, unlike the giant landmass of the continental United States. But because, when you think about Hawaii, they're super anti-gun in Hawaii.
Yes.
So they're extremely vulnerable. If something was to happen and the military was tied up elsewhere, There's nothing, you know,
Or just
Hawaii's
unprepared.
defenseless.
Or just unprepared.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So not, you know, we can get into some more World War III type scenarios in part 3, and I'm sure we will. But
Yes. So these are some of the other things, the other classifications, right? 2, a semi-automatic rifle that has an overall length of less than 30 inches. So that's, we're taking into like short-barreled rifles, which I imagine is the one that you just saw me shooting. I have not measured it, but I imagine that that fits into that category. A conversion kit, part or combination of parts from which an assault weapon can be assembled, or from which a firearm can be converted into an assault weapon if those parts are in the possession or under the control of the same person. So I wonder.
that gives you access to come after parts.
Yes, that means you can't have any of the parts, right? So you can't sell parts either in stores, but if they're in control of the same person. So I wonder if someone who doesn't own any guns then has recourse to go and buy some of these things or be in possession of them because you don't own any guns. So you don't have any way to reasonably turn them into a firearm. If you buy a lower parts kit for an AR-15, but you don't have any other pieces, you don't have any way to turn that into a gun.
No. I like where there's some
I'm just
loopholes here.
saying.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
You don't have any way. You even an upper. If you go and buy an upper somewhere,
Oh,
you don't
yeah.
have any way to turn that into a gun.
Nope.
Because you don't have a lower. You don't have any type of trigger mechanism. You don't have any fire control group. Nothing.
Nope. Okay. All right.
I'm
We'll
just
take,
asking.
we'll just take that, and I think that works.
Yeah, for public safety, I'm asking.
Indeed. Oh,
For
yeah.
public safety, it's important for science.
For science.
Yeah.
To science.
Right. A semi-automatic centerfire rifle that has the capacity to accept a detachable magazine and has one or more of the following. A grip that is independent or detached from the stock that protrudes. How many? Okay, so you're talking about like one pieces. If you have like a one-piece stock with a grip on it. A grip that is independent or detached from the stock that protrudes conspicuously beneath the action of the weapon. So a pistol grip
Conspicuously?
conspicuously. The addition of a fin attaching the grip to the stock does not exempt the grip if it otherwise resembles the grip found on a pistol. So even if it looks like a pistol grip, because then you're talking about there's some stocks that kind of have like a thumb hole in them. You
like
know? So
like
that
the
one's
P90 and shit.
That one's not exempt.
Yeah.
Because it still looks like a pistol grip.
What's the bullpup weapons generally have something like
thumb
that,
hole
right?
stock, which is
Yeah.
what that is, right? That's here. A folding
Oh,
or
yeah.
telescoping stock. Telescoping just means adjustable. Forward pistol, vertical, angled, or other grip designed for use by the non-firing hand to improve control. So you also can't have any form of grip, a foregrip on it.
Nope.
Also, for science, I did find a piece of Picatinny rail and a foregrip in my locker.
Hey.
So I don't have to go and buy one.
For
I already
science.
have for science.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
So
like
that's
this for
nice.
science thing now. This
Yeah,
is good.
The only thing I have to buy for science is a light. That's all that I need for that new rifle. So
Indeed.
that's nice. Flash suppressor, flash guard, flash eliminator, flash hider, sound suppressor, silencer, or any item designed to reduce the visual or audio signature of a firearm. So no suppressors anymore. That really sucks. I didn't know about that. I should have assumed, but I did not know because it's California light and you can't buy one in California. Muzzle brake, recoil compensator, or any item designed to be affixed to the barrel to reduce recoil or muzzle rise. And that is so that you cannot be harder to see. Right? If you have to have exposed muzzle flash and you are trying to do something nefarious, then it's easier to see you. That's why they're doing that. It's not because it makes it more lethal, because putting a brake, putting any type of muzzle device on the end of your gun doesn't make it more lethal. It doesn't make anything. It makes it easier to shoot sometimes, and it makes it harder to see. That's the point, right? They said that. Flash hider. That's the only point. It's a flash hider. It doesn't do anything else other than make it so the fireball doesn't come out of the end of the gun like that. That's the only point, right? So these things are so it's easier to see you. So you can't hide.
Which is really funny because a flash suppressor and a muzzle brake, I mean, those are two totally opposite
Very
things, right?
different
So
things.
your recoil capacitor, your muzzle brake, your stuff like that is going to make your flash significantantly larger.
And it's louder
And
than
louder.
balls.
Hard
a
yes.
muzzle brake they're louder than shit.
Can confirm.
If you stand next to someone who's
I mean, what?
shooting, Yeah, any type of rifle with a break on it, it's horrific.
My
It's-
brother's is the loudest fucking thing on the
It's
planet.
terrible.
It is insane.
A new guy that was out there when we went out the last time, and he had a huge break on his rifle, and I did not know that. Fucking-
And you found out.
yeah, our fucking buddy up the road, he has that rifle with that break on it. If you're
Yeah.
anywhere near it, it's bad. It's unpleasant to
That's
be
right.
near. Even if you're in line with him, just to be next to him is
Oh, yeah.
unpleasant.
Yeah,
It's
you need-
not.
Hey, social distancing behind.
Yes.
Social
Yeah.
distancing behind.
We
That's
hate
good.
guns, so let's make them less manageable. Good idea, dumbass. Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah. And also, Joseph, you could be my first mate when I buy my battleship.
There you go.
Let's do it.
Grenade launcher or flare launcher, a shroud that encircles either all or part of the barrel, designed to shield the bearer's hand from heat, except a solid forearm of a stock that covers only the bottom of the barrel. And so what they're talking about is a hand guard, right? That's what they're talking about. When I first was reading about shroud, I was like, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I've never heard this shroud thing. That's because they don't know what they're talking about. They're a shroud. It's just a thing to cover up your barrel. It's so you don't have to touch your barrel, because who wants to touch the goddamn barrel of a gun when you're shooting it?
You wouldn't
So
suggest it.
the only acceptable thing is a part of the stock that goes up underneath it, a la a hunting rifle.
Yeah, I was just
that
going to
you
say,
can-
they're talking hunting rifles.
Precisely. A semi-automatic center-fire rifle that has a fixed magazine with a capacity to accept more than 10 rounds, and that's when they're started to talk about like Ruger 1022s and stuff. Even though those are acceptable, but there are a lot of like 22 firearms and stuff that have fixed magazines you just kind of drop stuff into. Some rifles, older rifles, stuff like that.
Yep.
So I think they're also talking about like lever action rifles. I think those are exempt, but we'll have to get into. I think that's the type of thing they're talking about.
Yeah.
A semi-automatic pistol that has the capacity to accept a detachable magazine and has one or more of the following. So now they're talking about handguns, right? A threaded barrel capable of accepting a flash suppressor, forward hand grip, or a silencer. And I wonder. You verify that that's empty for me before we talk about it. Threaded barrel capable of accepting a flash suppressor, forward hand grip, or silencer. This part of the Glock here that has the light on it, it's an accessory rail, and I could theoretically put a foregrip on there.
Yeah.
So I wonder.
I mean, you see some of those in like
wonder what
the
that
rat build
means.
guns.
Yeah.
You know, that are often in like police evidence photos and stuff
Yeah.
like that from gangland shootings. There's some funky, rat builds out there that I've seen pistols with little
Yeah.
braces on the front.
Also, there is a movie with Marky Mark in it called Mile 22, and in the beginning of this movie, they go into a house in a neighborhood that is being run by Russians, and
Ruskies.
the woman who plays Maggie in The Walking Dead,
Okay.
the British gal, she's in that movie. She has a Glock that has a foregrip on it, and I think it's because it's automatic. It has a switch on the back, and that's why it's like that. But she
Yeah.
has like a broom handle grip, like I have on that rifle, on the front of her Glock when she runs through. So I wonder what that means.
Yeah.
Like if that's what they're talking about.
Probably. Because, I mean, going through, Googling some of these.
Because full-size handguns are supposed to be fine still, but now they're talking about guns that can take foregrips. So I wonder if that.
Because, I mean, yeah, you can get
wonder
them
what that
with
means.
some kind of like, I've seen them with, little Picatinny rail underneath,
Right.
and then you can just,
And that's-
if it's
that's
big
what it
enough,
has,
you just
yeah.
stick it on there.
Yeah. Interesting. A second hand grip. So if I put that grip on here, does that then make this gun illegal?
Yeah.
If I take the grip off my rifle, the broomstick grip on it, that Knight's Armament Co., and I put it on here, that then makes the gun that I carry every single day illegal. Interesting.
That's why they're talking about all the secondary hand grips, all the foregrips, all that when it comes to the rifles as well. I mean, it's the same concept. Anything that gives you more control over your weapon is banned, seemingly.
Yeah. A shroud that encircles either all or part of the barrel. It's the same deal. Capacity to accept a detachable magazine at some location outside of the pistol. So that means they're talking about conversion kits. So if
Yeah.
you have like that thing
To make like
that I
a
was
Tech
talking
9
about,
and shit.
even if one of the ones I was talking about, the plastic deals, like the chassis that you can put the gun into,
Yeah.
you can stick an extra magazine in the front of that.
Yeah.
Those are illegal. Can't have the chassis anymore.
Nope.
The capacity to accept a detachable magazine, a semi-automatic shotgun that is any of the following: a folding or telescoping stock, so no semi-automatic magazine with an adjustable stock.
No.
A grip that is independent or detached from the stock that protrudes conspicuously beneath the action of the weapon. A thumbhole stock, a forward pistol, so no grips either.
Just your standard run-of-the-mill.
That's all that you can
regular
have.
regular shotgun.
A fixed magazine in excess of 7 rounds. So you can't even have a tube magazine that holds more than 7, or a revolving cylinder shotgun for the purposes. Yeah.
Well, I would say that's really interesting because it's not like magazines where they're somewhat easy to retrofit and change that.
Right.
I mean, I guess as a manufacturer, you could put some kind of device inside the magazine that would stop you from loading more than that any rounds. Because
Yeah.
you have to do that in this state when you're
Did you put,
hunting
like,
with a
stick in there
shotgun
or something, right?
Yeah, like I got just a dowel in my magazine tube that won't allow me to put more than 2+1 in the shotgun
If you
because
take
that's
that out, how many can you put in there?
7+1.
7+1.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's standard. And so yeah, I don't know how easy that would be as far as like manufacturing because I'm trying to think because like there's a lot of most people these days that even hunt with a shotgun. Like if you're going to do any kind of fowl hunting, most people are trying to buy semi-automatic shotguns, right?
Yeah.
And then the only real difference would be if it's capable of having some kind of attachment on the front. So if it has any kind of a rail system on it, and then it qualifies as an assault weapon now, compared to like if it comes in camo
Right.
and doesn't have any kind of rail system on it, then that's fine. We're splitting hairs here at this point. 2+1 for duck hunting. Yeah,
That's
buddy.
right.
That's right. That's a real deal. Yeah, so you better not fucking miss or be
Yeah.
ready to reload really quick.
So then it goes into some of the other terms, shotguns, and like some of the crimes and stuff like that, because there are other parts of this as well.
Yeah, you can just one of the nice things about our legislature is when you're going through bills, they have
Yeah.
to underline all the new stuff.
All the terms. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Section 3, a new section is added to Chapter. Number 1, no person in the state may manufacture, import, distribute, sell, or offer for sale any assault weapon except as authorized in this section. The manufacture, importation, distribution, offer, or sale of an assault weapon by a licensed firearms manufacturer for the purposes of sale to any branch of the armed forces of the United States or the state of Washington, or to a state or federal law enforcement agency for use by that agency or its employees for law enforcement. So the state can still buy these guns, right? The people who dictate and enforce the laws that you supposedly have some control over, they can still have these weapons. They can still control you with them, but you can't have them.
Some
right?
might call
you
that
can't
a
be trusted.
monopoly on lethal force.
Yes.
Interesting.
The distribution, offer for sale, or sale of an assault weapon to or by a dealer that is properly licensed under federal or state law, where the dealer acquires the assault weapon from an individual legally authorized to possess or transfer the assault weapon for the purpose of selling or transferring the assault weapon to a person who does not reside in the state. So that means you can still sell your rifle. If you don't want to own it anymore, you can still sell it to the gun store, and they can still buy it from you, and then they can sell it to someone out of state, but they can't buy it from you and then sell it to somebody else.
As long as you don't have it,
Yeah.
they're fine with it.
And then if you know someone, if your family member dies and they have guns that are made illegal, you can accept those, and you're allowed to have those.
Because then you'll go in and register them under your name.
No, it just says as though that you can, as long as you can prove that you were supposed to have them.
Okay. That's not fucking legal gray area, is it?
It's also a gross misdemeanor. Violating this law is a gross misdemeanor. So the possession of these things is not a felony, or purchasing them somehow afterwards is not a felony. It's a gross misdemeanor. And this is part 4. The legislature finds that manufacturing, importing, distributing, selling, or offering for sale any assault weapon in the violation of Section 3 of this act are matters vitally affecting the public interest for the purpose of applying the Consumer Protection Act, and are not reasonable in relation to the development and preservation of business. You don't need them to keep your business, and constitutes an unfair or deceptive act in trade. So this has to do, this also allows people to sue gun manufacturers for this is the same deal that happened with whatever Remington or whatever the fuck that it was,
Yeah.
right? That the way that they promoted their firearm was deceptive. And so this has to do, they start to get into
Unfair method of competition.
yeah. And one of, I don't remember where it is, but somewhere they talk about like classifying the weapons as like hyper masculine and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Those
So
things,
it's the Juul law, but for guns.
you can be arrested, or not arrested. You can be charged for that now. And so if your gun is used like this, like I said, this allows people to go after the manufacturers of firearms for them being used in crimes. If any provision of this act or its application to any person or circumstance is held invalid, the remainder of the act, or the application of this provision to the other persons or circumstances is not affected. So that means if part of this is overturned, all the rest of it still stands.
Yeah.
It's written in that the Supreme Court has to tear this down piece by piece,
Yeah.
not whole meal.
Come after me paragraph by
Yes.
paragraph, sentence by sentence.
And the last part, this act
Bob
is,
Ferguson's really good at that.
yes,
I mean,
yeah.
when he wants to be.
That's right. This act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or support of the state government and its existing public institutions, and takes effect immediately. It's so vital that it's passed through both houses and it still hasn't been signed. It's
right.
that vital. But yeah, so as soon as it's signed by the governor, then all these things are illegal. And
That makes
our
sense.
rights on paper have been limited. So we will see.
This fucking man, I hate
Yeah.
to say it because this is
The
what
state
happens.
of our state is bad.
This is what happens, right? Legislation like this starts in California, gets passed in California, and then it works its way up to us, and then it becomes federal. It's generally how it works. It goes California, sometimes Oregon, then Washington, and then Washington, D.C. takes it up.
The feds love that 9th district.
They love the 9th district. Oh, it's so fucking sleazy, man, that, like, this is how you could tell Bob Ferguson had his hand in this, because he put that portion in there about, like, if any particular part of this bill is found to be unconstitutional, the rest of the bill maintains intact, because that's how he's shot down all of the referendums from the peoples, by finding a single paragraph or a single sentence or a word that seems misplaced and then saying the whole bill doesn't count anymore. This whole vote was for nothing. Try again in a couple years. And he's so fucking terrible about it that he made sure that it was in this bill.
Yes, we can hope, certainly, Joseph, that it gets struck down by the Supreme Court. There's some precedent for that as far as the things that happened in like Bruin and whatnot. So there's potential for that. That's definitely going to be challenged as soon as it's actually signed.
Yep.
What really matters, I think we talked about this before, is like whether or not there's an injunction take place, because the magazine ban is being challenged, but there's no injunction. It's still in place. It's still effective. You still can only buy 10-round magazines here. When I bought my fucking gun, the pistol, it came with these stupid ass magazines where the bottom third of it is just a big hunk of plastic. So it still takes up the same room in the grip of the gun, but you can still only put 10 fucking bullets in it. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Throws the balance off, too.
It's dumb.
It's not good. It's not good.
No. So
my question is going to be, does it take place on a Monday, the big pomp and circumstance ceremony, or does it take place on like a Friday
I
night?
think a Friday.
That way,
Yeah, I think a Friday.
so we'll be watching all week, just waiting for the announcement to come.
And then Inslee can go to Bainbridge Island or wherever he lives, and
Go,
where does he live?
Just
Do
go
you
fuck
know?
off.
He's got to have a house on Bainbridge.
I know he's got a place.
house on
I know he's
Bainbridge.
got a place on Bainbridge.
Yeah,
But I think he's also got a place out in like Yakima or something like that, because that's where he's from.
and probably an apartment or whatever in Olympia, like a condo or something.
Yeah. I don't know, because we don't have like a governor's quarters in this state, do we? Like New York has got like the government.
I think we probably
estate.
do have a governor's mansion.
I'm Googling. I'm curious.
I think that's just a thing that we do in this country.
Yeah, we
Governor's mansions. There you go.
Oh, look at that. It's in
Washington Governor's
Olympia.
Mansion.
Look at that.
Historic landmark. Let's check it out.
And we don't want these people to think they're elites.
No.
And we give them a mansion.
Nope.
I'm just gonna hit the images thing and
Let's
see what
see
comes
it.
up here.
God
Oh,
damn.
Look at that.
That is a fucking house, dude. Holy shit.
Look at that.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's
look
really
at that.
funny. That's a really funny picture. I like that a lot. That's really funny.
Oh, geez.
People in kit and stuff.
Look
God
at that, man.
damn.
So this is where your tax dollars go. Oh, here's the
Holy shit.
big boy version of it,
Ooh, tennis court out back. That a pool or a tennis court?
bro. That's
Damn, bro.
We're kicking it, man.
That is a house and a half.
Inslee's, yep, and we got your state troopers there as your guards, and
Yep. Stupid ass hats.
oh,
Mask in his own house.
On a Zoom call with a mask on. Look at that,
Dude.
That's our governor.
That's how you know he's ultra super duper safe.
How have I never thought to
You guys
look
know
at the
this guy
Washington
got
State
COVID like
governor
9
mansion?
times, right?
Oh yeah,
But he's ultra super safe.
he's super safe right now. Oh, they got in at one point. Look
Good.
at that. Got into the
Look at
compound.
all them rifles, dude.
Slanging. It's an
That's-
open carry state.
That's when they started cutting that shit.
Yeah.
Because if you guys remember, last year they made it illegal to open carry at a protest. You can't do
Yes.
that anymore here.
Can't do it.
It's too scary.
Nope.
You can't do it in any type of election place. That's too scary. Yeah, it's all too scary. It's inherently threatening for you to carry a firearm. I don't like to denigrate entire groups of people. If your argument is that carrying a gun is scary, you're a pussy. You are, right? And you have a gross misunderstanding of what a firearm is, and you need a reality check. It's because same deal. If something happens and there's a person who's there to try and hurt you, I'm going to shoot that person in the face. And then you're going to be super, super pleased that I had that gun. You're not going to say it was too scary and I shouldn't have had it. You're going to say,
wicked scary.
God damn, I'm glad that dude carries a gun. You fucking idiots. You absolute idiots.
That's why guns belong in gun-free zones, baby.
It's ridiculously ignorant.
That's how you stop a mall shooting.
It's like all the things we went over last week, all those slides on Instagram of all the gun things. Those people are ignorant. They literally don't know what they're talking about.
Yes.
They're choosing to ignore whole entire swaths, decades and centuries of history in which people have been subjugated, tortured, and killed by governments because they didn't have a way to defend themselves. That's like the most basic argument. That's not even super complex or based or anything. That's a factually based argument that throughout history, people who have not been able to defend themselves have been subjugated, murdered, after being enslaved by their governments. That's a thing that has happened. You can't deny that. If you are, then you're a fucking liar. You're just lying, right?
This is one of those. But this time it'll be different.
Yeah, and
I
then
promise.
you're being dumb. And then you're being dumb. And I don't like to do that, especially I got a kid. I get in a lot of trouble for that type of stuff now. He says things are stupid. He says things are dumb, so I can't like generalize.
Backfire.
I'm an adult, right? So we talked about this. I told Jordan, I was like, I will do my best to not do that at home. I said, part of what we do on the show is like, I don't like to discredit whole ideas, but if you're coming in with a bad faith argument or one that just isn't even going to hold up, I'm going to tell you it's dumb. I'm not going to respect it.
Even if he's missing an arm.
Yeah, and I have to thank Eric July for that. I'm going to tell you, that's dumb. What you're saying to me is stupid, and I'm not going to validate your ridiculous fucking take by even discussing it with you because it's stupid and it's not good faith. So I'm not going to do it, you know?
Yep.
I don't like to do that, but I will do that. And if you're telling me that it will be different, then you're a fucking idiot. You are being dumb, and I refuse to listen to you because you are ignoring historical precedent. And you, for some reason, live in a fantasy world where because we're fucking white and live in America, that's not going to happen here. That could never happen here. It's so funny. It could never happen here. You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiet.
Especially because that's how the United States became the United States.
It's how we got here. It's literally how we got here. Don't be stupid. Let's be honest with ourselves, with each other, and we'll have a better time.
Oh. Don't be stupid.
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
So we'll talk.
Say, don't ever invoke Eric July's name on this podcast again unless I'm sitting down. 'Cause it gets me all hot and bothered.
I love Eric.
I love that guy.
So
He's so
let's-
fucking awesome.
Let's talk now about this other bill.
SB
that I'm
5599?
sure Eric July would not appreciate. This has to do with
Again, sitting down.
effectively, and I'm not trying to be too racy. This is just the easiest way to put it, right? Effectively turning Washington into a sanctuary state for youth and young adults that are seeking what they're calling gender affirming care, as well as assorted, we'll call it particular forms of healthcare, right? Because that's kind of how they're classifying. Because they're also talking about like birthing care or whatever the fuck they're calling it, right?
Reproductive care.
There you go. Thank you very much. Reproductive care. So
Yes.
these things now, and the essence of this, I'm not gonna fuck it, I got a couple articles. We can read through one of the articles. We can. I have one from my Northwest. That's going to be the best way to look at this.
That's always the best way.
It's always going to be the best way to look at this. And then it's written by Jason Rance.
No way.
It's perfect. That's perfect. So we'll take a look at this.
I love Jason
And-
Rance. He's a wild man.
Yes, this is a.
I also have the actual bill too.
There we go. So we can take a look at that. We have this.
Yeah,
Send
send
it to
me
you.
over
The
some.
Salty Boys.
Do it.
Jason Rance and My Northwest is a conservative news website from Washington. There's only about 5 of them, and that's why we like to use them.
Yes.
because they're just super conservative. It's very funny.
I think they're because they're actually based out of Seattle.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, and Jason Rance is like super duper conservative. So,
Oh yeah, it is definitely a random thing
Yeah.
that has happened here.
So let's see. The article is entitled "Washington Law Now Allows Teen Gender Reassignment Surgery Without Parental Consent,"
Check.
and that's not a click. I mean, it is clickbaity, but it's also real. Like that's the reality.
It is
Washington
true.
State now appears to allow minors to undergo life-changing gender reassignment surgery without parental consent. Under a new law, health insurers must cover, quote, gender-affirming care, including surgical treatments that were previously denied coverage. Democrats rejected a proposal to apply the new law to patients over 18 years old,
Check.
which means that it applies to patients under 18 years old. It's in a series of new laws taken together, allowing children as young as 13 years old to make serious healthcare decisions independently of their parents.
Yes.
The consequences are immense.
Check.
Another law making it easier for minors to transition without parental guidance. Last year, via SB 5889, Washington Democrats forced insurers to cover gender dysphoria treatment and gender-affirming care for minors between 13 and 17 without parental consent. We've talked about this, right? The most recent time I can think of is when Josh Keaton was here. And it wasn't specifically because of him, but that's when we talked about it. It was people, students, children receiving care and guidance from their teachers without the knowledge of their parents.
Yeah.
Right? This is not good. We have gotten, Jesus Christ, we've gotten in trouble in our personal lives for expressing these opinions. Children, goddamn, I cannot believe this is even like an argument that needs to be made. Children don't know what the fuck they're doing. Right? They don't know. And to allow a child, we don't allow children to get tattoos, right? Even a tattoo, a piece of art on their body that can be removed at one point in time with, I mean,
Except for that wild neck tattoo.
Except for the wild neck tattoo, virtually no consequence and no sign afterwards, right? But we're going to allow children to make literal life-altering decisions that they cannot reverse in the future. And even if we are charitable and we say that the puberty blockers could potentially be reversed in the future because the science still appears to be out, right? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. And it's the same deal as the gun thing earlier. We can literally find statistics and articles all fucking day that go back and forth because people are paid to write scientific articles that can be used in papers to justify laws such as this, right? We found that out. The world, the country at large was exposed to this during COVID when they're
Check.
doing 90 different tests and they're handpicking 3 of them that allow them to push through a vaccine that you can't get anymore because it doesn't have actual authorization.
Well, the
We
other
saw this,
87
right?
were just misinformation.
That's
Donovan.
right. They just weren't good ones.
That's right.
They didn't work for us, so we couldn't use them. This is real. This is not. If this is clipped, when we clip this and we put it on the internet, it will have a thing underneath it that says missing context because of fucking science. And this guy said this. That's fine, right? That's fine that you want to say this. Nothing that I have just said is untrue.
Yeah.
Everything that I have just said is a fact. So
We will get a community notes on Twitter, except it'll just say based. I love community notes on Twitter. So
Yes.
good.
It mandates that insurers deal directly with the patient without requiring the policyholder's authorization. And that has to do, obviously, children, people under 18 don't have their own health insurance. They are covered by someone else, the policyholder. My children don't have health insurance. Well, they do have health insurance. They don't have their own policy. They are covered under my policy.
Yeah.
That's how this works. So
And
they
in,
can...
in cases where, children aren't covered by their parents' coverage, the state has, like, child coverage available.
And there's some stuff. I remember when I was 16 or 17, I got chlamydia one time when I was like 16 or 17. And
Of course he has.
The reason that I bring this up is because when I went to the doctor, I had state health insurance. I also had insurance through my mom and my dad. I think I was either double or triple covered. And I talked to the doctor. They didn't call my mom. Like I spoke to the doctor and they called me with the test results, and then it was up to me to then tell my mom, yo, I fucked up. Like I have chlamydia. I need to like remedy this. But
I need a literal remedy.
I never thought about that. But that's a thing that does happen in some circumstances already, depending on what it is. And I don't know what that list is because I just now thought about that.
Yeah, that is interesting,
But
right?
for some things, they will already do that because I wasn't 18.
Because what are we talking about at that point? We're talking about penicillin or
Whatever
or something
it is.
like
yeah,
that.
because I was in high school. I remember throwing up in the bathroom after taking those because I didn't like eat anything in the morning. You know?
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's
a horse pill.
It's an antibiotic, bro. it's a beast that you're taking. So if you don't eat first, it will
Thank
make
God.
you sicker than shit.
Yeah, thank God for Z-Pack, man.
Yeah.
They patented the small antibiotic because it used to just be giant horse pills.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
that
these
is
things are
interesting though,
monsters.
because when you think about like the legal ramifications of that,
Yeah.
similar ramifications seem to be at play here. Because what if you, as an underage youth, do not know you have an allergy, or you fail to tell the doctor you have an allergy to a certain antibiotic, and they prescribed you one that accidentally fucking kills you?
If it's not in my file, but I know about it
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah.
You know, that's an interesting thing to think about.
Yes.
And I've got an extra layer to add on to this after we kind of go through the bill. There's another bill that got passed about genital mutilation
Yes.
that I think is very
Yes.
interesting considering. But
It builds on SB 5094, which provides outpatient mental health treatment without parental consent for the same age group. Right. So this has to do with what, just any type of outpatient care. So that could be therapy, it could be medication, it could be any number of things. That could also be potentially hormones. Right. There's any number of things that could be classified under mental health treatment.
yeah,
All communications must go directly to patient. The insurer may not disclose the patient's medical information to outside parties like the policyholder unless given permission. The policyholder in this case is the parent. The standard of care for gender dysphoria in youth is outlined by the World Professional Association of Transgender Health. It includes everything from puberty blocking hormones and speech therapy to laser hair removal and counseling on binding. But it also asks doctors to affirm the choice of some to undergo surgical procedures to help them match their gender identity. For some transgender patients, and we've seen, what fucking hospital was it that said they weren't doing gender transitioning surgeries on minors, but then
in the state.
no, I think this is a UK hospital.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And then they said also we're announcing we're stopping these
Yeah.
surgeries on children. But then we're like, wait, I thought you said that you weren't doing that. This
Yes.
I'm remembering this correctly, right? This UK hospital that was
Yeah,
doing
there
it.
was, because there was only one
Yes.
clinic that was doing this in the UK,
And they said they weren't. And then they
now,
came out.
and now it is essentially law, common law. I don't know what they have over there necessarily, but it's essentially law now that you can't do that in the UK because they said this doesn't work.
Yes.
Same in like in Sweden and the Nordic countries
Yeah.
that tried it for a while. They stopped it because it's like it only harms people.
And
We're
we
not
could,
doing this no
we
more.
could literally debate it all day, right? Because like I said, the statistics, the studies, all of the things.
Yeah.
At the very least, this is up for debate. This is totally up for debate. This is not clear-cut science. I mean, it's
It
as
hasn't
simple,
been around in the scientific world that long.
It's as simple as going to Benjamin Boyce's YouTube page and seeing that every week he is having a discussion with another person who is detransitioning and talking about the horrific path that led them there.
Yes.
The fact that there is any number of people this is happening to should show us there is a discussion that needs to be had. This is not something that should be accepted wholesale and pushed on your fucking children. And I'm not... Whatever. I'm not even gonna dive into like the I don't hate people policy. This is not decided. The science is still fucking out on this. The jury is still out. We should not be doing this to children, right? Adults, do what you want. I don't care. And that's
Word.
the same argument for everybody all around. I don't care. It doesn't affect my life in the slightest what you choose to do with yourself. When you're talking about a child who cannot make informed consent and physically cannot think past the age of like 19. I'm fucking out. I am out. You cannot do this. This is immoral. This is wholly immoral. Not transgenderism, not transitioning. These things are not immoral. I don't care what you do. Doing this to a child who cannot make informed consent is immoral. This is wrong. This is not something that we should be doing. This is not okay.
Yep. Because you hit on the exact point I was going to say was like my deepest concern about this now is that we've essentially allowed children who are not of legal consenting age to now be of some new amorphous blob gray area of consenting age in particular areas.
Yes.
When this is the very first time in history we've ever decided that children can consent to anything.
Because the age of consent in Washington is still 16. Sexual consent.
Yeah.
So you can't even sexually consent at the age that you can begin to transition sexually in this state. You can come here from another state and still begin to transition sexually before you can even consent into sexual intercourse legally.
Yep.
In what world does that make logical sense?
Yep.
That at 13, you would know better what you want to do with your genitals than at 16.
You haven't even used them yet.
I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're right.
Yeah.
Saying how could you possibly fucking know?
You can't know, bro.
How could you possibly know? And I'm not talking down to your children. If you're listening to this and you have a child that's trans, I'm not telling your child they don't know. I'm telling you that you should wait. They should wait before they make a permanent fucking decision, because there is, again, statistics, studies all fucking day. There is evidence to indicate that a lot of these children are not necessarily trans. Some of them are going through a very awkward life phase and turn out to be cisgendered, straight human beings, adults when they grow up. Some of these people are homosexual. They're gay. And they're confusing it with something else for whatever reason it is. And they believe right now that they are trans, they belong to a different gender, they're actually homosexual. That is a huge plurality of people that exist in this world, right? In this group.
Could it be possibly that, like, as a child growing up, especially in like your teen years, your early teen years, is possibly the most confusing time in a human's life? Perhaps, maybe that has something to do with it.
And this is the trouble with introducing this type of ideology, the type of gender queer ideology into schools, right? Because to influence or divert somebody away from who they are is wrong, regardless of where that person, what that final product is, right? If someone really is trans, if they are trans, they really are in the wrong body, right? To subvert them from that is immoral. That is wrong, because they are trans. To subvert someone from who they are meant to be is wrong. And if you're doing it to a child, it's even more wrong, because they don't know. And if you're doing it as a teacher, as a trusted figure of authority in that child's life, you're a horrific fucking human being. You're an immoral human being. You have no morals. You are making a terrible fucking decision, and I can't condone it. I can't defend it, and I won't. I'll actively fight against you, because what you're doing is morally wrong. It is against this child's better interest, even if they are truly trans. This is not in favor of their best interest. This is wrong, what you're doing. And the fact that our state government, whose job, as we've covered before, whose sole and main intention and their main and only charge really is to defend your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, is effectively abdicating that responsibility and choosing ideology over you and your children. This is wrong. You can't trust these people. You cannot trust the government that is passing this. You cannot trust the government that is going to enforce this. This is wrong. We should not be doing this to children. This isn't about ideology. It's not about trans, straight, cis, any of that type of stuff. I don't care. This is about allowing individuals to be who they are meant to be. To subvert that is wrong.
Well, there's another layer which I think we'll get into probably further in this, because if I know Jason Rance, he's going to talk about it in his article, but you're simultaneously removing the rights of adult citizens by taking away their choices, the decisions that they could make with their child.
Yes.
What happens to their child? You're removing parental rights from them at this point.
And as a
I know
parent-
there's an argument out there for like, well, what if, it's an abusive household or whatever.
Right.
Let's not change the meaning of abusive to say if you're refusing to get gender affirming care, then that is abusive, because that's exactly what this is going to do, by the way, as we go further into this.
Right.
But like realistically, that can be a problem, right? Like if you come from I don't know, I'm just going to use examples here, but like if you come from a very devoutly religious family or something like that, and the son is gay or something like that, there might be some serious issues that could come from that within, you might have a domestic situation
Certainly.
that occurs at that point.
Certainly.
That is a possibility
Certainly.
for real. And has definitely happened over this period of time. But when you're talking about rights and liberties with people, you have to defer back to your base rights, your base freedoms,
Right.
because that's the only safe route. Because otherwise, you run the risk of trampling over multiplicities of other people's rights to protect
Precisely.
the individual,
Precisely.
the singular person in this point.
And those parental rights that you're talking about, right? And that's because when you have a child, before their body and their brain is formed to be able to make the type of decisions and critical thinking that they need to be an effective human being, to be an effective adult in this world, it is your charge as a parent to guide them, to protect them, to defend them, and to help make decisions in their best interest before they can do that, right? So if you are that type of parent that is fucked up like that, and you're shitting on your child, you are doing precisely what I just shit on the teachers for doing so. You're subverting that child from who they should be. There's a whole nother discussion of like, well, the government should step in and blah blah blah. That's a whole nother discussion, right?
Hence the complex nature of this conversation.
But as you said, that's also not what this bill is talking about, because in this bill it specifically says there is no requirement for any even allegation of abuse or mistreatment for the child for this law to apply.
Check.
That is not required.
Nope.
There is no evidence required to indicate that child, this young individual, is at any risk of mistreatment because of this. They
Believe
just
all children.
can leave their precisely.
Hashtag believe all children.
Precisely.
Let's do it.
Precisely. Okay. Let's see.
Back to Mr. Rants.
Yes. Mental health professionals should not impose a binary view of gender. They should give ample room for clients to explore different options for gender expression. Hormonal or surgical interventions are appropriate for some adolescents, but not others. WPATH notes. They're saying for some children, they should be using surgical interventions. This is wrong. You should not be doing this to children. They literally can't. They even saw a video, I think it was Project Veritas. There's a clip of a bunch of different doctors. One of them is saying, like, most children at the age of 16 can make relatively informed decisions about what's good for the future. Oh, then by all means, let's fucking let them do this, right? By all means, let's let them make this life decision, because most of them can make pretty well-informed decisions. That's great,
most
dude.
adults don't make well-informed decisions,
That's
bro.
great. I bet at 16
That's
they can
just-
make
yeah,
well-informed decisions.
Yeah, when you're 18, you get the legal ability to make as many bad decisions as you want.
Yes.
Before that, you're protected by the law to say you can't fuck up your life too bad necessarily because you're underage. Out the window now, baby.
Technical update on language downplays the seriousness of law. The new law is just a minor update to technical terminology on the surface, but it's much more than that. SB 5313 bans an insurance provider from categorically rejecting cosmetic gender-affirming treatments when deemed medically necessary by a healthcare provider and when prescribed to a patient, consistent with their gender identity. Up until this law, gender reassignment surgery and other procedures like facial reconstruction or laser hair removal were considered cosmetic by health insurance companies due to its classification as cosmetic. Health insurers did not usually cover the procedures even when doctors medically recommended them. The bill was signed into law by Governor Jay Inslee in 2021 and went into effect on January 1st, 2022. What that means, regardless of the ideology behind it, there is a effective protective class that has been created that has access to higher layers of medical insurance than you do if you don't suffer from that disease. That's what that means. People who suffer from this, from gender dysphoria, and are covered under state insurance have access to higher levels of care than you do. And maybe higher is not the exact, wider access to more healthcare options than you do because of, I'm going to say ideology. I'm not even going to, because in some cases it is going to be genuine gender dysphoria, and in some cases it's going to be an ideology fueled confusion that has led them here. And I'm not trying to be inflammatory. I'm trying to be as honest as possible about the way that these things shake out sometimes. So what I'm saying in as clear terms as possible, in some cases, based solely on ideology, there are citizens in this state that have access to wider arrays of healthcare than you do because of their ideology. This is wrong. This is inherently wrong. This is, again, underlines the government does not defend all people. They're defending and creating effective protected classes because
Seems
they don't
very
care about you.
Unequal to me.
Isn't it odd?
What?
It's almost like equity is at the forefront of not equality.
That's right. Yeah, the meme of the guys at the fence and then the
Yes.
ones cutting off their legs. Seems about right.
That's what's happening here. And I'm not like, this is it, man. This is the whole state going down. I'm not saying that. I'm not chicken littling right now. I am adding more. It's the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm adding more pieces of straw to the mounting pile of evidence that we are showing you on a consistent basis that these governments don't care about you.
Yep.
Right? I'm not saying this is the one. This is what really should have you fucking up in arms. That's not that, because I don't want a transition. I don't want that. Right? Maybe if I want laser hair removal, should I be able to get it under state insurance if I have it? Maybe. I don't know. These aren't things I care about, right? This goes into, again, the same deal as earlier, a larger discussion about state insurance. I don't care about that, right? What I'm care about and what I'm telling you is that, again, the government, whose job is supposed to be to defend everybody, keep everybody equal, keep everyone on the same tilt, right? They're creating, with your tax dollars, effective protected classes, and they're giving people more rights than you have because of their ideology. This is wrong. This is inherently wrong. It's unjust and it's immoral. This is not right, what they're doing. And if they're doing it now, they'll find other ways to do it in the future. That's why this matters. Not because I almost threw a slur out there. That was close. I got into it. I almost threw a slur out there.
I don't got a beat button, bro.
Not because the T's are getting more than you. That's not the point. It's not about the T's, man. It is about anybody getting more than you being given it by the government. That's wrong. It's immoral inherently. That was close. I was on a tilt. That was close.
And I just want to say, I think it's really interesting that you're saying, this is just another straw on the back of the camel, versus in my worldview, I'm going, the camel broke its back way the fuck
Right.
back there,
We're
bud.
beating a dead camel
we're
with pieces of straw.
like at this point, probably for years at this
Yes.
point. But interesting perspective.
We're telling you that lazy bitch died a mile back.
That's right,
and
bro.
Now I'm carrying a fuckload of hay, and I'm getting tired.
The analogy checks out. Even PolitiFact would fact check
Yes.
that. True, baby.
Let's see. Is this bigotry? The bill's sponsor, State
course it
Senator
is.
Marco Lias, argued at the time of its passage, Democrat from Linwood.
Marco Lias.
Argued Lias, that's what it is. At the time of its passage that it was response to other states banning treatment for minors. He labeled the bans as transphobic, right? And I've just laid out for you a case that is completely devoid of any really even opinion on trans people as a whole, right? An entire argument. This isn't about trans people. This isn't about being transphobic. This is about fucking children. This is about individuals and
Phrasing.
them. This is about children and them being able to become full human beings and adults. That's what this is about. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I knew we were going to bring phrasing back at some point.
I am proud that our state is sort of standing up to this hysteria sweeping the country of intolerance and hatred of trans people. That's a lie. We're going to the opposite direction, saying that here people are welcome and we support them. But the direction
Just not their parents.
That's right. Just not your parents or your rights as a parent or your rights or your ability to protect your children or anything like that.
Nah.
The direction that Elias is going means cutting parents out of the decision-making process, allowing a child to alter their body permanently. It's also a curious move since Washington law bans minors from using tanning beds. Lawmakers, including Elias, voted for that ban to protect children from the harmful effects of UV rays. Now Democrats allow your child to go through feminizing hormone therapy and some surgical procedures independently. One Senate Republican supported the bill and all House Republicans rejected it. Elias finally wades in. Yes.
I'm just.
It's
it's
too
like
dangerous.
getting hit with a fucking freight train. I'm like, wait, yeah. Minors aren't allowed to tan in tanning salons.
This dude sleeps at night. Probably on a super expensive mattress.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely not. Yeah, no, I got nothing there.
Initially, Elias did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Instead, the Senate Democratic Caucus spokesperson sent a statement arguing there is not a specific mention of gender-affirming care in the statute. She argues that means gender reassignment surgery would still need parental consent. But SB 5889 mentions explicitly gender dysphoria and gender-affirming care, and Elias's bill covers gender-affirming surgical procedures. When asked to clarify their statement with the language in the bills, the spokesperson did not respond. But at the behest of the Senate Democratic Caucus, Elias finally responded. I asked Elias if he supports gender reassignment surgery for minors either with or without parental consent. He would not answer directly, but implied he supports it with or without parental consent. Quote, There is not a short or simple answer on what care is appropriate for which individuals. In short, I support the ability for all trans people to access medically necessary care. Medical providers use established standards of care in consultation with patients and their caregivers as appropriate. Lias wrote in an email to the Jason Rance show on KTTH. Do you remember?
That is.
Do you remember?
Fucking, that's a canned answer right there, if I ever heard it.
Yes. And let me tell you why. Do you remember in the beginning of COVID when the medical providers, the established standard of care was to put people on ventilators? And then do you remember about 10 minutes later when they're like, oh, fuck, everyone we put on a ventilator dies. Do you remember up
We need the
until
ventilators.
about 5 minutes ago when the medical standard of care was to get the COVID-19 vaccine because it had been authorized through the FDA under the Emergency Medical Use Authorization Act? Do you remember that?
I do.
And then within the last 10 days, do you also happen to remember that they've made it the only vaccine you can get for COVID is the bivalent vaccine because all of the others aren't actually FDA approved?
You know what's really funny is I have that written down for look at that.
Right. So I'm not telling you that they're wrong. I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you that the standards are wrong. I can't say that. It would be improper for me to say that, and it would be immoral, right? So I don't want to be hypocritical in the same segment that I've just shat on all these people for being immoral, right? So I'm going to say this as careful as I can. Just because it's what the scientists are saying is right does not mean that it's actually the right thing to do. Okay? And I'm not saying
I think history would be your friend on that one.
that's I think where I'm going to leave it, right? I'm not going to even dive too much to explain that any further. Just because it's what the experts are telling you now does not mean it is the right thing to do. And the last 3 years, 4 years are a perfect example of that. That's as detailed as I will go. I think all of you guys know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yes. And to add historical context, remember when it was, for lack of a better term at the time, the scientific standard to bleed people that were sick or treat them with leeches?
They called it bloodletting, right?
Yes.
Was it Benjamin Rush, who was one of the founding fathers, right? He signed the Declaration of Independence. He also was the Surgeon General for the Union Army, for the Continental Army, right? Super
Union's a little later.
Yeah. Super into bloodletting. Super crazy into bloodletting.
Oh, yeah, bro.
John Adams almost died because Benjamin Rush fucking bloodlet him so bad that he couldn't recover. He went and tried to secure funding from Europe, right? And came back and was fucking deathly ill. And while he's in Europe too, super fucking ill.
Oh, yeah,
There's
bro.
even a scene in the show where he's trying to write a letter. He's trying to dictate a letter, but he's hallucinating so fucking bad from bloodletting that he stands up mid-procedure, and the guy's having to follow him with a plate under his arm because all they do, they throw a tourniquet on your arm like a loose one and just slice you open.
That's right.
And then just hold a little bowl, a shallow tray
Yep.
underneath the wound, and just let the blood come out.
Yeah.
So the guy's just
Get rid of the
following him
toxins.
around, with a tray to try and collect his blood
That's
because
so
he's trying to
funny.
dictate a letter and he's ranting and seeing shit and
Yes.
hallucinating. It's horrific.
Hence my point.
It's horrific.
Generally speaking, or as a lot of the people said at the time, the science changed, the science changed, the science changed.
Yes.
Our understanding of scientific fact evolves over time. And I forgot the exact point we were trying to make with that, but that's why I think it would be, because you were making a moral point about where we land on the science.
Yeah,
about
it's just
that, right?
just because this is what they're saying we should
Yes,
do now
it
does
doesn't
not
mean,
mean
right.
that it's the right thing.
Exactly. Hence, bloodletting was right at the time. We find out later on, not exactly the best deal.
To do. Yes. Yeah.
Historical context.
The only thing I really want to find is when it says that there doesn't have to be accusations of abuse. I just want to make sure that we have that in here because I think we've got kind of the gist of this particular bill.
Yep. Let's see here. Protected health care means gender affirming treatment as defined in RCW. There's not too much that was added to the bill, so I think it should stand out pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's under report subsection, offer referral on behalf of a minor appropriate, offer services designed to resolve the conflict and accomplish a reunification of the family. That's all about them. If a kid comes in and says, I ran away or I did whatever, like they have to be reported to the state, but they don't have to be reported to the parents unless there's something that they can resolve. There's a whole section on the
post millennial.
Okay.
But I have one here somewhere that talks about how they don't have to.
Compelling reason means the youth is
Yes.
in the host home or seeking placement in a so they use the same verbiage twice. One is to speak to the like a family, and the other one is for like kids that are in temporary host homes or foster care because
Yes,
they're
yeah.
runaways. But the verbiage is the exact same.
So this is from the post-millennial that I'm reading from this article from. According to legislation, a compelling reason means the youth is in the host home or seeking placement in a host home to receive protected health care services. The bill does not require proof of abuse in the household, nor even an allegation of abuse. As a result, merely seeking, quote, protected health care services is enough of a reason to keep the runaway's location hidden from parents and clears the way for children between the ages of 13 and 18 to stay at these facilities without their parents' knowledge for an indefinite time while seeking services related to gender dysphoria and gender transitioning.
Yes. It's a very dark piece of legislation. If you, in my read.
Yeah, and then they quote the same piece of legislation that Rance did in 2019. Democrats passed similar legislation allowing minors to receive gender-affirming care without parental consent, but the minors were still subject to parental oversight.
I think somebody's here.
Boom.
So I think that's probably a good cue. We should probably end this segment since we've been going kind of long.
Yes.
And
So
then
we're
we'll
fucking balling right
That's
now.
right.
Yeah, but that's, I think, the gist of what we're talking about anyway.
Indeed.
This state is going to shit. It's really, really bad. This government does not have any intent to actually protect you or your family or your children. They're not here to defend your rights. They're not here to defend your liberty. They are here to create protected classes and remove your ability to buck them at any chance that they have, any opportunity.
Check.
So, at the drop of a hat, that's the best that I come up with to wrap up the segment. So
That was perfect. I like
with
it.
that, yeah, I think that we will call this in. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2 of episode 146 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm calling.
We have been happy to have you. Thank you guys. We will see you in a few minutes.
Bye.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
to turn desktop on. Check, check. Hopefully everybody can hear us. Yeah. Well, Joseph, give us a shout if you can hear us, because I just got to make sure.
So that's it. Now, usually you come thundering in back from
That's
the break.
right.
I wasn't even sure we were back because you were so quiet about it.
And we're back.
Yeah, no, we're out here. Thank you very much for joining us again. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
And we are joined by Brandy, aka the Creatrix.
Yay.
And let's see, what are your socials, Brandy? Because I remember there's some where there's some underlines or some periods or something, right? There's some complications here. It's not straight across.
Creatrix _ TTV and then Creatrix _ on Instagram. So Creatrix _ TTV on Twitter. Creatrix _ on Instagram. I was considering changing it though.
To what?
Because I was reading this book and I saw this word liberatrix.
Ooh, okay.
And it's the liberator, female liberator. And I was like, oh, I kind of like that. But it would be like a complete rebrand from Creatrix. But it's also like less popular. Like you don't like Creatrix got like super big. All of a sudden, like I see it like all over the fucking place. Like the name. So I'm thinking about changing it to Liberatrix. I kind of like it. What you
I
guys
like it.
think?
It's not bad.
No.
It's not bad
Not
at all.
bad.
It's got liberty in the center. And I mean, you're about
I know.
You're like
it's
one of the
so
most
on
base
brand.
libertarians that I know. I'd
Oh,
probably
that's
rank
a
you number
compliment.
3 behind
Damn.
Dave Smith
Behind
and Robbie
yourself.
the Fire.
Ooh.
You know.
Robbie's my friend.
I mean, I'd put Michael
met-
Malice there, but technically he's an anarchist, so you
No,
don't.
he's not libertarian. Well, no, I know. Yeah.
No, before we go any further, I do want to thank you again for being here, Brandy, and thank everyone who is here in the audience, who is watching. All the commenters, make sure that you like, subscribe, share, tell everyone that you know about it so that they can come here, they can see this conversation, they can learn how to expand their liberty and their freedom personally. I am... What? Liberator is a sex toy, just so you know, says Joseph, one of our listeners.
Liberate tricks.
It's the Liberate Tricks, Joseph.
Oh.
Come on. No, of course we are. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. At Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon at Salt of the Streets. Go there, subscribe. We have the articles coming out at the end of the month. We're going to talk some shit about Steven Crowder. It's going to be great.
Oh, it's going to be great. And I just want to address, Joseph, your comment about James O'Keefe and the OMG media on this upcoming beer show on Friday. I'm going to be talking all about that video, the videos of them going around to the Act Blue donors and all the wacky shit that's involved with that. That's what I plan on doing this coming Friday. So be there, Garrett. Be there.
Yeah,
Let's get some
Garrett.
beers going. Yeah, have you
Bro,
seen
I didn't
any of
even
those
get
videos?
Beers.
No.
I have regrets.
Did you like Postmate some beers?
I was thinking about it.
That's
Should
really
I?
funny.
I mean, you do live in a city where you could Postmates.
Seems like it's time.
That's
What
right.
kind of elf bar do you have?
This is a strawberry watermelon.
There you go.
Nice.
I got it in New York City. Oh, well, even though it's illegal there, I don't need to call out New York City for breaking the law, though I love
Black
it. It was
market?
I kind of black market. It was very agorist. Like I kept going into like these smoke shops and they were all just like, I was like, wait, is this legal here? Like these flavor vapes and like,
Nah.
no. I was like, respect. It's like, fuck yeah, fuck the man. And then I was talking to this guy I met that owned a restaurant, and he was talking about how like he got shut down because they were like smoking inside, and he stayed open for 3 years after. Because New York's so big that like
What are they
people
gonna
can't
do?
even they like can't even enforce all of the laws that they have because there's so many people.
That's
And I feel
awesome.
like there's low key a little bit of like an agorist vibe, like counter economy thing going on.
Yeah, so explain to people what that term is, right? Agorism, that is a big term in the libertarian and anarchist fields. So for people who don't know what that is, will you explain to people what that is?
It's basically I'm trying like using the alternative, like creating an alternative economy through like black market, gray market means, which would be like called a counter economy.
Yeah.
I think that's like the simplest way I can explain it. If you guys have like a more in-depth way, go
No,
for
I think
it.
that's good.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah?
It's kind of a pushback against the idea that there's a quote unquote approved marketplace and an unapproved marketplace, whereas
Precisely.
a free market is a free market. People can buy and sell what they want. That's my understanding.
A
anyways.
modern barter system that you have with somebody would be an example of that,
Yep.
right? These are all just different. So what, like you said, the example you're giving is very good. That there are people that are still selling things that are supposed to be regulated out of existence, that you can't get them there
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
There used to be, I fucking wish I could remember what it was called.
Certain firearm parts might
Yeah,
go
yeah,
into that,
certainly.
considering what we just talked about.
There are like when concentrates, THC concentrates, oil and stuff was first starting to get big here. There was a thing.
Oh, that's
Everclear. The guy called it Everclear, and I went to a smoke shop, and I was buying a bong, and he had in his drawer this shit that he called Everclear. That was it was like just a different way to create a concentrate. I don't remember what type of chemical he was using, but it was just clear. So instead of being yellow or having any type of tint to it, it was clear. And he was just selling it out of a drawer in the smoke shop. And
I
it
like
got
it.
you higher than balls. It was insane. It was totally a cannabis product. And we was like at the point regulated here, you could still buy it in stores, like all this type of stuff. And this guy just had a weed store. You could also, he had a heat press in the back of the building, and you could pay a press fee, and you could go and you could take bud there, and you could press it out into rosin for like $10. Like he would just charge you $10 to be able to press all your shit, and then you could just take your weed discs and do whatever you're gonna do with them. You can make your own rosin there.
Oh, that's-
where usually it would cost you $1,000 for the equipment. You go there, pay that dude $10, and press your own shit. Sure, it was illegal as fuck.
That's
right?
legit.
But he was still doing it, and that was a very cool thing. I was a big fan of that.
Yeah.
It's called Up in Smoke. It's right across from Envy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
right,
yeah.
It's not there anymore.
Nope.
It's like a U-Haul place now.
There
but
she gone.
That was a great smoke shop when it was around.
Envy's our favorite local dive.
Yes.
There's a lot of smoke shops that are doing this with shrooms now.
Oh,
Like
really?
selling like shroom chocolates and stuff. Well, especially now that weed's legal. And it's like I hate to say this on the internet because I want this to keep going. So it's like I don't want to like give the feds any ideas. Don't go raid smoke shops, you asshole.
Can't stop the
Yeah.
signal. Yeah, it
Can't
is
stop
what
the
it is.
signal. It's out.
Yeah.
It's like
but yeah, like the whole counter economy aspect. I think one part of the guy that created the concept of agorism was also that is a way to like rebel against the current system is by using black markets.
Certainly.
I'm a huge
And it
fan.
kind of like goes deeper into like even like buying things, you know, like buying from Amish people and buying raw milk and things like that.
Yeah.
And eggs that aren't, you know, run by the FDA. Like that's
Yes.
technically you're participating in the counter economy when you do those things.
Yeah.
Jordan's going to pick up some eggs tomorrow from our egg bitch. We
Oh,
got,
yeah?
You
You
got an
you got
egg
an egg
bitch.
bitch?
We have
So
an egg
is
bitch.
is that illegal though?
Yeah.
Like technically,
Probably.
like if you like it's like highly unlikely they will enforce it, but like it is kind of illegal because
Probably.
If there's any kind of currency exchanged, then it's illegal technically.
Yeah.
But you know,
It's just a woman.
cash is dope.
Well, a family. She has a family. But yeah, she just has a small farm. You know, it's right off of Central Valley, so it's not very far. It's
Yeah.
very close. And yeah, we buy chicken and duck eggs from her. And I'm
Ooh.
sure
duck eggs are so good.
it probably is illegal because they're not washed. You know, they're dirty as fuck.
Yeah.
'cause
There's
she
no
just gets them out
FDA,
of the-
you know,
yeah.
there's no
So
EPA, FDA regulations controlling these things. The
Yeah.
inspectors haven't been by.
They're goddamn delicious, though.
Oh,
I
I'm
had them for
sure.
breakfast this morning. I had the
I-
last of our chicken eggs
Oh
for
yeah.
breakfast. They're
We used to have
dark
a,
yolk and
we used to
fire.
have
Yeah,
chicken
so
dish.
good.
Yeah.
we used to have.
I grew up. Oh, sorry.
I was so we used to have a nice chicken supplier, an egg supplier, but that well dried up.
Dirty
Yeah,
eggs
I
last
grew up
longer.
with chickens and ducks, and they look the shell always looks dirty.
Oh, yeah.
But like
Well, it comes out
like
of their
that's just
butt.
how they come out.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
they're not naturally supposed to. Those shells aren't naturally supposed to look all like clean. It's actually sketchy.
Yeah.
How clean they are.
Or white.
They're
like
like
why they
pressure
look
washed,
like
right?
that?
Yeah, they're like treated with a bleach solution most of the time. I think if you're buying like the organic brown ones,
Yeah.
there's another washing type of situation going on. But that's also why you have to refrigerate them. It's because
Right.
you took the
Yeah.
integrity of the shell away.
Because there's a layer of something, like a preservative layer on the outside of the
Mm-hmm.
egg, right? And that's what keeps legit. James is saying that dirty eggs
Yeah.
last longer. And there's even the first time we bought them, the woman put a little card on the inside of the carton that was like, don't fucking wash them. Like,
Don't wash 'em.
Don't worry about it.
Don't
If you
put 'em
are
in the
going to wash
fridge.
them, then put them in the fridge, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think James is one of your crowd because he's suggesting we get you some Tito's vodka. He knows you. Maybe.
No. Well, I'm trying to be responsible. I'm trying not to get like super fucked up on the internet anymore.
You know, we talked about that before we started the show because our last episode together, by the end of it, like we were, I know personally,
Was I
was,
super lit? I
No,
don't even
no,
remember.
no.
but I
we,
was.
we both were drunk.
Yes.
And we both said things that we've talked about probably multiple dozens of times since then of like, yeah, that was a dumb thing to say.
That was dumb. So brand new into the realms of like anarchy and, you know, anti-government theory. And I'm like, I'm going to argue this shit. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even remember. Were we arguing? I think we did. Did we get into like a minor debate towards the end?
There
I don't
was-
even
yeah,
remember.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I was trying to justify anarchy and I was not doing so hot.
Oh.
Yes.
I blame the booze.
Honestly, I have a lot of friends that are anarchists, like on both sides of the spectrums. Like there's like the anarcho-capitalists and then the anarcho-communists. Like I can vibe with both of them.
Yeah.
It's like as long as you believe in decentralization, like I'm cool with it.
That's right.
I just might not think that like your idea is like plausible. Like I
Word.
don't know if I think I have a little baby anarchist that lives inside my heart.
Oh yeah,
Like, you
for
know,
sure.
like it's there, but it's like not really. Do I see that as like a vision of the future that's possible? No. It
Word.
seems a little like utopian to me, or even dystopian. Like it could lean on
Ooh.
either direction. you know?
Especially on the anarcho-commie
Communist
side.
side, 100%.
But
Yeah.
yeah, they definitely they're parallel roads that run a great distance in the same direction, and then they do generally split off somewhere over the horizon.
Yeah.
But we just don't know which way necessarily. But I'm a huge supporter of libertarianism. Like deep in my heart, I might believe that the more utopian ideas of anarchy apply and those principles should run throughout. But I'm also realistic and to say I would be incredibly happy and I would feel much more at home in this country if we had like an actual libertarian government.
Yeah.
I could
Yeah,
stomach
like a
that very
minarchist?
happily. Yeah.
Minarchist government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
some-
like ideal.
Yeah, some Matt Kibbe type shit.
I think in the world of modern politics, libertarianism is a good compromise between people who are comfortable with the status quo and people who are more comfortable with anarchism. Libertarianism is like a good compromise in there that you can lead a life with virtually zero government involvement. But if you choose to involve yourself more with that government, you still have that option. That still exists. Because the government is still there. So if you choose to be a worker for that, or if you choose to play a larger role in that, that exists. But ideally, the government would be so small, like Brandon said, in a minarchist
Yeah.
style, that you can lead your life with virtually no interaction with the government at all.
If I can
Yeah.
if I could live my life pretending like I'm an anarchist in that society, which sounds like it could be true. Like if I don't need the government, I could go my whole life without realizing they exist.
You should
That'd be
yes.
the tits.
You should, as a human being in anywhere, you should have the ability to move somewhere and live completely independently of all modern civilization, and no one should fuck with you. That should be a thing that you can attain. And there should be no one else who has a record of you somewhere that's like, hey, the last time we heard from this guy was 10 years ago. This bitch owes us money. Like, there should be no one who's tracking that when you decide to leave. You should be able to just go. That should be a feasible possibility for you.
Seems about right to me.
Yeah. I always say that I wouldn't mind if, like, so this is what I say to people that are anarcho-communists and anarcho-capitalists and they all hate each other. And I'm always like, to be fair, if you want to create a little communist commune and everyone voluntarily gives up their property and voluntarily wants to live in that way, I don't give a shit.
Word.
And if you like, you know what I mean? Like, do it. Like, I don't mind if people want to live in like a communist structure as long as they're not putting that on other people and forcing other people to participate and thinking that we all need to become communists too.
Yep.
But if they just want to do it separately, dude, go for it.
Oh yeah.
People already tried it in the 60s. It didn't work, but do it again.
Yeah, do it again.
Do you remember during 2020, we had in Seattle Chaz Chop?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
When that first happened,
But that wasn't voluntary. They took over like
That's
a
right.
neighborhood that didn't voluntarily want to participate in that.
Yeah.
Like, that's completely
Yes.
different. Like, you know,
Right.
I'm talking about if everyone, in order for something like that to like work, you know, quote, like air quotes, like people would have to all voluntarily voluntarily want to do that. Like
Yes.
they would have to have a piece of land, and everyone, or like a city, for example, like a small town, everyone in the town decides they're willing to give up their private property. All the businesses are willing to have the workers like own the means of production. You know, if they want to create that system within that city and everyone like says, yeah, we want this, I think they should be allowed to do it as long as they're not trying to infringe that on every other city around them.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll work.
Yeah.
I think that it will fall apart, and they're going to all realize that very quickly that it doesn't work. That's why I say let them experiment.
And in the beginning of Chess Chop, there was some form of generalized agreement with what was going on, because it was just kind of we're putting up these walls and we're going to keep this area safe. And eventually the people who lived there, like you said, were being extorted. The businesses were being extorted. There were rapes there. There were multiple murders that happened inside of there. When things started to really devolve, it was when people were like, well, this isn't working for me anymore. You know, for a little bit, especially in Seattle, especially in the neighborhood, they're like, Black Lives Matter, let them do what they want. This is fine. I'm okay with this. This is going to be okay. And then it fucking really turned to shit when they were, you know, really controlling who could come and go, and people who lived there were being held out of their own apartments. Like there started to be some real issues.
Lots and lots of guns, you know what I mean? For the security. It was a whole deal.
I look at Amish as kind of like a communist society in a weird way. They're like a little
100%.
communist if you think about it.
Yeah.
And like they're
sure.
fine. You know, like, so it's like I can see it working in that kind of scale. Like, and as long as it's like a we'll leave you alone, you leave us alone kind of vibe, why not?
Yep. Yeah, it generally works. I think, I don't know, there's like a common number thrown out. Anything more than like 50 people, things generally break down because you lose the ability for everybody to actually give informed consent to any kind of authority. And then people start to lose that, and then the whole system breaks down. But I mean, I'm pretty into like the idea of like a core little commune type of thing with like, you know, imagine just a bunch of based ass people, you know, your militia type friends and stuff like that, but you're growing your own food. You know, you got a big old piece of dirt that you all kind of live on in your own little places, and you all kind of just, you know, you support each other. I mean, it seems like a really fun type of thing to do, like a big self-sustaining like ranch type of thing, you know. And
I
everybody's
think
got
it
their
would
own
work,
shit.
but for that, I just
for
love
that.
modernity too much.
Oh yeah,
I like aspects of modernity. I like
Cheap
being
Chinese
able to buy
electronics.
shit on
We
Amazon.
talked about
You
this,
know
the
what I mean?
amenities.
yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like what capitalism gives me. So like, it's
pretty sweet.
It's like for me, I'm like, I don't really want to opt out of that.
No,
Like if
no.
other people do, like go for it. But for me, I'm like, you know, I prefer not having to work on the fields like 10 hours a day, to be
Oh, yeah.
completely honest. Because if you work if you're going to start something like that, that's basically it. You're giving your labor to the cause. And like everyone, in order for it to work, everyone has to give equal amount of labor. Everyone,
Yes.
it's not like you get to pick what you get to do. I'm sure they'll try to do that at first, but like it's going to end up what needs to be done, and you have to do what needs to be done, not what you want to do. And
That's-
like I want to do what I want to do.
That's right. Because you're an individual with freedoms. I like,
Yeah.
like right before you said that, Joseph in the chat says, no, it breaks down because not everyone will be okay with everyone else's work ethic. I'm like, well, you just made that point.
Yeah.
And I
No,
think-
it's true. And there will be people that will be lazy. And then the other people are going to get pissed about it
That's right.
because they're not putting in the work. And it's like, it all just will fall apart at that point.
That's right. Because there's going to be somebody that has to be like the commune bean counter who has to track all the inventory coming and going and this, and while they're doing that, because they're so busy, they can't be out in the field breaking their back working the land or
Right.
building the house or whatever, and then people are going to get pissed off because
that's true too.
Yep.
They're going to be like, oh, this elitist.
yeah. This fucking elitist over there and
The Kulak, dude.
he's a kulak. Yes, he's a
Yeah.
kulak.
And I think that's what works for like what the Amish and the Mennonites, right? What works for them is partially, I think, the small scale, but also that there is a unified set of morals that lies
Yeah.
at the core of that they all share that same thing. It's
Yeah.
not even an ideology. I mean, it is like religiously
It's a
based,
religion,
but
yeah.
yeah, but
There are aspects.
I just mean to separate it from like it's not communism, you know, like it's religiously
yeah.
based. There's a set of morals that ties these people together, and at the core of it is hard work. Like that's what it's based around, is work and labor to I don't want to mischaracterize. I don't know exactly what their religion is, but it's tied very deeply with their religion.
Yes.
That amount of hard labor,
which comes with very distinct roles that every person plays in this society. There's no questions about it. Everybody does that, and then your religion backs up the morality of it. So you just do the thing that you're supposed to do, and then if everybody's on that tilt, then you feel like everybody's doing what they need to do.
and they let the pieces of shit go. If you're a person who doesn't want to work, they let you go. Like then don't be here. Then don't be here because we would rather not have you here than do what we just talked about, of sit in the field and bitch about you because you're fucking around doing something else. Just leave. We would rather you just go, and we'll figure it out ourselves.
If I'm only allowed to have a chin beer, I'm not into that. So I gotta go.
I just heard it has something to do with marriage. That like
status. Marriage status.
Yeah,
or whatever.
that like once you're married, you have to shave your mustache.
We must have been listening to the same thing.
Yeah, I don't.
Because I remember
maybe it was
that.
Man Shane's or something, but because they were talking about the Mennonites. They talk about that shit. Being from Pennsylvania, they talk about the Mennonites and stuff all the time.
It must have been. You know who Shane Gillis is? Comedian.
I don't know.
Oh, well, you should find out because he's fucking hilarious.
What is he? What is he? I might just not know his name.
Yeah, he's a stand-up. He's been on. You ever watch Rogan much? Listen to Rogan?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the Protect Our Parks episodes they do?
Oh God, no.
Maybe not. Okay.
That's a couple of comedians: Mark Normand, Ari Shaffir, and Shane Gillis, and they just.
I know Ari Shaffir. Wait, I might have actually watched what you guys are talking about. And I just don't know their names.
You probably know who he is.
Yeah.
Because he runs in similar circles of all of those comedians, all of the New York comedians. He lives in New York now from Pennsylvania. So all those people, the Ari Shaffirs, the Mark Normans, he even knows Dave Smith and the Legion of Skanks dudes, like all that. He's involved with all those guys. So you probably do know who he is, just not his name and face.
Yeah. And just a quick plug, everybody, you just look him up on YouTube. His last special's on YouTube for free, and it's fucking hilarious.
Shane Gillis?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
live
so
in Austin.
Good.
Yeah, live in Austin.
Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? I forgot what I was gonna say. It had to do with what you just said. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. The liber. I think it's interesting that there's like almost like a libertarian comedian, like.
Oh yeah.
Venn diagram.
Yes.
It's very. I love it. Because I hire comedians and then I meet people and like I'm like, oh my god, you guys are like all kind of like libertarians or anarchists. It's very interesting. It's like a very interesting like. But then there's like the super like liberal comedians, but they're not funny.
No.
Like like the super like Democrat comedians. They're never funny. You're like, oh my god, you guys.
No, we don't know their names for a reason.
Yeah, you guys are not good at this.
In comedy, there's an inherent aspect of bucking the system, of fighting against control and authority, and wanting to be left alone. I want to be left to do what I want to do. I want to be able to say my jokes. I want to be able to say dumb things and hang out with my friends. And so there's like an inherent libertarianism that's just within that business, that mind frame of wanting to say things that people don't like and make people uncomfortable and push the limits, that wanting to live that type of lifestyle just doesn't naturally fit in a Democrat mindset, No.
Yeah, like a big L liberal type of thing. It's just it's too authoritarian for comedians to be comfortable with it. Good comedians, because you can't be edgy and you can't make people uncomfortably laugh. You know what I mean? And that seems to be the true edge in comedy right now anyways, is the stuff that you're laughing at it and you might feel bad about laughing, but you're still going to laugh because it's fucking funny.
100%.
Oh,
I hate that they stole the word liberal.
Yeah,
I hate that. I like that word. I'm kind of pissed that they took that. Like Mises called himself a liberal. Like all the old school, like classical liberal, like Austrian economists, all called themselves liberals. And like I hate that I can't call myself a liberal anymore. Like it kind of pisses me off. And the people that do, it's like, but you're just like not. Like the definition of the word liberal is like not what you are.
Right.
So
You're
it
an
really bothers
authoritarian.
me. Like that people get to like use words incorrectly. Like it's an incorrect use of the word. Like it's so 1984. Like I won't like I don't even like saying the word liberal. I'll just say leftist.
Yeah.
like,
That's
you know,
more
or
apt.
Democrat, depending on what they are, like where they're at on like the spectrum. But like I'll say either a Democrat or like a far leftist
Yeah.
when I'm
Yes.
really trying to specify what I'm talking about. But I don't even like calling them liberals. I try not to
Mm.
because it's like bullshit.
Well,
I called myself a classical liberal for about 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then after so many conversations of you say that and someone's like, oh, so you fucking believe this or this because of what you said, they attribute
Yeah.
the word liberal to something that's completely separate from what it originally was. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt was a liberal. He's
Yeah.
a classical liberal. Like these are people that are not leftists. They do not embrace a large government ideology, you know? So I had a huge issue with that for a long time. And then
Yeah.
eventually I just abandoned it because it wasn't worth the time I was taking to try and explain it to people. And that's, I haven't been asked in a long time, like, what are you, Republican or are you conservative? Like I haven't been asked that in a very long time.
Me neither. And I think it's probably in today's world, getting comfortable with a lack of labels, except in very particular situations. I think it's something you need to be comfortable with these days, because the term, the words change all the time, and it's an ever evolving thing, thanks to the people that control the modern day lexicon. Everybody in the media that is on that, they're leftist people. That's kind of their jam. It's the constant doublespeak. It's the double think. It's like you said, 1984. You just finished reading 1984 again. For the book club, shout out
That was a good
#SOS
review
Book Club.
preview. That was a really good review
Yep.
preview.
Out right now on the Salt the Streets YouTube channel.
That's right.
But I mean, that's part of their game plan, is to muddy the language so much that labels essentially become useless, because at any point in time they need to be able to craft a specific label or use a specific label to support whatever narrative that it is that they're trying to push at the time. And if we don't get comfortable with essentially reverting back to base values and being able to express those to determine what you are or what you think, then we're lost, because they'll always keep changing it. I'm surprised libertarian has held out this long, to be perfectly honest.
I don't think it has. I meet people and they either don't know what a libertarian is, or they think libertarians are right-wing extremists.
Yeah.
Like those are like the two types of things. Like that's what I always meet people that are either just like, what the fuck is a libertarian? No clue what that is. Or it's like, oh, those are those white nationalists, like Proud Boys,
Tiki
like
Torch.
people
Tiki Torch.
like just not. I don't even know much about Proud Boys. I don't even know why I use that as an example, though I do think people put them in that category.
Yeah. We know
But,
they're
like,
mostly feds
They're
these
all
days.
feds at this point, yeah.
But like that seems to be what people perceive it as. Like, and I've especially had this conversation with people recently.
So, just because we're kind of on this topic, I had a specific question I want to ask you about libertarianism, but now I'm going to make it two questions, because another one just popped into my mind and they're related.
This is the one, huh?
This is the one.
Hit the button.
Hit the drop.
With that, let me ask you this.
There we go. We
Don't
got a
worry about it.
little drop for the YouTube folks for that one. Segment called "Let Me Ask You This." So let me ask you this, Trix. First question: how is it that you would define a libertarian?
Okay. For me, someone that doesn't believe that they should use the government to infringe on other people. Really, a true libertarian should never believe in the infringement of others in general. But I also would say, like, I used to say fiscally conservative, socially liberal, but that's not really the case anymore, because there's plenty of socially conservative libertarians, like a lot actually.
Yeah, especially
So
these
it's not
days.
really that, but I would say as long as you don't think that you should be able to impose your morals on others, like, or your value system, you shouldn't be able to use your value system and impose that on other people and try to force people to live the lifestyle that you think needs to happen.
Well, I think considering what knowledge I do have on the subject, that seems to check all the boxes as far as libertarians. So my second question for you, we'll phrase it this way, because you might not think there is, but if there is a problem with the generalized libertarian party in this country, what is their biggest problem?
Oh my god, I think there's a few.
Right. It's the seatbelt. It's the seatbelt argument. For God's sakes, people, get over that.
I would say one is not being able, like, being inconsistent in that earlier statement that I just made. Like, there is that happening. Like, the more conservative libertarians have a hard time with the ones that aren't, and then the more socially liberal libertarians have a hard time with the ones that are socially conservative. And like, there's always like this split, and that is the problem, is that they can't get fucking along. Like, that's why there's that meme where it's like libertarians, and it's like they're all like, the libertarian is like the kid on the ground, and like the libertarian's like punching the kid, and there's a libertarian recording it and a libertarian pointing and laughing. Like, that meme is like so fucking accurate, because libertarians fucking fight with each other more than they fight with other people. Like, libertarians all fucking hate each other, and that is our problem, is that we all just need to like fucking get along. I went to the Mises Caucus event in New York City, and then 2 days later I went to a Reason magazine event. Those two groups do not fucking like each other, but
No.
I like both. Like, I really like Reason. I might not agree with them on certain things. Like, they occasionally have said things where I'm like fuck. And then like, even Mises Caucus, like, there are certain things that they've said, or had someone that's involved with them said. I don't really like to like say they, though, because it's like, it's just because we're associating in groups, and at the end of the day we're all an individual. So like, even though I like associate with the Mises Caucus, anything I say shouldn't reflect on them, and anyone else that associates in the Mises Caucus, anything they say shouldn't reflect on just the Mises Caucus in general. It's like a baseline of ideas that we all agree on. Everything else is kind of like, it doesn't really matter, and everyone just gets distracted and is focusing on these like minute details.
That seems
it's
about
bullshit.
libertarian. You know, that's like the
Yeah.
classical
that-
problem with libertarianism.
Yeah, and at the Reason magazine event, like, I would tell people, I was like, "Oh yeah, I just came from the Mises Caucus event," and it would be like immediate shift of energy. Like, people would be like,
Shun the non-believer.
"Oh, those right wing people," and I was like, "But they're not." Like, I was like, I'm very socially liberal. I'm a bisexual, ambiamorous, like, fucking like wild card. I produced variety shows. I managed a strip club for 8 years. Like, I'm extremely like on that socially liberal side,
Oh, yeah.
without being, I'm just not woke. That's it. It's like,
Yep.
but I still believe, for my lifestyle, they would probably, a lot of the more conservative libertarians would think I'm a degenerate. You know? Like, so I don't know. That seems to be the big issue, I think.
Seems like in modern politics, it's important to embrace, particularly for the Libertarian Party, the idea of the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yes.
Just because you don't agree with everything this person has to say, if they're going to work with you towards the common cause of limiting the government, this is a thing you should be in favor of. This is a thing you should be working towards, because it's still cutting down the size of the government, even if that person doesn't like the same shit that you like.
Seems about right.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like, because the same thing happens in the larger parties, but because they're larger, it's not as big of an issue. The larger caucuses within them just take control, or they Nancy Pelosi style beat the party into submission, or the squad into submission, and then everyone goes along with it anyway, you know?
Yeah.
But because the Libertarian Party is smaller, they have a smaller take of the overall pie.
Yeah.
Those groups really tend to tear shit apart when they cannot come together.
Oh, yeah. I
And
mean,
it just
in
has
the-
a larger effect.
In the Mises Caucus takeover, I mean, there's still fallout to that to this day.
Oh my god, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's,
and I had a very interesting, I think, very contextual take, or a spat on Twitter with the Libertarian Party of Washington account the other day that I think speaks directly to this, because I found out something very interesting. So I just want to go over this little tweet thread real quick that I pulled up here. I think that's not
oh my
the f-
god, I'm
yes.
looking at this fucking tweet right now.
It's pretty
That is
epic.
the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen.
Yeah. So Donovan, would you mind reading my tweets for
Yes,
me?
the Libertarian Party of Washington said there is an alarmist take on the state of the U.S. healthcare system that claims it is "quote unquote" broken. At no point in human history has life-saving medical care been more available to each and every individual. And then they replied to themselves. And usually, it's worth noting, usually when people do this type of stuff, they'll say like a thread, or they will note that I have said more than just this tweet.
One of two.
Yes. Yeah, one of two. They will indicate in some way that there's more than just this thing I said, but they did not.
Indeed.
And then in the second one, and they had more characters. Let's be honest. There was more characters available in the first tweet. They could have done that.
Well, they got to pay their $8. And they're not doing that, apparently.
And then they say, that is not to say that the system cannot or should not be improved. However, let's pump the brakes on the hysteria. Your grandparents would have just died to diseases that you can go to the ER and get treated for today. Outcomes are better than they have, ever have been.
I mean, they're correct there. Like, that
Word.
part is actually correct.
They're
but
not
like
wrong.
saying that it's an alarmist take to say that the healthcare system is not fucked. It's also the US spends the most money in the whole entire world on healthcare.
Yes.
And it's the most expensive, but it's also not the best. Like, so
confirm.
I think that is the problem. Like, there is a disconnect there, and it is like, it's just a weird thing for a libertarian fucking Twitter to say, in my opinion. Weird take. I don't know.
When cutting edge technology does not translate to cutting edge medical care. Like, that's
Yeah,
not what that means.
exactly.
That doesn't mean you have the best coverage just because we happen to have the best shit here.
Yeah.
Some people do have the best coverage available. They also pay way more than anybody else ever will for that healthcare.
That's right.
So it's it's very. And so you said a hot take in tweet one and a semi-seasoned take in a self-reply equals lame tweets. Federal government subsidized medical insurance industrial complex means you can only afford overpriced base coverage that still financially ruins you if you have any kind of medical emergency. Get based, which is very correct.
Indeed.
That is correct.
That seems
right?
like a proper
clap.
LP take, correct?
That is a proper LP take.
And it gets
Yes.
better.
And then they said, the Libertarian Party said, "I'm sure it'll give you lots to talk about on your podcast or something." So they
Sure
went.
does.
So they went to your page to
Yep.
try and find dirt.
Yep.
Because they have nothing better to do. They're running the Twitter for the Libertarian Party of Washington.
Yes.
But they're taking.
This is another
time-
issue with the Libertarian
Yes,
Party
yes.
is that they fucking
taking time out of, and it's goes to the point that there's someone else in the chat, James, said marketing was one of the worst point. PR marketing in general, the way
Yep.
that you communicate
Yep.
with the country, the people you want to convince, is fucking horrific.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah. Oh
Case
yeah.
in point
I agree
right
with that.
here.
Optics. Horrible optics.
Yes,
That's right.
They went to your page to find things to talk shit about you about. And so
Don't begin to even try to attack my argument
No.
because I made your argument better than you did.
right.
I refuse to take advice from a grown-ass man who uses based unironically
Yes.
in the current year.
Yes.
That's their argument. That's kill.
Yes. So because
I was keeping the gloves on my next tweet.
You said just saying that, pointing out that the incestual relationship between government and the insurance companies exponentially raises the cost for the everyday citizen seems like a better libertarian take than saying it ain't all that bad. It is bad, and the government is the cause of it. It's so true. It's so correct. Like, it's so correct.
It's
And-
weird that they're arguing with you about this. It's
Exactly.
like actually, it's like so fucking weird that they're not being like, you right? Like,
Right?
They should be like, no, I agree with you. Like my mind is blown. My mind is blown that they even like felt the need to like argue with what you're saying because what you're saying is actually fucking correct. I don't
It's-
even understand what their point is.
There is no
Nothing.
point.
They don't have a point.
They cannot come after my argument. So they're like, well, you're a podcaster.
Yeah.
You're a very failed podcaster. You use the word based unironically. I'm like, bitch, you don't know what kind of
Yes.
waters you're playing in, buddy.
And they're because they can refute your argument, and they obviously can't say you're right. We fucked up.
Exactly.
So
And
they
I'm
just
also
they're like,
very
you're an
pro
idiot.
I'm pro the white pill. You know, I like being optimistic. Like, I believe that we shouldn't be all doom and gloom, but you can't also just like blatantly fucking ignore the truth
Exactly.
that's
Right.
happening in the world. Like, I think we should like try to be optimistic and we should be white pilled, but like, I don't think that means we should like fucking lie to ourselves.
Yeah.
And if you This is really interesting. If you continue to follow their argument, right, of being able to go to the ER and get something solved, right?
Yeah.
That is true. If you because
Yeah.
you can go and you can even apply for like what's called charity care, stuff like that, right? Okay. These things, they don't go unpaid for.
No.
The cost goes on. It continues. It goes into the system, which increases the cost of health insurance for everybody else who's going. So their argument defeats itself in 2 tweets. That because you can go to the ER and get anything taken care of that someone would die from a few hundred years ago, we have great care.
Yeah.
That is in fact what makes the care horrific. That is what makes
Seems
the
like a very
system itself so unattainable and so unsavory for everybody involved with it.
seems like a very statist take, doesn't it?
That is very interesting, dude.
Are they like what? I don't really know much about like the libertarian like party there, but are they more on like the old guard?
Well, it's Washington
They're-
State.
They're
so
old
gonna
guard,
be
and
very
a lot of
left.
them are leftists. Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
So like the old guard of the libertarian party, which
Yeah.
we still have like the party in Massachusetts is split because of the Mises Caucus takeover. So there's the LPMA and then there's the LAMA, which is the old guard. In my opinion, personally, I think that we all need to like grow the fuck up, let go of our differences. If as long as you're an actual fucking libertarian, which is what I said earlier, like if you're not, then you're just in the wrong party, and I don't know why you playing over here. Like that's
Exactly.
what's confusing me. It's like there was this girl when I was involved with the LAMA a few years ago and wanted to do an anti-vax mandate protest. I went to the state committee, and this one girl who's definitely not a fucking libertarian, but was like, I think she was voted as something. I don't remember what her position was, but
Like within the party.
yeah, she was like, she was also like big in like the National Party, and I think Nick what is his name? Swarkis?
Swarkins or something. Yeah.
Worked doing policy for like whatever his policy shit is. She said we can't condone an anti-vax mandate protest because it would be bad optics for the party, even though on the national page of the LP it said we're against mandates, donate now. And I was like, are you fucking joking? You're gonna say it's bad optics. You're literally asking people to donate money because you're the national party saying you're against mandates, but you won't let me organize a party under the LP. Like, go fuck yourself.
Well,
Like that-
especially when
That's someone that's not a libertarian in my mind. I'm like, you're just not.
Yeah,
especially
exactly.
when there are dominant members of the Mises Caucus that were actively speaking out against vaccine mandates.
Oh yeah.
So if that's what the leadership of the overall party is doing,
No, but this was before the Mises Caucus.
This was before the takeover.
Yeah, this
Okay.
was before.
This is
was
Joe
before the
Jorgensen
takeover.
era.
okay,
You know,
Yeah.
she was still kind of she had
she's
a lot of
like
sway.
BLM
and-
and whatnot, right?
yeah. All
Well,
the bad
that
takes.
I actually do. I think that people give her like a little bit too hard of a time. I don't think that. She
I
was
voted Joe
that-
Jorgensen. I mean,
I did too. I
was-
don't think she was that horrible.
of all the
Like,
choices, you know.
I think that she just had a really bad campaign team, like a horrible
for sure.
campaign team. I don't.
Yeah.
You think that she was running her own fucking Twitter? No.
No.
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure she. Like when people, what you said, like the BLM takes.
Right.
I heard that wasn't even her, and the person that did it ended up getting fired after.
Yeah.
I
like,
wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, they did.
Donald
I
Trump
think
is
that-
the only person at that high of a level that runs his own Twitter.
Yeah, I don't think that
Exactly.
she is that.
Ain't nobody taking that motherfucker's phone away.
No.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
think she's that bad, and people kind of give her a little bit too hard of a time.
Yeah, it's
and
unfair.
then I think that because they give her that hard of a time, she's now against the Mises Caucus because they went against her so hard, and that's just what people do. They become defensive. And personally, I don't like to take that approach with this type of stuff. Like I like to be like, what's our common ground? Where are we at the same level, and where are we not? And let's see if we're like, if we can like, you know, consolidate our differences. I think that is the mature adult approach to politics, which the Libertarian Party has a really hard time doing.
Because that's what's productive. And in politics, that's what you need is production.
Yeah.
Anything other than that defeats the purpose. If you aren't being productive, then you literally I don't know this for a fact, but I've got to imagine this is where the I don't know. This is where it takes. It's very poignant that if you are not part of the problem or you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you are not actively working towards making it better, you should fucking leave because you're not
Yes.
helping at all. You're only
Yeah.
making shit worse. And this goes from the party level down to the people actively serving in government who are just there
Yeah.
to obstruct and to fuck around and to make money and wheel and deal. What's his face?
So
West
all of them?
Virginia. What's
Joe Manchin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Go
These
back to your
motherfuckers
houseboat,
like
bro.
this guy is just here to make as much money as possible and then
Yeah.
leave. Nancy Pelosi, same deal. You aren't here to fuck around. You're here to wave your huge tits and force people to do
Them
what you
heavies,
want
bro.
and make money and leave. That's the only reason that you're here.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to this for a second because I definitely agree that I think Jo Jorgensen got a raw deal, and she was put up as like the sacrificial lamb in the people that disagreed with the overall Libertarian Party at the time because
Yeah.
she was the candidate, so she's the one that's out there in front of everybody. But in all reality, just the current makeup of the party at that time was the problem. For me, the Libertarian Party was trying to be just like the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, which is not at all today, I think, what the Mises Caucus-led LP stands for at all. They're something different that actually believes in the principles that they say they have.
Yeah.
Versus the old LP, it was a different era. It was a different time. I mean, Jo Jorgensen definitely she was the poster child for the party at that point because she was the candidate. So I do want to add that context to that. So, I was upset with Jo Jorgensen at the time. But yeah, much like you guys, I voted for her anyways because what else are you
I
gonna
was
do?
promoting her campaign.
Yeah.
I was promoting her campaign. I saw like people libertarians being against her, and I was like, you guys are so fucking stupid.
Oh.
Because I was like, the things that you guys are worried about don't fucking matter.
No, man.
Like, none of it fucking matters. Like there was a lot of drama within the LP, like in mass, which like what did matter, like on a local level, like the things that were going on locally fucking mattered, and we needed to deal with that. But like Jo Jorgensen, like what? Like she's fine.
Yeah.
Like I've listened to her on multiple podcasts. I know that people on the left are hating her because she actually did a podcast with the Proud Boys.
Oh.
Yeah,
How
nobody
libertarian
talks
of her.
about that.
Respect.
No, she did a podcast with the Proud Boys, and I remember seeing like a bunch of leftists saying like, look at her, she's like supporting white nationalism or whatever. But nobody fucking talks about like that side. Like I think that she was just like a libertarian who was just doing libertarian shit, had a shitty campaign team who had no idea what the fuck they were doing, unfortunately. And I don't think she was like in as much control. Like I think she delegated a lot. Which that's the bad part if you delegate too much and you delegate to people that you might not be able to fully like trust or understand their views, or you might not be on the same page, then you end up in situations like she did.
Yeah, and that's kind of.
And Ron Paul did historically.
Oh yeah, Ron Paul
Like,
did.
he's been there.
and Ron Paul's like the OG when you think
Yeah.
about it, as far as our contemporary times are concerned.
Yeah.
And the dude he's put up on a pedestal like somebody to worship at the end of the day, which a lot of his ideas were fucking money at the time.
You got Dave Smith wearing
But-
shirts that
No
say
money,
Ron
what you
Paul
mean?
was right.
Ron Paul was
that's
right.
so-
I mean, he was right.
Yeah.
He turned everybody onto the Fed situation. You know
He's
what
an
I mean? The
exalted
Federal
figure.
Reserve. So let
He's
me.
the GOAT.
Yes.
Yeah. I do want to ask you this, because you seem to be pretty involved with the Libertarian Party. How did that start? Were you just like a concerned citizen at some point that saw libertarian stuff online and were like, I'm going to try to, contact your local party office and see how you can volunteer? You know how that old story goes? Like, how did you get involved with these people?
Well, so like we should probably go like back. Historically, I was actually probably more on the anarcho communist side. I was very far left. I was a communist. I was a leftist. Then I actually started to realize as I got older, working.
Oh yeah, when you started to make money.
Well,
and the
and
government
started
tried
like
to take it.
my own business and things like that. Like my ideas started to change, and actually the gateway for me was Thomas Sowell.
Ooh.
I would say Thomas Sowell, Milton Friedman. were the two kind of like gateway economists. Can't even say words. Economists for me. And then I started to still be like, okay, well, maybe like tried to consolidate socialism with those ideas, and it just didn't work. And then eventually I was like, okay, like everything I believed was a lie. And then the whole COVID happened. I started to become more and more libertarian as time went on. I think I was always very socially. I never really changed much on my social opinions. I was never woke. I remember like when I was a leftist and like woke shit was becoming super popular, I was always like, the fuck is this shit? Like I'm as a bisexual, it's like such a small aspect of like who I am as a person. Like I don't need to like use this as like this like as my personality, which it seems like a lot of people within the LGBT community were doing. It's like
It's all that matters.
Yeah.
most important thing about you is being gay, and in my
Yes.
opinion, it's just not. It's just like who I prefer to fuck. Like that shit doesn't matter, in like the grand scheme of things. So like, I feel like socially, my social opinions haven't really changed that much, except maybe like in small degrees. And then economically was where like huge shifts started to happen. And I would say then when COVID happened, I really started to realize something was fucking wrong. Like something was just completely wrong. And started to get way more engaged in libertarian ideas. And that was kind of what sparked me to get involved with the party en masse.
So the size and control of the government as it stood.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Massachusetts as a state is pretty fucking controlling.
Oh yeah, I know. It was, and we had like the worst of the worst with like lockdowns, with the vax mandates, with everything. So like that really, and then and when I got canceled too, that kind of like woke me up to some shit.
Oh
like,
yeah.
I just noticed that a lot of things were not right, and it seemed to me like the Libertarian Party were the only party that were based on values that made sense to me. And so I reached out to the Libertarian Party at that time, started going to like local affiliate meetings and stuff like that. But then I realized that they were all fucking leftists, and I got a little disenfranchised because I was like, oh my God, like I thought that this was going to be like actual economic, like people like economically based. But I show up and they're telling me Ron Paul's a racist. And I'm like,
whoa.
Oh my God. Yeah. Like people are saying that Ron Paul's racist.
Well, he's definitely got white privilege.
Yeah. All sorts of shit. So I like couldn't, I fell out of it for a little bit. Tried to like get involved still, but just gave up. Then finally, when I heard about the Mises Caucus takeover and everything like that, I started to get more engaged, like on the other side.
Yeah. Like here's some like-minded libertarians. Finally.
Yeah, even though like even some of their takes, like I don't love every fucking take that Dave Smith has. I'm not gonna lie.
Can you give me an example?
I'm trying to think about that too now.
I think it is.
It's okay if you can't. I put you on the spot, but
no, I can. It's because I am socially liberal, and like sometimes it feels like he is socially conservative. That I'm a little nervous that it's what's the word? Like I don't where it's like I'm trying to think how to explain this.
No, you're fine.
Like he aligns libertarianism with he's trying to almost it feels like there's like this alignment that they're some of those people are trying to do with libertarianism and socially conservatism.
Yes.
Which in my mind I think that so you can be a libertarian and be socially conservative, but you can be a libertarian and be socially liberal. And I think the party, what makes it unique is that you can be both. And like you should be able to. It's like pluralism at its peak, you know,
It's the
like
whole
you should be
concept.
able, yeah, like, and that's what I love about it, and that's what it needs to keep. I sometimes feel that about, I still like Dave Smith, like, it's not that I don't think that he says anything like that, like, horrendous. It's like I have some concerns with that aspect of it.
Do you think that potentially, because this the Mises caucus, like you're saying, is going to be the dominant part of the Libertarian Party right now? So do you think that is possibly in response to some of the, I'm going to use socially liberal just because that's the term that you're using, but I'm pushing further than that, some of the socially liberal policies and ideology that we're seeing become dominant in the United States, as far as like things that are happening within the government and within aspects that they control, schools and different things like that, businesses, economy,
Like a pendulum swings the other way type of thing.
Well,
yes.
yeah, for sure. I think that is exactly what's happening, but I don't think that we should let the pendulum swing back and forth between extremes. I think that we need to just come to a middle ground. Like, I think that instead of allowing the pendulum to go way over here and then go way over here, like, let's just like come back to the center and realize that we're all individuals, and as long as you're not harming anyone, hurting anyone, or using the government to push your ideas, it shouldn't fucking matter. And like, that's the issue, is that there are people using the government to push these ideas on people, and that's wrong.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think we should have any like dominant ideology taking over schools. I don't care if it's Christianity. I don't care what the fuck it is. It shouldn't be. Schools, you should be there to fucking learn. And that's it. Like, learn how to read, learn how to write, learn math, learn history, learn all the stuff. And like, sure, I think that you should be allowed to have like a gender studies elective? Of course. Do I think that we need gender studies in everything? No. You should be able to have a theology elective. You should be able to have these electives where you sign up to learn more about those things. I don't think that should be like the dominant force that is taking over every aspect of the curriculum.
Yeah, the school itself shouldn't have an ideology.
Exactly.
It should just be like, let's teach people some shit.
Unless it's a private school and they are open about that.
Amen.
And the private
if it's
schools like
publicly
this
funded.
is, yeah, like, but publicly funded schools, absolutely not. Even though I'm not really, like, fuck.
Amen.
Because we
Amen.
see a lot of that living in Washington, and I assume you do as well in Massachusetts. There's a lot of leftist ideology that influences the things that our schools teach children, just the way that things are presented, you know. And there are a lot of people that here that are very unhappy about that, and there's a ton of, you know, protests that's happened over the last few years. Even if you don't talk about like what's taught in the schools, the way that things were handled happened along an ideological basis that people did not agree with. And so there was the rates in which children are being unenrolled from our public schools is extremely high.
Yeah.
And the homeschooling has become very high, and different like learning pods, all kinds of variants of that. I mean, outside of public school really is probably a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Well, this is why we need school choice.
Hey, we like school choice.
Like, we need to be able to create more competition between the schools so that they have to actually like listen to
And
people.
be good schools.
Like, private schools are expensive, so because of that, you can't, like, there are a lot of people that have to put their kids in public school because they have no choice. Like, and that's
yeah.
why if you have school choice or a voucher system or something like along those lines, you have more control over that aspect, which is done really well in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Yeah, they did a
There's a
school
couple
voucher
places.
system in Milwaukee, actually, and it's done really well. They did a study, and it turned out that like there's a high percentage of crime, like the people that went through this program were less likely to commit crimes, higher graduation rates, higher school performance.
And this was just within the city of Milwaukee?
Yeah,
Okay.
like because they've been doing them within like smaller, small scale, yeah. But I think that like it should just be mass scale, obviously.
And I think the school voucher thing is a really positive idea in the current structure, because parents and taxpayers in general have such little control and input over what is taught at public schools, partially because of the federalized structure that so much of it comes from the top down.
Yeah.
But even on the curriculum that can be chosen, there is no input virtually from the actual people who pay for the schools to exist. It is just the administrators of the schools that choose because, and their justification obviously is, well, because we're teachers and we know what we're doing and we've gone to school for all these times and we know what the children need to learn. But that's not, I do not think that it is an effective way for schooling to be done for children. So I think that a system where the money follows the child and parents have more choice over where the child can go is a much, much better idea.
Oh, look at this.
Oh yeah. Do you know how much it costs? Okay, Massachusetts, the state average on how much it costs the federal government per pupil is $19,000 a
Hey-o.
year. $19,000
Per kid?
Like if you per kid a year.
Jesus.
Yeah. And like that's the government.
Sounds like government
is
rates to me.
funding that. No, and so like okay, if you got a voucher of this money that you're putting in, you know that fucking like that. What the fuck are they spending that on? Like I don't even fucking know. But allegedly, 19,000 is the state average in Mass. So if you got a voucher for that money, like to go to put your school in Waldorf or Montessori is cheaper than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah,
like it's cheaper to put your
$19,000?
yeah, it's cheaper to put your kid in like a really nice private school.
And then you can still afford school supplies, uniforms if the school
Yeah.
requires it. I mean, any number of things that are going to come up afterwards.
Yeah.
And I just
Vote in the School Act.
Vote in the School Act.
just within the last 2 weeks was on a fucking tirade at work because when we were getting coffee, I was talking to some of the other people some of our coworkers
Yes.
about.
I remember this.
It started at cost of different extracurriculars. Like just it was a woman whose daughter was in dance, and she was talking about how fucking expensive dance was, and she's like, "I'm paying these people thousands of dollars, and then I just spent $300 on tickets and like all this stuff," and I was upset for her that she had to pay money like that for tickets to watch her daughter dance after she's paying thousands of dollars for her to learn to dance.
Yeah.
And then one of our other coworkers is talking about how his daughter plays basketball for the schools, and he
Yeah.
was saying that he was having to like buy tickets to gain entrance to the games. And I
Into a public school.
I became very upset. I became
It's
very
because
very
of the
upset.
bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is what we're paying for, and this is the same issue in
Yes.
healthcare.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
talking to my friend that's a nurse, and he was telling me this as well. He's like, all of this money, it ain't going to the education, it ain't going to the healthcare. It's the bloated fucking bureaucracy.
Yes.
Like,
Indeed.
and paying all these motherfuckers salaries. Like when that is the fucking problem. Like, well, I also think that there's waste.
Definitely.
I think that that's another
the government.
issue. Is
It
there's
goes
a
hand in
yeah,
hand.
huge like 19,000. Like I can't even like fathom. I'm like $19,000 a year per student. Like how? Like maybe people in like nice neighborhoods are maybe seeing that, but like the average student in Boston public schools are definitely not. And this is, and we have high as fuck taxes. I don't know.
So
That shit,
I
I get very heated about this. Fuck.
Yes,
As
and
you
that
should.
was
As you should.
precisely that neither of my children are of school age, so they're not in public school. I just bought a house this year, so I'm actively paying property taxes that are going to a school that my children will never attend because I will not send them to our public schools. But I became very upset for our coworker because I asked him, I said, "Can you explain to me why you're having to do this? Because you had to pay for her to play basketball, right? His daughter." And he said, "Well, yeah." And I said, "So can you explain to me why you're paying property taxes that fund this school? You are then required to pay an additional fee for her to play this sport. You are then required to pay additional fees to attend her games that you've already paid for her to play. So if you ask the athletic director why this is, no, it's just how it is. This is
I
ridiculous."
think the average principal makes like what 200K. Like so, like the teachers don't make that much.
No.
But like
No, the administrators.
it's the faculty.
The administrators.
Like yeah, administrators. That's who it is. Like
This is the
not
bean
teachers.
counters at the commune.
Yeah,
They're
like
not
the bean
pa-
counters.
That's right. They're not doing the actual. They're running the show.
Yes.
They need that higher paycheck. It's a stressful job. And I can tell you, like I know someone that was a vice principal and then became a principal and all that. Very stressful job. do not envy that person that whatsoever. But also, isn't it kind of public service? That's generally speaking, thankless jobs, public service. That's kind of, you're there not for the money, but also you're there for the kids. You're there
Kids
for
are assholes.
the betterment of society and all this stuff. You kind of sound super shitty, but also this is what the job is.
Right.
So this is kind of the deal. If there's a pay disparity somewhere,
Being a firefighter.
Well, it's not
also
just
sucks.
the principal though. That's the
No,
problem.
it's all
It's
the
like
people.
all the administration,
Yeah.
and like especially the bigger the school, the fucking more administrators there are, and it's always
yeah.
it's the same thing with the government. It's like everything, you know, like it
right.
gets bloated and like money's going in all sorts of weird places. Also, they're just probably just not good at spending it, blowing it in stupid places, like that. Yeah,
well, if they're anything like the federal government, there's a different price for anything government related because the government has the deepest pockets in the world. So everything is exponentially more expensive. And I want to read a couple of these chats here. James said every year for the start of the school year, I spend at least $500 on school supplies. I thought I was paying taxes for this already. Word.
That's
Like
true.
to the basketball thing.
Yeah.
You sign your kid up for basketball at a publicly funded school. You'd kind of expect like, I bet you the shoes should come with it. The jerseys should come with it. Like you shouldn't have to spend a dime because you're already paying into the system anyways. Not to
Have
mention,
you looked into the School Act?
I have not looked into the school act that much.
I think it was proposed by Rand Paul. I
No,
think he
hot
was the one,
dog.
and it is about
I'm writing it down.
he's putting well, it's obviously hasn't passed or even
Right.
like gone.
Been
It
gone
hasn't
to
even
the
passed.
table.
times.
Yeah, it hasn't, but it's
Kevin
really
McCarthy.
good. It's about basically it's kind of like a voucher system, but it would work for homeschoolers, like everything. You would basically get the funding for your school supplies, all of that stuff. It's very I'm all about it.
So I think is good on many levels, but one of the things that I really appreciate about that idea is my wife is a stay-at-home mom, right? So she has 2 children that she stays at home with. Under something like that, she would be compensated in a way that I feel she should be already for the labor that
Yeah.
she does at home. You know, I tell her all the time, her job is harder than mine. I work outside of the home. I work a traditional job. Her job is harder than mine at home with our children. The fact that she doesn't receive any form of compensation seems very weird to me because her job is harder. It's more in a non-fiscal sense, it is more valuable. Her job is much more valuable than what I am doing, in my opinion. I have a very good job that does a very important thing, I think, for a lot of children. It helps a lot of people. But in my personal life, her job is more important.
I mean, I wouldn't say that she would be getting financial compensation though, because homeschooling, like it depends on what route you go into, but homeschooling can also be pretty expensive.
Oh yeah.
Certainly.
So that money would end up going to the education aspect of
Yeah, and
you
that's,
homeschooling
I was
your
just going
child.
to say, we have a patron of ours, actually, I'm proud to say, Mr. Joseph Garrett in the chat. They homeschool their kids.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if he lived in Massachusetts, how beneficial it would be to get a $19,000 check from the government? Not
It would
just in the system we
It
have.
would, at the very least, not create a deficit for our children to be educated in the way that we think is more beneficial.
Yeah, and at
Yeah.
that point, like it would help offset the cost of wanting to take a decision like that and homeschool your kids.
Yeah.
Because that would essentially be a part-time job
And that's
coverage.
probably
You know what I mean?
That is the point that I'm making, and probably a better way to explain it other than her being compensated. It does not cost us to
Yeah.
educate our children in a way that we find more beneficial.
Yep. Like
Yeah.
if you choose to homeschool, which at this point I'm pretty sure you're planning on, but we don't need to get into that. But that would be a way to offset things. As soon as your kids become of school age, I mean, parents are teaching their kids from the moment they pop out, basically. That's generally speaking
Yes.
how I observe it. I don't have kids, so I'm speaking out of school here, but it
You know,
seems
the
to me
kid
once
reads
you
at 4,
realize
the kid reads at 4.
He's a beast,
We
bro.
did that.
he's a beast. My godson, I'm very proud to say. But the minute they're able to enroll in public school, right, whatever age that is, kindergarten I think is the standard, right?
5, yeah.
That check should be coming, because if you choose to homeschool, instantly right there, boom, you're good to go. You're not going to public school. Well, here's the funding that we provide every single year in taxes, in subsidies from the Fed, all that shit. There's the check on your doorstep, or let's fucking be all weird about it because the government is. You get a monthly check.
Well, you
in the
know
mail
they're
or
not
something.
gonna. If they did ever put in a voucher system, you know for a fact it's not gonna be 19,000.
Fuck
They're
no.
gonna cut that shit down. Like it's not gonna be what they spend per pupil.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
like,
the teachers' unions will go half of it.
And it won't be a check. It will be the way that food stamps
voucher.
used to be.
Yeah.
Where
It would be a voucher.
Yeah.
You know, or like how WIC is now, or at least,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
at least when
You could go buy
when I
school
experienced
supplies.
It, like my sister was on
With
WIC
this
with her
card.
first kid, and they would give you literally a check that would say on it the items that you could get. And that's precisely how it would be if there was a voucher system. That it would be this piece of paper is good for these things.
Yeah.
It would not be money that you could spend.
I don't understand why Democrats are so fucking against school choice with like their platform. I like people like Elizabeth Warren and shit. Like I fully don't understand it. Like why? Why do they? Is it because of like they got like connections with like
School,
the public
teachers'
schools,
unions?
like the teachers unions, like
Yeah.
but then it's
Definitely-
like why do teachers unions?
They're definitely
Word.
they're definitely in bed with the teachers unions. And my answer to you would be because they are ideologically driven. And so it's not about what's best for children. It is what is best for their ideology. And that's why they don't
And how
want
is it
school choice.
ideologically not like I guess I don't understand this because I didn't start learning about school choice and everything probably until Milton Friedman was the person that introduced me to that idea, and it just made like logical sense to me. Like I was
He's
like,
good at
yeah,
that.
why the fuck not? Like this makes sense, but I don't. Is it because that it came from more of from the right side that they need to just be like, this is a bad idea?
You know what?
Because-
Probably part of it. Yeah. but
I'd be
there's-
really curious. Let's say if I was a politician that was going to run up against Elizabeth Warren at some point, Republican or whoever the fuck's going to run against, because she's up for re-election at some point soon.
Yeah.
Because she is the one that wrote that book, The Two-Parent Trap, which is a very good economic take on how the current economic system makes both parents work all the time, right? It's a two-income trap. You have to do it. It was a pretty based book at the end of the day.
James
That's
touched
her.
on
Oh,
that.
I've never.
James
I
touched on it?
haven't read
Yes.
that.
Not
Maybe
the
I
book
should
in
check it
particular,
out.
but
Oh,
James,
yeah, you should. It's actually not bad.
not the book in particular,
bad.
but James said, don't forget about daycare cost $800
Oh, yeah.
per week. Sometimes it's cheaper for one parent not to work. And that's precisely
yeah.
Well, that's precisely the position that Jordan and I are in. That she doesn't
Exactly.
work because if she did work, all of her money would
Go to daycare.
Her
To
entire
pay for
check.
someone else to raise your kid for you so
Yes.
that you can work for someone to raise your own
Yes,
kid.
It
And
makes
so
fiscal sense for me to work more.
yeah,
than
and if
for
she
her to
has
stay
the
home.
standpoint, if Elizabeth Warren is anti-school choice,
Mm-hmm.
you would wonder why how she justifies her take on the two-parent trap at that point.
Right.
I don't know. Well, she also is anti-school choice, but her kids went to public and private school because she has the financial privilege to do that. Because
has
school choice, you can have school choice only if you have money.
Money,
Right.
Like,
if you're
but
doing
that's the
insider
thing.
trading
So
as a fucking politician.
she could do school choice for her children, but she
Yeah.
doesn't think that the average person should be able to do that.
Nah,
Like-
you shouldn't do that. You know, all those all them charter schools they're just bad. They're just frauds to defraud the American people and give shitty educations to people, right?
We had that on the ballot like a few years ago, and it didn't pass.
In mass,
Yeah.
charter schools or school choice.
It was charter schools. I'm more school choice. I mean, I don't have an issue with charter schools, but I just like baseline school choice.
Yeah,
Like-
charter schools came before school choice,
What is
and
a
then
charter
once
school?
like school choice, charter schools are
Government funded, right?
yeah, they're government subsidized private schools.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You
Okay,
s-
that's
but you
that's
still
what it
have
is.
to go like you still have to write just like public schools. You have to have the right curriculum. It has to be accredited,
Okay.
so on and so forth. But they could be privately run. Some people, I think,
They have like
I don't
board of
wanna-
directors or whatever.
there's been some famous top tier sports talent. I want to say it was LeBron that tried to do a couple of them at one point, but I
LeBron
don't
has
want to.
started some schools.
Yeah, and those would be charter schools.
Okay.
You know, you have a
Work
benevolent.
with the government. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I
you,
gotcha.
you have somebody, a benevolent philanthropist that
Yeah.
wants to put up a bunch of money to start a school, and then they meet the requirements on the curriculum, blah, 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 and then they get subsidized by the Fed as well, and then it becomes something
Right,
that you can
okay,
just send your kids
so-
to.
Okay, so Thomas Sowell wrote about this in
Yeah,
discrimination and
Thomas Sowell's
disparity.
very big on charter
in,
schools.
in New York, there's a couple of different charter schools,
Yeah.
and so he talked about the different performance. For our book club, right? February was Thomas Sowell. We did discrimination and disparities. So he talked about. I don't remember what the names of the schools are, but the different charter schools in New York City that are based around minority students and the difference in the performance in the students that went there.
But it's
And-
pretty badass, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting when there's a financial incentive to have successful students, student outcomes generally become better.
And I think at those schools, if I remember correctly, there was a lottery and a test. Like anybody could get in, but you still had to pass this prerequisite test to gain entrance. But the lottery was open to anybody in the given area. I believe that is how these particular schools were run. And so it was still anyone could go, but you just also had to fucking and then there was like really strict requirements for working. Like you couldn't fuck off when you were there. There was very high
academic standards.
Yes. Yeah.
Now that actually brings up another question I have now, just about school choice. With school choice comes possible overcrowding of good schools and exodus from bad schools. How do we handle that in the world for school choice?
The bad schools should go out of business.
Yeah, but then you still, what I'm saying is at one point there's a, like if there's a financial incentive,
There'll be more incentive for people to start good schools.
and then you could expand those schools to hold more kids.
Yeah, I think that there'll be more incentive for the good schools. I think that this is the Democrats' argument, is that if we have school choice, it's gonna make all the public schools like be bad because they're gonna lose funding because people are gonna leave, and it's like, yeah, because your school sucks. Make your
Yeah.
school better, and then people won't want to leave. Like this shouldn't be that difficult.
It would
Like
take
it's
with the current. I don't disagree with you. I agree with you. I'm just thinking about the practical application, and because of the way that the public school system is federalized, it would take a massive overhaul in the top-down curriculum of public schools, because so many. I mean, that's how they're based around a lot of the time,
Yeah.
and so a bunch of those schools, it would be a tough overhaul to coincide with that.
Yeah.
it's not easy at first.
Yeah.
I
Never
think
is,
that,
right?
that becomes very clear when school choice is implemented, is that there is like a hard period, but you have to get through that because in the long term it's going to be better for everybody. Like I think
Yeah.
that that's the it's like, yeah, but this is the answer. Like it's like we're going to just keep dealing with bad schools just because people don't want to deal with like a little bit of a struggle to get to better schools.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I think that like the answer is we want to make sure that we get everyone in good schools as soon as soon as we can.
Well,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think so. Let me steelman you for a second, right? Just because I'm just thinking about the counter arguments. So I think if I was a parent who, for one reason or another, I can afford it now with a voucher, but my kid still has to stay at this shittier school because I can't take him to another one, or for whatever, A, Y, or Z, why I can't do this, right?
Well, I would need to know why you can't do it. Because if it's transportation, I think that that's also another thing that would have to be addressed, is figuring out school transportation for these schools. But the thing is, it depends on where you live. So like
Yeah.
I remember, like, I grew up in like the middle of nowhere, Maine, right? And I was forced to go to the school that was in my district, even though my mom wanted me to go to a school that was in the district over, and they were both public schools, but I wasn't even allowed to go to the other public school. I was forced to go to the public school in my district. Like even that, like I'm not even just saying like school choice just between private and public. Like you should just be able to choose what school your kid goes to. In
Certainly,
general.
Yeah.
and I'm
With one public school is better than another public school, you should be able to send your kid to the other public school regardless of like where you live and like the town lines, you know, because that's what seems to be the.
And I'm not talking about district restrictions. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not giving a specific reason, because I could come up with any number of reasons why someone would say I can't take my kid out of this school and put them in the one that I would prefer.
But why? Can you give me one other than transportation? Just so I can like think of a reason.
I would rather finish my question first
Okay,
because I
sorry.
think that's more relevant than the different
Okay.
reasons why someone wouldn't be able to take them, right? Transportation
Okay.
is a big one because I know that I had to go to a certain school because my mom was a single parent and literally couldn't drive me and pick me up from school. I had to go to this certain school because of transportation. So that's the first one I'm giving, is that I know that that can be a limiting factor. So I think that that is a relevant reason. And if you give me time after this, I can try and think of more if you want. But my question, right, to try and steelman the argument is the concern from a lot of those parents are going to be if they can't take their kid out of that school and it goes to shit. The children who can't leave the worst schools will receive a garbage education, even worse than before, because they can't leave. And even though it's a difficult time, should we subjugate these children to horrific education because they can't go to another school, even with this modified system?
I would like to hope that the school that school would improve. Like
Right,
that
but
they
in-
would if they see kids are leaving, that should be a signal that, oh, we need to change something.
But that
we need
can't
to
happen
make
over 1 year. And that's, you're talking
No.
about there will be a rough adjustment period. So I'm talking about
Yeah.
in that adjustment period, be it 3 years, 5 years, however long it is, right? For a child who only goes to school for 12 years, 3 years is not a negligible amount of time that will impact their learning in some way and their development.
And we saw that during COVID.
So my
2
question
years
is,
was a lot.
what do you do about those kids that can't leave the shittier schools, even though money's being pulled from them and the education gets worse? If the schools are trying to improve, but in that adjustment period, they're still garbage. Do we just give those kids, like, are we just okay with those kids getting a shit education because this is the rough adjustment period?
Sacrificing portions of a generation to a better ideal.
I mean, it could also be like slow rollout. Like like I figure out a way to do it that isn't a complete 100% impact. I guess that's why in a lot of the voucher systems, how they do it is they do have a limit to how many kids can join the voucher system. So
Yeah.
if you do like a slow rollout of it, it might have less of an impact on the schools. And hopefully the schools will get the signal in that time period. Oh, we need to improve if they see, it's because a few kids isn't going to make a huge difference in a fucking school with a class of fucking 300 kids, like with each class. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
So I would have to think that, like, how you could roll it out slowly. With transportation, I feel like there would be a way to do almost like a mutual aid fund or something where you'd create almost like Uber buses.
oh my God, just think about the private industry that could pop up from something like
Yeah.
that. Might
Yeah.
be. And then if you're
there's
getting your
potential
money
for that.
back. Yeah. And so a couple thoughts on the whole
There
concept,
would
right?
have, I mean, that's I think that's fine. I don't want to dive too deep into that concept, but
'Cause
you're talking about expanding the pool of children or the pool of people that you're trusting your children with, and there's already question about the amount of people that you're fucking leaving
Already
them with
doing it
anyway,
with.
you know.
So
I mean, you already do that with bus drivers.
That's
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
the,
that's
the
what he's saying.
benefit, and that's what I'm saying. But the only, and I hesitate to even say benefit because bad shit happens with bus drivers. But the only benefit to that is that they receive a strict background check, like teachers
Why
do.
can't we? Well, we would have to do that as well.
So-
With if it's going to be basically like an Uber for school children, it would have to also abide by the guidelines that a bus driver goes through.
yeah. And so I'm going to address a couple things here because we got some questions to chat about this. And also I want to kind of reiterate the importance of the republic nature of our country. There are states, and municipalities, and cities implementing these things right now,
The voucher program.
testing out different systems. Every one of them slightly different, various school choice systems, voucher systems, whatever it is. They're through these programs, they're going to find these pinch points. They're going to find the issues that come up,
Yeah.
and they're going to work out their own ways of trying to resolve those. And generally speaking, that will create, if assuming the stats are where they're at now, I mean, continuing the trends of this more or less being a very successful program with
Yes.
successful outcomes.
Yeah.
There
Are
there are contradictory stats. I will say that.
Oh,
There are-
100%, yeah.
But they're not bad. All the stats will say there's no different.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
if there's no
every
different
stat
than
I've
also
found-
fuck the government, get out. If my kid's going to end up the same, I'd rather not have the government
We
involved.
talked about that a lot in
But,
part one of
yeah.
like you can find statistics to support
Exactly.
any argument at any given time.
I was just going to say, because we
Yeah.
talked about stats for
But
the
there
problems with them.
hasn't been any statistics that have said that school choice was negative. That had
Exactly.
a negative effect on the
Yes.
kids.
And
The
as-
only statistics has been that there has, and graduation rates has been consistent.
Mm-hmm.
That they are more likely to graduate, but the statistics that have been inconsistent have been whether or not their their performance was better.
Yeah.
And in some, it has been yes, but then there's been some that have said no difference.
Yeah.
But it depended on when they tested them.
And
So the longer that they were in the school choice program, the better chances they were to have improvement.
Yes.
But if you did the test after a year or two, less likely.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because you need time for shit to set.
Right.
But yeah, I think as these small experiments become more and more common, they're going to find more and more solutions to the problems they run into. And this, like I said before, this is why we have a republic. At the end of the day, the states are all supposed to be little fucking petri dishes for them to run their own shit and figure it out. And then if it's a good idea, other people can adopt it. It's a wonderful program at the end of the day when you really think about it. If things are operating in that utopian manner, which we all know they don't because of the federal government's involvement. But that's why a lot of these questions that we keep bringing up about something like school choice, there are lots and lots and lots of questions to be had. And most of them are very, very specific to individual families,
Yeah.
individual locations. I'm sure it works much easier in a city with good public transport.
Yes.
In rural places like this, very, very different. Funding mechanisms are also very important. How are you getting, is the government just diverting funds over to this other school, which leaves the parents out in the cold, so then their transportation costs don't get covered, or
Right.
they're less time at work, which means they can't pay the bills, which means we're not doing this thing. Sorry, kid, you got to go to the school because otherwise you don't have a fucking house anymore.
Right.
Like all these types of questions will be solved through a decentralized experimentation process that was originally designed for our republic. So this is all just kicking off now. I think generally speaking, like we've talked about, to this point, the stats seem to be going the right direction.
Yeah.
Trends seem to be good. Let's let this bitch cook and.
Oh, I'm just stealing an argument.
And I
Don't
think
worry
they'll,
about that.
I think
yeah.
that
Not
they'll
fighting
be.
it.
And
like,
because I have a lot of the same questions.
Yeah.
That I can sit here all day and come up with like, well, what about this scenario? What about that scenario? And I have lots of questions, and unfortunately, I don't think most people have answers right now.
No.
But I think the biggest question about school choice is always funding.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if you get that check as a parent, or if you are tax exempt from your property taxes, and then on top of that, the kick in from the Fed or the state, whatever all these block grants are and shit like that, whatever money is going to your kid, that 19 grand in Massachusetts or whatever, if there's a way to funnel all that money to the parent and then have them figure it out, as difficult as a decision as that might be, that's the decision I'm most comfortable with, because then at the end of the day, the only person standing in the way of this kid having a good education, more or less, is the parent and their ability to figure out how to get the best for their kid.
And I think that there
Personal
can be
responsibility.
market solutions for that, and
Oh, yeah.
also like and market solutions also utilizing the voucher system. Like, do you know, like for example, there's funding that goes into buses that would be a part of that voucher for the education, because all schools have like a bus system. So if you would take that portion to put into like some sort of market solution like Ubers for buses, you wouldn't have to worry about that issue.
Yeah. Or I live pretty far out in the sticks. I think you can you can justify that. If every parent in this community got all those dollars, if we could solve the accreditation problem on top of this, what's to stop the community from creating a small community school for the kids in their community?
In this neighborhood.
Word.
Yeah.
Something like that. You know what I mean? There's endless solutions as long as the barriers.
The accreditation issue is an issue that
It's
goes along
huge.
with school choice, 100%.
Is
Like those are two
accreditation at
issues
all-
that are very connected.
Are they in that school act?
No, that's a separate act. It's called the
But there is
Heroes
an
Act.
The Heroes
Yeah.
Act?
Yeah, well,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that the Heroes Act, I don't know if that just discuss higher education as more so, but like I think that there is it's actually it's that's a I'm not sure if it's for K through 12. Though I
Like a
like
higher
that
ed,
is a
possibly.
yeah, this is the Heroes Act is I think primarily for higher education. And the accreditation issue there, like the accreditation monopoly situation going on.
Yeah,
But
that's a
I do
problem.
think that like they're connected in a way. Like if
100%.
we have solved that issue first too, it would make school choice a lot easier.
The accreditation issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, you remember conversations we had at one point with a particular friend of ours about the possibility of starting a private school?
Yeah, yeah.
Right? The biggest hurdle to overcome is accreditation, because that means that your school education actually means something to the kid coming out the back end. That high school diploma they walk out with is actually recognized by the state, and so they're actually considered somebody with a high school diploma. It's really, and it gets worse when you get into the colleges, but just as far as like K through 12 primary school type of thing, it's already super fucking bad. I mean, the reason we have all these standardized tests and all this nonsense curriculum is because of the funding that is granted by the federal government if you qualify through this particular accreditation program. Your curriculum has to be accredited by this accreditation
Metric.
they're not companies, but yeah, and then you're qualified to receive federal block grants. But if you don't, you're not qualified for those federal
And so
block
the
grants.
standardized tests are in response to the ability of the schools to be accredited based off of their performance.
No, the curriculum that is set. The tests are supposed to be gauges on whether or not the system is working, the curriculum is working. This is George W. Bush. This is George W. Bush,
Right.
No Child Left Behind. This is what that system
I
has brought
remember
us.
when they started.
Yeah.
I remember taking
And there's state level ones. And
yeah,
it's all
ours
this
was
stuff.
it was called the WASL when we
Yes, the
first
WASL.
started. When we first started taking it, it was the Washington Assessment of Student Learning.
Yes.
That was what it was called at first, and I don't know what it's called now, but it changed name multiple
Yeah.
times when I was in school.
Which is unfortunate. I
And
remember
even,
the WASL.
Even when I was suspended and my teachers weren't giving me work, I was still required to come in and take a test that I was not equipped to pass.
Yeah, because you're still on their fucking
Yes.
roster.
Yes. And I've never, you know the level of my intelligence.
Indeed.
I never passed the standardized testing in school. There wasn't a single time in which I passed all of the standardized tests. So there's no doubt that they're not an adequate indicator.
No, some people are just bad testers too.
Yeah,
Word.
there's not an adequate
Like-
indicator of how intelligent somebody is, nor is the arbitrary threshold designated by the federal government, state government, county government that dictates whether or not that child gets their diploma.
I think it should be the parents' choice. Like, I think there should be transparency on the
Hey.
curriculum for the kid, for the parents, and like it should be their choice on whether or not that curriculum is what they want their child to learn or not, and
And-
whether or not that should be their decision. In
And
my
that
opinion,
doesn't really happen here. Like parents, there are PTSA meetings and stuff like that, school board meetings where supposedly parents can go and weigh in on the curriculum.
Yeah.
But those suggestions are never taken into consideration. They're listened to and ignored.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like every other city council meeting where people are allowed to make
yeah.
comment. And that's what I was saying earlier, that like I know personally of our boss's daughter was a leader of a small protest at the local school district because of the way that things were handled during COVID, and nothing
Based.
changed because they
No.
don't care. It doesn't matter. They just watch the children leave, and then they continue to complain to the federal government that they can't do their job until they get more money. And they hold things up. They hold fucking strikes and protests and all kinds of bullshit because they refuse to do their job, in my opinion, which is what Brandy is saying, to teach the children what their parents want them to learn.
Yes.
And that changes based on community, and that's why it's so fucking
yeah.
important for those parents to have input.
And not okay. And let me.
This
just
is why
fix-
we need a decentralized approach to education.
That's right.
There's probably,
Decentralization is generally the answer all around.
Keyword decentralization is literally like my favorite word.
I'm sure there's
Decentralization and nuance. Those are my two favorite words.
Fucking
nuance.
nerd.
I like to tell my wife tells me I'm very complicated, and I tell her I'm very nuanced.
Yeah.
I am not complicated.
Yeah.
I'm very nuanced.
That,
I was
same.
like, you're actually pretty simple. You just
Yes.
you're very nuanced.
Very nuanced.
And I just want to say this too, because so often, when I was in high school, I was in like the video club, or
The
not the
AV
club,
club?
but not the AV club, but I took a video class, like a
Okay.
couple of them, like a bunch of multimedia things, and I would go for extra credit and shit like that. We would, people from our class would volunteer to go and shoot the PTA meetings for public access television.
Okay.
Right. We basically just stood there and make sure the camera was pointing in the right direction. But
Right.
The teacher actually hooked everything up. But if I was of the mind to be paying attention to such things at that time, I would have realized that the only people in the audience were parents, because they're the only ones that feel they have a vested interest in the outcomes of their schools because their kids go there. And I think that's wrong. I would be very, very happy if property owners who pay property tax, who have morals and values that they think their community should hold, go to these same PTA meetings and raise a ruckus, even if they don't have fucking kids at that school, because
right.
they're paying for this. They may be choosing not to have kids, and they may still want the community to have better schooling outcomes in their view, because they fucking pay for it. And I think they should definitely have a voice in those things. And half the people on those goddamn PTA boards don't have fucking kids at the school either. Because that's just,
Right.
they ran for PTA because that's the stepping stone for most politicians. They want to get into government somehow.
Something
and
small.
PTA is one of the best ways to put your foot in the door, to get that door just cracked open a little bit.
We had our friend Josh on a few months ago, and he's a teacher in like a local-ish school. And I don't know if you remember this exact interaction, but I said to him, I made the claim similar to what you just did, that anybody who pays taxes that go into the school should have access to the curriculum of any teacher that works at that school. And he questioned why people should have access to this information. Why should teachers have to go out of their way to publish this? Why should they have to do this? And I said precisely that, because anybody who is paying money for these children to go to school should have some form of input into what the children are learning. And it's wild that they just don't even
That should
think
be
about it.
common sense.
Yes.
It's just common sense.
But they don't even, it's not just that the government doesn't consider that. The people paying the taxes don't consider that. They see it happen. They watch the news clips. They get upset about it. And they say, I can't believe that our children are being taught these things. But they don't go and try and affect change in what's happening. They just complain about it on the back end. And I wonder, as I'm talking about, I have to wonder how many people, at their own fault, don't even consider that if they own a home and are paying property taxes, that they are paying for this and they should have some input on it. Like, I wonder how many people
we're not
even
going
are-
to PTA meetings. We could.
No.
But we're not.
I guess then there's like the whole, and now I'm just thinking of a counter argument to my school choice point. So,
I love it.
Healthy.
That's, yes.
It's called healthy thinking.
Can I try the apple one?
so
Make sure it's still good.
a bunch of people that pay in, they're paying taxes. Their taxes are
Yes.
going to
It's a little
schools,
rough around the
but
edges,
their kids don't go to school. They don't get a voucher. How is
Nope.
that fair?
Yeah,
Do you
give
know
me
what
my
I mean?
fucking
Like, I
money
could
back.
see that being a thing where people are like, well, I don't have a kid. I want a voucher. Give me my
Yes.
voucher.
Yes.
Like, which really, but then, and it does come down to the fact that it shouldn't be costing this much in general. And I think that
No.
what would happen in the end with school choice is that it will get cheaper because the market will regulate. The market is not regulated right now.
No.
And the market will begin to regulate itself if we had school choice and we had the government stop fucking putting its grubby little hands in everything.
I think if it was given in cash to the parents, then yes. But if it's done like we're talking about in the you're not. I'm thinking the same with you, because I don't disagree with you. I'm only thinking a free market thing works in a monetary fashion. If the parents are being given money that they then give to the schools, I agree with you. I think the cost would go down. If it's a set this is the voucher you get that's worth $19,000. Give this to the school and they'll give you whatever. They don't have any incentive to make it cost less because the government is going to give you what they're going to give you. But if they're giving it to the parents and the parents then have the cash to decide, I think you're very much correct that it would. That's going to impact how the schools invest that money. They're going to try and find ways to cut corners, things they can cut out, administrators they don't need, things like that.
Almost like a tax return
Yes.
for the school.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
I don't
find
know.
just our local state per capita number because I'm wondering what that is.
Oh, like
because
what
I
it
can
costs
imagine it's
per
fucking
child.
astronomical.
It's probably very high. Yeah.
We could probably look it up.
When the property tax, I mean, I imagine this goes everywhere, but ours go up consistently. Every fucking year, the property taxes are going up here. Since I was a child, I've been hearing adults complain about them, and it's only now that I bought a house. And I'm like, these fucking rat bastards are
Amen.
stealing from my fucking pockets.
Yeah, and they're trying to pass a law right now in our state that
That's
will.
what's funny is like the people that are all about like high taxes are typically people that don't pay them.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's very,
I know a
it's
few
very
people.
clear.
I know a few people.
There's- Wait, people that pay high taxes and still just like all about
No,
it.
people that don't pay their taxes and complain about taxes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Based.
Well,
this is not a correct
I
number.
see what you mean there.
So this is the Office of Financial Management of the state.
Okay.
K through 12 education expenditures per capita. That seems very vague in the way they label that. Washington state and local government K through 12 education expenditures per capita, $2,665.
What? That can't be right.
That can't be right at all. Inflation
Wait.
adjusted to $2020.
That can't be right.
No, that can't be right at all. So
Are
I'm
they
wondering
saying,
how they're
like,
breaking
wait.
that down.
That's their expenditures. That must be what they're putting out of their funding, not the overall cost per child
Because
of the early education.
Because the vast majority of public school funding doesn't come even from the state.
No.
It comes from the federal government.
Yes.
So they're just being like,
that
hey,
must be what they are putting
Yeah.
into per child, which
your,
is just over $2,000.
your property taxes are going towards $3,000 back in 2020 before they printed $4 trillion, by the way. But that still doesn't seem. It's going to take more than a cursory Google, which I think is part of the
Gotta
problem.
get deeper in there.
Part of the problem.
Joseph keeps saying that we have a cultural problem. Joseph, what are you? And maybe this is what we say. So the nuclear family is the solution and is under attack. Culturally, we have a problem. Are you sure? I've never failed a test. Oh, people bad at testing. 94 on the Stanford 9 in math and failed math. Failed English 4 years in a row in middle school and took one placement test. Ranked post-secondary and was enrolled in advanced English to start high school. The testing, the system is not good. So it's Joseph is talking about just the disparity in his general testing and where he actually placed in high school. And he says, yes, it would be the free market is the best solution. Not every child will make it through. Then he said, again, we have a cultural problem. He said, I pay my fair share, and obviously I think taxation is theft. They don't spend my taxes wisely. I think that that's probably correct. Yeah.
That's like a big problem. We need like more government transparency on where taxes are actually going,
Yes.
which we do not have.
We talked a few episodes ago about the defense budget and the Department of Defense failing their audit for the 5th or 6th, 7th time in a row, whatever it is,
Sure.
the inability to account for 2/3 of the money that is allocated to them every single year, and just how ludicrous that of a concept that is, that they're given trillions of dollars or billions of dollars, and like we don't know. It's somewhere. It's definitely somewhere, but either we can't tell you or we don't know.
Or
And
they
that's-
just can't tell us, and like
Yes.
They won't
that,
tell us.
That could be.
Did you see the Jon Stewart interview with the assistant director of the Department of Defense or whatever it was a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
And she was like, because he was trying to push that concept of the audit of the Defense Department. And he's like, how do you want me to how can I not perceive this as waste and abuse?
She's like, how would you even go about that? What the fuck do you mean? How would you go about it?
That's your job.
What things do you have? What assets do you own? Can you account for them? All this money we gave you last year, where did it go? You don't have any left over. You spent it all. You spent even more than that because that's how you're telling us you need more money. So where did it go? What did you spend it on? You're forcing people to keep receipts. Where is the money? Where
Yes.
did it go? It's such a ludicrous thing for her to fucking say. Yeah, and then to push back on the idea that it's corruption is insanity.
Jon Stewart's like half based and then like half like not.
It's
They
bothered
got to
me
him.
so
They
much.
got to him somehow because I don't know. And maybe he always was that way on the back end. We just only saw him on TV, so you only saw like the based portion of it.
The Daily Show portion of
I
it.
don't know, but yeah, it's a sad back and forth.
I think he's
between-
ideologically possessed.
Ooh.
I think I think a lot of I think that like I think Bill Maher isn't, though he's like I think Bill Maher is one of those like talk show people that like isn't ideological. He's like he's just a libertine. So I think at the end of the day, he just is like, I just want to be able to fuck bitches, man.
Yeah, I think
like
the-
not
the-
have anyone to
he's-
tell
he's
me
an
what to do with
asshole
my
also.
life.
Yeah, I
He's
think
just
Bill
an
Maher's
asshole.
biggest problem is that he doesn't read.
Yeah, I mean that's
Because
true.
he finds out about things 6 months after they happened, and then he has like somewhat of a generalized, decent take on them after the last 6 months giving bad takes on them. And then all of a sudden he's got this realization. I'm like, bitch, did you not read what was going on?
Right.
At least he learns later on.
Later on,
You know, you have to give him credit.
I'll
at
give him
least
a
he
little
changes-
bit.
I'll give him that.
his
He
podcast
changes
fucking
his
annoys
mind.
the
A
shit
lot
out
of
of me.
people won't have like a really hard time. That's like a huge problem, I think,
Oh,
is
yeah.
that people have a hard time changing their mind or admitting that they're wrong.
Mhm.
And especially politicians too. It's like there's like this level of hubris. So it's like even if like none of us have all the fucking answers. And so
No.
like we all might be wrong about things. By might, I mean we all are probably wrong about certain things. But the thing is that like it feels like politicians feel that they have to come at things with this projection of being all knowing and that like they have all the answers and that they're never wrong.
They're better
But
than you.
it's just like
And they know it.
inaccurate. Like it's false. It's not humans. Like, and so if they find out that they're wrong, but they've been like building their campaign on this idea for so long, they can't backtrack. Like sometimes they'll like, for example, a person like Elizabeth Warren who said that only weed should have been legal for medical use in like 2011 and like talk shit about a Republican candidate because he wanted to legalize weed. And now she says that she was one of the first pro weed people.
Right.
Like, but I mean, she never like addressed it as if I was wrong and I changed my mind. She just has said, she just like ignores it.
Yeah.
And like
It's
comes
because
at
most
it
of
like,
those old ass people have no concept of the internet and how it works.
Right.
And so they don't realize that somebody's going to put a mashup of her on fucking YouTube or on social media one day of her saying this one thing vehemently against weed one day and then vehemently in
she
support
was
of it
never
the next day.
vehemently against it. She was just like only for medical purposes, like very, you know, safe opinion at that
Oh, yeah,
time,
yeah, yeah.
I think.
I'm
But,
just
like,
trying
I
to make
think
an
that
I saw a thing of Joe Biden the other day. It was a mashup of him saying like he was talking about gay marriage, and it was like
I was
it
just
a-
gonna say
yeah,
that,
it was like
yeah.
a mashup of him a couple years ago, 5-10 years ago. I don't know how fucking long he's been in Congress longer than I've been alive.
50 years.
But yeah, it was like you put those
Real.
two opinions back to each other, back to back like that, and it generally shows these people for the fucking chameleons they really are.
And there's tons of Democrats with that particular example
Yes.
that were vehemently
Obama!
that were against gay marriage and then didn't ever say anything about it. And then the next cycle that they ran were
Yeah.
like, no, it's actually wrong if you oppose this.
Indeed.
And
Which
now
I would
they're
have
all
more
saying you're a
respect.
fascist if you don't agree with it.
Yeah.
Which is,
I would have more respect for them if they just said, "Hey, I was wrong,
Yeah.
and I admit it, and I'm gonna like, and I've changed my mind." I think that that's one reason why I do have a little bit of respect for Tulsi Gabbard, because she does do that. She's probably one of the only politicians that was like, "I was wrong about a bunch of stuff, and
Yeah.
now I've changed my mind." But like most do not like do that. They just kind of like try to pretend like they never said the thing that they said in the past and be like, "Oh, I've always been this way." It's like, bitch, no, you haven't.
I think
Or they
they're-
like don't address it.
Right. I think there are probably a ton of politicians that have never run on a platform of their own ideas. And so to admit that they were wrong would have like you would have to admit that you changed your mind somehow, but you didn't really change your mind because you never really believed that. It's just a thing that you said.
Yes,
And so if you were going to be honest, you would have to say, listen, I said this because I wanted to win, but I've actually always felt this. But then people either aren't going to believe you or you're a piece of shit because
Yes.
you lied to get elected.
Because the honest truth of the thing is they only had those talking points because the party
Yes.
told them to use those
Yes.
during your election because these are the talking points we're all fucking
Right.
running on
Right.
because we're all this giant big 1984 level fucking bullshit political party.
Yes.
You don't actually believe anything. You're just a politician. You're a fucking gray suit with no soul
And the
who doesn't
only-
believe in shit.
the only
Here's your
way
talking
to-
points. Go forth and do good things. And on the back end, you'll make a bunch of money doing insider trading.
And the only
Let's
way
go.
the only way to keep up the charade is to memory hold the whole thing.
Yeah,
and just
never
literally,
happened.
literally act like it never happened and just completely move on. And if someone asks, be like, "That's not true. I've always been in support of
Yeah.
gay marriage or abortion or whatever the fucking thing is."
Corn Pop was telling me back in 1950s that like that's love right there, Jimmy. Look at
That was,
those.
it was his dad, right? That he's like, my dad said, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, or whatever the fuck. Like I
In
saw two dudes,
1950s
holding
Delaware.
hands, and he's like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I bet that's exactly what your dad said. I'm sure he
And the
didn't yell any
internet
form
is-
of
the
slurs at
internet's-
those fucking dudes.
The internet's changed the game though, because now, like when Joe Biden was younger and all of these politicians were younger, they didn't have the, so like they weren't held to the same standard almost as they are now, and
Yeah.
as any of us are going to be, if any of us get involved in politics, like we're going to be held at a completely different standard because we've been on the internet since 5th fucking grade.
Yay.
Like,
Them
you
old
know what
tweets
I
gonna
mean?
come
Like,
back to haunt us.
yeah, we've got shit on there like God only knows. Like who knows what Joe Biden was doing if he had the internet when he was 14 and
we all
was
know what he'd be
posting
doing.
stuff on MySpace. Like, do you know what I mean? Like there is with the internet now too, like they say something and it's way easier to like find the hypocrisy if they change their mind. When I
Yes.
don't think it was that easy 30 years ago.
The cover
40
of
years ago.
corporate media is no longer enough to hide the inconsistency
Yeah.
and the lies.
Yeah.
They used to be the arbiter of information, and now you can. When Colin showed me the Wayback Machine on the internet, it blew my whole fucking brain and my brain case. It was like, you're telling me you can find a web page that they changed, and he's like, yeah, at any time. I couldn't fucking believe it. Like I knew that the technology existed. I knew we had the power, but I didn't realize exactly how simple it was to
Right.
show how much someone had lied. You know.
Particular corporate press.
Yes, politicians who remove things completely from their websites, it was Obama, right, who had written this shit about whistleblowers, and he's going
Yeah.
to protect whistleblowers. And then as soon as he's elected, they remove it from his policy page
Yeah.
completely. That's insane.
Oh man, I can't wait. So in the upcoming segment, we'll go a little bit broader picture. We'll talk some more big world stuff, and I have
Yeah.
lots of questions about this leaker.
Yeah.
So we'll get, but that's preview till
The
later.
secret
But
information and stuff.
oh shit, I had a point. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I think as we go forward into the future,
Let's hear it.
as these older boomer politicians tend to cycle through the system for whatever reason, because they're 9,000 and getting Alzheimer's and can't do their jobs. Eventually, the younger blood of politicians that through, whether we like them or not, they might be coming in at Gen X, they might, whatever. They're going to be coming in as a generation who grew up in or around the internet in some capacity. And I would hope to God that if this country survives that long, we will have a new class of politicians that aren't afraid to walk back or apologize, not necessarily apologize, that seems like the wrong context, but like come to terms with bad takes they used to have.
Admit their
have.
mistakes.
Yeah.
And then-
admit when you're wrong.
And then
Admit when
as a
you've been wrong.
culture, as a political culture, we'll just say, like in governmental politics, right, in campaigns and in politicians, you'll have a new breed of people that will be more used to being like, yeah, that's the way I used to think and I don't anymore. And here's why that's a bad idea, because of this.
And here's why I changed my mind.
Right.
Exactly.
Like I was a communist when I was younger and now I'm not. Here's why I changed my mind.
Yes.
We've
And we got to
done-
hold out hope, because you won't understand this reference, but the young viewer Obama, who you know who I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Yes.
This is why we have hope for young Obama, because he might be a
Yeah.
communist now, but that's just
But
because he's a little baby fest wet behind the ears kid. He'll grow up
who's
and
never
become a
worked a
libertarian.
real job. Yeah,
Exactly.
like he'll grow up.
He'll grow up
I hope.
eventually.
I hope
hopefully.
to God. I don't know, but I hope.
Yeah,
I mean, I started working when I was his age though, so I don't know.
yeah. That is
Different
that's the thing.
generation. This generation's coming in like learning a little slower, I think.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
$17 minimum wage will do that to you.
We've done quite a few segments on the show of like we've just called them eating crow segments of you know, we have realized that we were wrong about something, so we'll play a clip of when we said this and then we'll explain this is why we were wrong, and it's like you said, why we changed our minds. And we fucking a big thing is always guns. You know, there's in the early episodes there are audio clips of me telling Colin that no citizen needs to own an AR-15 and like all of this type of shit. And it's I've swung so far in the opposite direction that it's hilarious to consider that that's where we were at any given time. And
It's one of my favorite pastimes. I was going to say something else, but I won't.
And the change was very public. It was very open on the show, and so through the whole process, I was like, I think that I have fucked up. Like I think that I was wrong about this, and the whole thing. It was nice to do, and it feels good to me to be able to have that on record, not for myself, but to be able to point it to people, to be like, you can go back, you can hear these discussions, you can hear precisely why I changed my mind and why I was wrong about this shit. And I think that's very, very, very valuable.
Right, episode 1
And
still
but
on
that
the
also
internet.
requires like the public and people to like also be forgiving
Yes.
when you
Yeah.
do change your mind.
The path to
Yes.
Do you
redemption
know what I
is
mean?
important.
Like people will also like will hold you to like that standard and being like, oh, see, like you're a hypocrite. But it's like no, I admitted that I was wrong. And I
Right.
admit that like there's a complete difference between being a hypocrite and learning and growing.
100%.
Yeah. So we're getting close to time on this segment. If you guys are okay with taking a quick break here in a
Yeah.
minute, I just want to have one last kind of closing question, maybe that we can talk about for a few minutes before we end the segment. Did you happen to see the Atlantic article when it came out about, and it was big just throughout the internet at that point, about like COVID amnesty for all the
Yes.
people that had the bad takes for lockdowns, and you know, all the people that were out there saying like you shouldn't have your rights unless you get vaccinated. Well, we were wrong. It turns out
yeah.
we want some redemption. And even me personally, somebody that generally believes in a path to redemption, I said, well, that's too far. I'm not gonna forgive you for that. There's certain lines you do not cross, and you cross that fucking one. You cross the authoritarian, I'm gonna lock you in your home, you're not allowed to use public services line. That's too much for me. There's no going back from that in my mind.
Amnesty for who though? Is it like
It's
I'm
all
not saying
individuals.
amnesty for the politicians?
Hard
No.
fucking no.
Amnesty for the media? No. Amnesty for maybe someone that was afraid that I know personally? Yeah.
Amnesty
Like, you know,
for-
like the people in the world that were scared and were believing these authorities that they were told that they can trust. I don't really hold it against them, because in all honesty, like people were afraid and it was a very fucking rough time. So in my mind, I feel like I have to be somewhat forgiving in that, as long as they can admit that they were fucking wrong.
Okay.
If
so
you can't, then go fuck yourself.
let me ask you a personal question. Obviously, don't say any names or anything like that. But did you lose any personal friends because of differences on COVID response? Just generally?
During, oh fuck yeah, during for sure, but then they all fucking came crawling back afterwards
They did.
and
Okay.
apologizing. Oh yeah,
That's
oh yeah.
that's fantastic.
Because I was also very I wasn't like anti-vax. I was anti-mandate, saying if you want to take the facts, go for it. But don't say that I have to. That's where the line's drawn. Like I don't give a shit what you want to do with your fucking body, to be completely honest. You're a grown adult, you do you. But like don't say that I have to. And that was where I stood on this. And when people were trying to make it out like, well, if you don't get vaxxed, you don't care about people. Like you're
Go
being
fuck yourself.
selfish. Like that. Like yeah.
What
Fuck that
about
shit.
people who advocated for like removing people's children from them, or
Yeah, I
advocated
mean,
for
I
people
don't know anyone
being
that's ever done that, but I've never met anyone that's ever felt that way, to be completely honest. So it's hard for me to put myself in that position. I feel like that was more of like an Australian thing.
Oh yeah, definitely an Australia thing. Yeah, that might.
I don't.
because
Well,
there's
it did happen in Australia.
it definitely
But,
did
Yeah.
happen in Australia.
And the camp thing for sure. I mean, that happened to thousands of people in Australia being taken to
Yeah.
their house, put in
Yeah.
camps, and there was tons of people here, in our state in particular, that advocated for the same thing of that type
Yeah,
of
but
shit. Quarantine
It's like
camps.
fuck those people. But well, it depends. If they still don't think that they were wrong, then yeah, they'll amnesty. But like I'm saying, if they are now like waking up because they realize that they were wrong and that they were completely swindled, like
Yeah.
I think that that's you gotta like accept those people and because hopefully those are people that are now waking up to like the illusion
Yeah.
of everything.
Yeah.
And I
You
think,
know, like
I think that would be my only like line would be someone who's like, I was wrong about that, but also if it happens again, I would advocate for the same policies. You know, if you
Yeah.
don't realize that you were actually wrong on a structural level, then
Yeah.
we have a problem. If you're gonna advocate for the same shit the next time something wild happens, I'm not gonna give you a pass.
Yeah,
but
bro.
if you did
No,
this
I
like
agree with that.
yeah, but if you do the same shit, if you're like, no, this was all fucked, then
Yeah.
I'll say what's up. You know, we can high
Yeah.
five. Like, yeah, I feel it. You
Yeah,
know?
and hopefully we won't have a chance to be like, fool me once, shame, that's fine, shame
Right.
on you, but fool me twice. Hopefully we won't get a twice and they won't have a chance to do that again.
Yeah.
But if it does, good Lord, especially in particular areas, it got pretty rough. Yeah, so I think
dark
that's
times.
a pretty
Dark times.
generally a healthy
Very dark
thing
times.
based off of the individual, however they interface with you now, whether or not they've been able to recognize the error of their ways, all this and that and the other thing.
Joseph says no amnesty for people who affected other people's lives.
And I was just
well,
going to
so
end on
I have
that.
a
sorry.
friend who actually was a
perfect.
scientist and worked on the Moderna vaccine.
A scientist?
Like, yeah, he worked
That's
on
where
the
those
Moderna
glasses come
vaccine
from.
in because I'm in Boston, I think it like one of the pharmaceutical
yeah.
companies around here. And he was very like pro the vax, but it's like also I think there was like a monetary incentive, but also he was being convinced that he's a hero. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean? And that like you're saving the world. You know,
Right.
that's what every scientist wants to do.
Yeah.
So like he's got this vision of what's happening. And then like recently he's one of my best friends. And like there was a time period where yeah, he was very against my position on vax mandates. Now he admits that he was wrong. So
Yeah.
and which is a hard thing but like because he's a scientist, he's also like very logical. So he could see the flaws in like his ways of thinking and how they've changed.
Well, good for
And I
him.
think that that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
good
like,
for
and
him.
even though he was the one that was working on the vaccine, and I'm sure there's like a small aspect of guilt there, but like, you know, at least he changed his mind.
Yeah. Hopefully he wasn't just working on the monovalent, because that's not even allowed anymore.
The what?
The monovalent compared to the you remember when they came out with the latest edition of the vaccine that really the booster more or less that nobody else kind of got. The original COVID or the original Moderna and Pfizer vaccines aren't even allowed anymore because the
Weird.
emergency authorization.
His was the
Doesn't exist
original,
anymore.
I believe.
The emergency, is over on a federal level. So
Yeah.
because those original vaccines only ever got the emergency authorization, they're not authorized anymore.
Yeah.
So you can't even get the first vaccines because
Yeah.
they weren't actually approved by the FDA.
Yeah.
So the only one you can get now is the booster. So all the people who got the original vaccines and advocated for it and said it's fucking all good to go, the FDA said that it's good and you guys are assholes for not getting it. You guys are assholes for getting shit that is actually approved.
I know.
Poetic justice, if anything else.
It was like it's a cost benefit situation.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and which it was like, I understood why old people got it.
Oh,
1000%.
word.
Like I
We
would
said the same shit.
you know, like
Yeah.
if you're older people, if you're an older person, you get fucking like this might give you like a few more years. Like
Yeah.
get the fucking vaccine. Like
Yeah.
why not?
You're
But
wicked
like
old, you
someone
got the
that's
diabetes.
younger that isn't gonna die of COVID, that was gonna be fine anyway, and
A
their immune
child?
system was gonna fight it off. Yeah, a child who wasn't
toddlers,
even
6 months
most
old.
of them weren't even getting sick at all. Like that's just stupid. There's no cost benefit there. Like it made no sense.
Yep.
Yes.
Everybody needs to get hold of Joe Rogan's producer, Jamie Vernon. He's had like
Thick lines.
thick lines, bro. He's got thick lines. That dude has had antibodies for days and never really been that sick.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. All right, cool. Well, let's wrap this particular segment up. If you all are good with that.
Yes.
And then we'll take a break, grab some more beers, and then we'll broaden the conversation a little bit more.
Okay, so
Yeah.
with that, we will be back in just a few minutes. I am Donovan,
I'm Colin.
and this has been Brandy, and social media pumps, of course. I almost forgot.
Yep, there we go.
Brandy is at it's Creatrix _TTV,
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Twitter.
and that's Twitter, and then the other one is Creatrix
__.
That goddamn it! I keep wanting to put a period in there, but that's not it. __.
Maybe I'll change it to Liberatrix though. I don't know.
Liberatrix.
Yeah, we'll
Not
see.
the Liberator for Joseph's sake, but the Liberatrix. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The,
Colin and
the
I-
minute she updates, we'll retrocon the description.
That's right. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca _Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. All of this at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon. Go there, subscribe, share, comment.
Indeed.
We'll be back in just a few minutes with more beers and empty bladders. Thank you, everybody.
Indeed. We'll be right back.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
we're back.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. This is part 3 of episode 146 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I am indeed Colin.
And we are joined today by Brandy, again, for part 3. Creatrix, as she is better known on the internet, as her internet Twitch persona. Creatrix_TTV on Twitter and Creatrix__ on Instagram.
Look at that.
Check it out. Follow her. Subscribe. Do the things. That's right. She's streaming all
Nailed
the
it.
time. That's right.
That's what you do. You just nail shit.
I happen to be a fucking killer at this. Colin and I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our YouTube, our Patreon, all at Salt of the Streets. Go there, subscribe, share this, comment, tell all of your friends. Go read the
That's right.
articles. We're balling. It's
If
fantastic.
you're watching on YouTube right now, if you're not clicking the like button, we got issues.
What the fuck?
Because, you know, it don't cost nothing and it don't hurt a thing to click the like button.
All right.
Just do it.
Okay. 12 and 13 seems to be the median age of
the
the
kids?
children, of our followers. Most of them have Joseph 13 and 9, James 12.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And then JJ Mitch, he said he has, I think, 12 also. Bunch of teenagers out here.
Jeez. God help you guys.
Preteens.
Those have got to be
That's
some
right.
rough years.
Yeah, fuck
If you
that.
thought the 2s and the 3s were bad, wait till you put a 1 in front of those.
I don't look forward to it.
It's real hellish when they turn 15.
I can
If
only
you have a girl,
imagine.
I think.
Yeah.
I just remember that was like girl puberty. They're the fucking worst. We're demons. We become fucking demonic
Yeah.
for like a few years.
Our daughter turns 1 next month, and then our son just turned 4 in January.
He's a good kid, though. I really can't complain. Way to go. Way to go. That's because y'all motherfuckers are good parents. That's why you got good kids. So in this particular segment, we're going to attempt to take a broader view, and the dog needs to be let back in.
I got it.
Thank you very much, sir. So we've talked a lot about some more nationalized, I don't want to say nationalized, that's a bad word, more national level type issues, and we only hit a couple, primarily education. That was a big one. We had a really good chat there, so if you're just watching part 3, be sure to go back and check that out. But I think it is time that we broaden it out and talk a little bit of foreign policy, if you will, maybe some greater America as a nation's, their standing in the world. We've focused a lot on talking shit on Elizabeth Warren this episode, and I'm trying to recall some of her stances on foreign policy, and I'm failing because I don't think she really focuses much on it.
Well, she's
So,
for
that
the
would've
war
been
in
a perfect
Ukraine.
segue,
She's
but-
for sending funding to Ukraine.
Why don't we just start there? Let's.
I know she voted in the most recent Ukrainian bill.
Oh,
So- gave them money.
So we've talked about Ukraine pretty much every episode for the last year,
Since it-
14 months,
yeah,
whatever.
since
right?
it popped off.
Yeah. So give us, I know this is kind of a tough one, but give us kind of your general take on how this has transpired and how the U.S. government is handling this conflict moving forward.
In your opinion.
Your opinion.
I'm a non-interventionalist. I believe that personally we should be focusing on diplomacy. We should be trying to have peace talks and trying to de-escalate the situation, but all we're doing is escalating it by sending funding over there and making it worse. So in my opinion, I think that we need to stop giving them money. I'd say number 1, but clearly it seems like the reason why we're involved isn't exactly why we're saying that we are. I think that there's a lot of hidden agendas going on here.
Do you hate democracy in the Eastern Europe, Creatrix? How dare you? We're defending democracy for those poor people.
I mean, all we're doing whenever we fund wars is we're actually harming them and creating more civilian deaths. So
I feel like the
i.e.
Ukrainians
war
probably
in you.
join
What?
that opinion. I feel like the Ukrainians would probably join that opinion. They've lost a lot of people. Oh, I had something. Shit. Damn it. This happens a lot today.
that's okay.
My alpha brain's wearing off.
We have taken the stance essentially from the beginning as libertarian anarchist thinkers that we obviously support the freedom and sovereignty of all people, all individuals. So we're in support of the people of Ukraine in their fight for sovereignty and for freedom. We believe in that.
Yee.
Yeah.
I don't believe in the massive amount of defense spending that goes essentially at a blank check. I don't.
Ooh, blank check talk.
Yeah, I have immense amount of concern of the track record that the United States has of investing money in countries to aid them in their fights for freedom, and we end up fighting those people a few decades later. So that's a huge concern of mine. And coming hot off the back of Afghanistan, right? The war in the Middle East was the dominant war for the majority of our lifetime. Having a son that's 4 years old, seeing how long that war took place. Another concern that I have is very personal, that if this war turns out like the last one, we'll be there in the time that my kid will be old enough to join the military. And I know just way too many people whose older brothers and sisters went over there and always stood the chance of not coming back for something that they didn't fucking understand. So we have a lot of questions, and I think that the leak of the documents, that came out over the last week or so, really kind of legitimized a lot of those concerns.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I was big on the boots on the ground thing since the beginning, so I fucking just about danced when I heard that shit. So
I was right.
Yeah.
Have you been following the fallout from the leaker who came from your great state of Massachusetts?
What? No, I actually haven't been following that as much recently. Can you give me a synopsis? I know it happened and I've
Absolutely.
seen a little bit, but like I'm not gonna lie, I don't focus as much on foreign policy, foreign affairs as much as I do like social and economic, social issues within our own country. I have like my anti-war stance that I stand by, but it's definitely not something that I like focus a lot of my mental energy on.
Yeah.
We'll probably change that soon, but
home is very important.
Indeed.
yeah,
Yeah.
I focus a lot more on home.
No, and that's James, one of your listeners. James said the same thing, that he said it's hard with Ukraine because I support freedom, but also understand we have our own issues here.
Yeah.
And I think that's
No shortage of them.
I think there are a lot of people that feel the same way. That as Americans and as the people who for a long time played world police, we want the world to be peaceful. We want it to be.
Didn't they just find out that more people are have died in Chicago from gun violence allegedly, which was like.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about
gun
that.
control, which is like one of the places that has like the highest gun control laws.
Listen,
Yeah.
Lori Lightfoot just called. She said, "You shut your goddamn mouth."
Yeah. Beetlejuice said, no, that's not how we do. It's all because of Indiana, and we all fucking know it.
That's right.
That's generally her take on it
Those
every
fascists
time.
Oh, yeah,
down
it's
Zeke's
because of the
neighbors,
other
Yeah,
fucking
Zeke's
shit
neighbors.
up north. Zeke
Oh,
and
and like
fucking,
Wisconsin
Bilbo.
too, right? Wisconsin
Yep.
has pretty
Yeah.
pretty lenient.
It ain't our fault. It's
laws.
the other fucking state's fault.
Yeah.
We're good here.
They're
We got
selling
tons
them
of
the
laws.
gun.
That's right.
Exactly.
But
We
the
have-
thing is that they're always gonna get the fucking guns, dude. Like
Chicago.
that's what's so. It's like you think that like there's never gonna be guns if you have high gun like these crazy gun control laws. Like they're still gonna fucking happen. People are still
That's
gonna
right.
get guns. They're just gonna get them illegally.
Oh, yeah.
Right. The
Oh,
people,
yeah.
the people who don't care about the law will continue to not care about the law.
Yeah.
It makes it more difficult for people who fucking have regular jobs and don't have the time to try and find ways to circumvent the law.
Yeah. It's for the
Yeah.
people that stole my fucking truck. They're the
So
ones.
isn't it better to make sure that all of the good people are armed to take care of themselves?
Fucking A.
Right? Right?
Yes. You missed
Like-
out on part one. We were discussing our state's assault weapons ban coming up, and Donovan got pretty based pretty quick, which he usually
Guns
does.
are always a hot topic for me. So, especially in the state that we live in, we have usually a pretty decent opportunity to talk about it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, the assault weapons ban has been a hot thing for us for a
Yeah.
little while.
And if only we can get the Ukrainians to get lit on 3D printing, we might have better outcomes over there.
They be in business over
That's
there.
right. You can't stop the signal. Once, because we brought it up a little bit, we'll put a pretty little bow on it again, so we don't rehash the whole guns thing again.
Yep.
But
Don't you fucking tell me. I'm just
once guns are out there, especially now that 3D printing is a thing, you can't stop the signal. There's no way to turn the clock back. Pandora's box has been opened. You can't go. You cannot have a future where there are no guns in America. period. No matter how much you want to stop, it's not a possibility. And so it's not even worth entertaining. And any kind of legislation or campaign, platform that thinks that way is just wasted time, because the criminals are always going to have access to them. And all you're doing is neutering the populace by saying they can't. Then that's not even to bring in the governmental level, but we did that earlier today.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, because you're more focused on things here at home, let's kind of
Well, you gotta
maybe
tell her,
hit some of the.
You got to tell her about the leaker first. She needs a synopsis of the
Okay,
leaker.
I was going to
Yeah,
say we
what
could
was-
kind
what
of
was-
hit some main
what are we-
points about Ukraine, but
What was found out from the leaker?
so many things.
Like,
Let me
what were the
pull it
main
up.
things? I saw a little bit, but as I said, my brain is less
Right.
likely.
So the main thing that I focused on that I was talking about earlier was that there was
screen share.
confirmation in some of these documents that many of the NATO allies have special forces boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Yep.
But when they asked about it, or maybe in the documents it said they were just there to essentially do logistics work around the embassy to make sure that items were going where they were supposed to be going. And of course, we all know that's exactly what the special forces does, is logistics.
Yeah, they're real good at that. So they're hanging out just at the embassy, not coordinating intelligence
Right.
for airstrikes or
So
anything like that.
I got jacked on this because this type of thing, this is something that when we pulled out from Afghanistan, we did a whole segment that was probably about an hour and a half, aligning as closely as we could the war in Afghanistan and the war in Vietnam, and there were some pretty shocking comparisons that we made. And so that type of stuff is something I focus on a lot. So as soon as this happened, the first show we did, I was like, I'm planting my flag on the ground
Yes.
now. There are boots on the ground in Ukraine as we fucking speak. And so the moment that these documents came out, I just about jumped in the air. So
Yeah.
I goddamn knew it.
I fucking called it.
Yes.
So you got access to this article here. You could see a little bit of that. It's from
Yeah.
the Gray Zone. Leaked document exposed U.S. NATO Ukraine war plans. One of the biggest things, before we get into this, one of the biggest problems about this particular leak, right, is that it took place on a new platform the government had to all of a sudden worry about: Discord. Welcome to Discord, everybody. And these particular documents were released on a Minecraft server, of all places.
Lol.
Lol, exactly, because it appears to be this young Air National Guardsman based out of the air base in Cape Cod, appeared to be trying to impress his friends online with his access to dope-ass shit. But because of that, the documents are really hard to actually get a hold of in person, and we've had to rely pretty heavily on a few trusted and some not so trusted outlets for the actual information in some of these documents. But as time goes on and more outlets are getting a hold of these things, somehow we're finding out more and more and more. But I believe the Gray Zone was one of the OGs that actually put this stuff out. So this article is actually from April 7th. Classified Pentagon documents containing information about U.S. and NATO plans for a Ukrainian offensive and key details of the ongoing war have leaked, and the Biden administration is reportedly demanding they be scrubbed from the internet. Can't stop the signal. Is their hidden agenda before the leak? So the New York Times has reported a significant breach of American intelligence on the effort to aid Ukraine through the leak of classified documents, which has been shared on social media. Also, Discord. It's weird to think of Discord as a social media, but that's fine.
Is that what we are?
Apparently, they don't know what to do with Discord, so they're like, "Well, it's a social media platform. That's definitely what it is."
Maybe.
All
I
right,
guess.
sure.
It's like a chat server, right?
It's you can't
Yeah, I
you can't
know.
just necessarily go into specific servers. Like you have a lot of servers you have to like request to be a part of or
Right.
be invited or something like that. It's very, very strange, but they're the government. They don't understand what it is. And I only tangentially do. Let's see, where was I? Administration's through the leak of classified documents, which has been social media, it corresponds, cited senior Biden administration who apparently tipped the outlet off to the story. Documents circulating on Telegram, which closely resemble those referred to by the Times, are reproduced at at the end of this article. Okay, so they're going to offer some reproduced documents that came from Telegram. Now, Telegram, bless you, is itself a social media app and widely available around the world.
Yes.
And so
it's like a messaging app.
yeah, it's kind of like WhatsApp and shit like that,
Yeah,
right?
but Telegram's a weird deal because
Yeah.
you could, like, people post shit in there. Like, it is a messaging app, but also you can post things just that people see all the time. So
And I would just challenge everybody to think about a social media platform as little more than a messaging app, but that works a little different, has a little different bells and whistles, but
Yeah.
they're all basically the same type of thing.
yeah.
And so the real problem here, there was 2 disclosures of these leaked documents. The first one happened on a small Discord server, I believe the owner of which was a Filipino in the Philippines that ran a Minecraft server, and somebody within that server of only approximately 25 people was dropping these documents. And due to Discord's nature, they've been on Discord for months, I believe since February. This current leak, apparently there were some more documents that he dropped
At some
months and
other
months
points in
ago
time.
at just at various different points
He's
in time.
been banging
but-
for a while.
yeah, but this particular drop got picked up by other people. Some things got spread out. It found its way to Telegram, and there was a version of the documents that was leaked on Telegram that had specific data that was altered from the original leak on Discord. So already we're getting a few layers deep into this thing, and it already gets kind of fucking weird. 'Cause some outlets are reporting about the Telegram documents. Some of them are reporting on the original documents, and some people don't really know what the fuck the ones they're looking at. As far as the U.S. government is concerned, there's only the Pentagon itself. This is coming from the show Breaking Points on YouTube. They were somehow able to get the OG Discord documents, and they pointed to their conversation with a Pentagon representative that only pointed out one specific detail being altered from the Discord documents to the Telegram documents, and that was the casualty numbers in Ukraine. That was it. And so the U.S. government's going theory was that a Russian sympathizer. You having trouble over there?
Oh my God, I figured it out.
For fuck's sakes, bud. I'm going to teach you about growlers.
I thought that it was supposed to go over the top. I'm trying to figure out. I'm sorry.
I'm over here
I'm
trying to
so
explain
sorry. I'm
the complex
so
nature of
sorry.
geopolitics.
I'm so sorry.
So,
I'm like, it's so fucking loud.
yeah. So through this conversation, the Pentagon essentially has, by de facto, said that these documents are real, except for the one specific aspect that was altered, and that would be the casualty numbers between the Russian forces and Ukrainian forces. Everything else, they didn't have any comment about.
It's their only real comment is just you shouldn't be circulating this
Yeah,
information.
don't be spreading this shit around. It's
Yes,
bad.
I'm not going to tell you it's not real. You should not be circulating this information.
White House and Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby also made it
He's such a
vehemently
piece of
concerned
shit.
that said the public should not have access to this information.
I hate him so much.
Yes. So let's go down. Oh, yeah. And immediately see this here. Twitter Daily News, which is a offshoot. It's like an office within Twitter. The Pentagon is trying to get Twitter to remove posts that contain the classified documents on the war in Ukraine, which absolutely, after we all watched the Twitter files, was definitely a thing. But there's a few people out there spreading the good word. I don't know why this fucking screen share thing keeps happening. And it was essentially what we're looking at is various pages of printed out slides and what appears to be a PowerPoint presentation that had all manner of geopolitical classified information in some kind of intelligence brief that probably would have gone into like the president's daily briefing, the PDB that he gets every morning or something to that effect. And somehow or other, this 21-year-old Air National Guardsman out of fucking Cape Cod, Massachusetts, got access to it. He was an IT guy.
Yeah, tech worker.
Yeah, he was an IT tech
Fuck
worker.
did he get access to like this classified
So
information?
the
probably-
line is apparently because he's an IT worker, he had this ultra secret access so that he could get into all of these servers just to maintain them or do whatever his job is.
Mm-hmm.
So that access also apparently allowed him to tap into wherever these documents are held. and was printing them out and taking pictures of them and then posting the pictures.
But he
on the
was
internet.
allegedly only doing this to seem cool. Like he didn't think that there was
That's
anything.
what they're saying.
There doesn't appear like it's hard to.
Because you can't. The server's gone, right? So you can't see the messages.
Yes, Discord itself actually nuked the actual server.
And
they were
they're-
like, "All right, bye."
There are some teenagers.
So if you wonder how base Discord is, they're not
Yeah.
at all.
There are some teenagers that were in the Minecraft server whose parents gave corporate media access to these children. And so they interviewed them and the kids were like, he seemed like a regular guy and that he was just trying to be cool. So that's according to the children who were in this server, that is why he was doing it.
Yes. Now,
Okay.
But we don't know what this guy has. I don't remember what his name is, but we don't know what this guy has to say,
Oh, yeah.
what the leaker has to say, or because he got hemmed up and he's just arrested now. So
yeah, they scooped him up real quick. And funny thing is the media, I think because they were aggrieved that this particular leaker just leaked things on the internet and didn't go to like one of the corporate press outlets to leak the information, which they love. I think they got really pissed off about it because they were instrumental in doing the investigative journalistic work to point to the government who this kid was and where he could be found. And so they nabbed him up, I think, within a week, I believe. The
it
videos
was
are out
damn
there. Then.
quick.
It was real fucking quick.
because we were tracking it. I think
Yeah.
it was a couple of days from when we heard about the
It
leak.
was not much.
Because the next day, or maybe later that day, they were saying that he was an Air National Guardsman, and then the next day, I think he was hemmed up. It did
Yeah.
not take long.
Yeah. And so...
What are you eating, Brady?
I have a cough. These are cough drops.
Okay.
Fucking based-ass cough drops. Look at this.
Can't just
Cough
call
drops.
everything based, bro.
I'm using based because that Libertarian Party of Washington account really pissed me off.
He's finding any way to squeeze
So
the
I'm
word
just
based
squeezing it in there, unironically, just to piss this motherfucker off. But I'll make my point on that later. But yeah, so the real kind of
Can
interesting...
I get bullet points? What did we discover from these leaks?
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
The numbers are different. The death numbers for the Ukrainians and the Russians appear to be higher on both sides, but that's the aspect that has been altered. So
Yeah.
we don't know truly what the actual numbers are, but it's easy for us to assume that they're higher than have been reported on either side.
Yes, and we discovered that we, through our various spy networks, essentially can discover a lot of our allies' thinking on various geopolitical issues, to include things like South Korea. Part of the disclosure talked about South Korea's distrust with selling and their hesitation in selling us more weapons and weapon parts because they know they're going to be going to Ukraine and they don't necessarily think we should be sending weapons to Ukraine. We have we got issues with we discovered apparently through again, like there was a lot of kind of like pulling the curtain back to reveal how much we actually spy on our allies. South Korea, Israel was a big one.
Well, also the Ukraine itself.
That's probably why they don't want this information out there.
Right.
Exactly.
They don't want
also-
our allies to find out that we spying on them.
It also exposed that we don't have any trust in the information being given to us by the Ukrainian government, to the point that we are using our own spy networks within Ukraine to
Yes.
find out what's going on. So there's so much deception from the actual Ukrainian government that we can't trust anything they're saying, and we're using our own spy networks to find out everything.
But we're giving them money.
But we're giving them more money all of the time.
Amen.
And all we keep talking about is how we need to give them money.
Yes.
And now how they need to be accepted into NATO, because Zelensky has come out again and said we need to be brought into NATO. Jan Stoltenberg, that's his name, right?
Jan Stoltenberg.
The head of NATO, has said we need to wrap up this war so that we can bring Ukraine into NATO.
Yeah. After bringing Finland in, which was
Yeah.
a huge...
So those
Huge
are probably the main things,
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
like practical implications from the things that we learned from the leaker.
Yeah, that actually pertain, because there was more than just Ukraine, which was a weird deal, because it was like a
Yes.
giant intelligence brief. One of the other things that I just saw reported on from the Libertarian Institute actually was how we're sending a lot of various weapons over there, including various smart bombs, and apparently we're having a problem with the JDAM ERs, these specific smart bombs or whatever, failing. And this is in that intel brief. And so people are wondering why we're sending a bunch of weapons that are apparently failing on the battlefield over there. And so then that also gives the government a stance to be like, well, I don't understand. We have another fire to put out now because apparently some of the weapons we're manufacturing aren't working as advertised. That was one of the more recent ones. So it all keeps trickling out. There seems to be way more. I think the original reporting that I had heard was there was like 150 some various slides, hence like a PowerPoint presentation type of thing, that were leaked. And I've only ever seen a handful at a time, and most of them are the same ones showing kind of battlefield conditions in Ukraine, where various skirmishes are happening, casualty numbers. The UN joint special forces, so like France has special forces on the ground somewhere, the US does, various other partners in NATO, which just adds to Russia's argument that they're at war with the United States and NATO.
Yeah.
Right. Not just with
I
Ukraine.
mean, we're for sure.
And we're just calling it a proxy war.
Yeah.
Like, what's the difference between a proxy war and you actually fighting a war? Is maybe your boots on the ground with with soldiers that have American flag patches on them. You know,
right. Because
what's the major difference?
Because even if the argument is that the special forces are just there to advise, right? Military advisors, there's two different contexts that I can give to this, right? One is modern day in Yemen. We have military advisors in Yemen right now to support where the Saudis are going to shell the militants that they are fighting. We say we are not actively involved in Yemen, even though it is our military advisors that help provide targeting information for the Saudis to take innocent civilian lives.
Yeah.
Right? The other precedent is what I was talking about earlier. When we began in Vietnam is the furthest or easiest way to go back. It started in the 50s with military advisors from the OSS, which is the CIA precursor.
Yeah.
So we had military advisors there in Vietnam for them to help fight their own war. In Afghanistan, when they were fighting the Russians, we had military advisors in Afghanistan to aid them in their fight against the Russians. So even if this is as far as it goes here, the historical precedent would tell us that the existence of military advisors in Ukraine would lead us to believe we could potentially be fighting there in the next 2 decades.
Yeah, which is not good.
No, even if it doesn't escalate past this point, which I think that it probably will.
Yeah.
But what it tells me is that, like I said, we will be their boots on the ground fighting our own war within 20 years with the weapons that we've just given them.
Yeah. And one of the latest, I guess, stories about the weapons that we are supplying them as the West, as NATO, where NATO is now supplying them with, I believe, in total between Germany and Slovakia, I think it was like 30 different Leopard 2 tanks, which is one of the main, the Europeans' version of the most current, battle tank. And then I believe, have signed on to 35 Abrams tanks that are supposed to be shipping over there.
We're making them and sending them.
Yeah. And so, I think you pointed out earlier, the escalation continues day by day, and a lot of this leaking, these documents have essentially just affirmed what has already been going on right in front of us. We just got some more details onto what is really happening, particularly with Ukraine. So we're actually finding out that we got boots on the ground, and the weapons, we continue to send weapons over there. We're continuing to just build this. We're continuing to build on the powder keg that is bound to fucking explode in our faces sooner rather than later at this point.
And really, I feel like we should be caring about our own people too. Like if we're going to be, we're focusing our energy on this conflict going on, but if it's true that in decades we're going to end up being in a war, that's what's going to affect us.
Oh yeah.
I think that it seems like the government isn't really thinking about what's best for the citizens of the United States. It's always what's best for everyone else, but nobody's thinking about what's best for the people that fucking live here. And I think that should be number one priority. That should be our number one priority. It shouldn't be.
Wait. Would you say America first? There's a whole thing.
Oh shit!
Yeah, oh shit!
Oh shit!
Oh shit! but like kind of.
Yeah, right. Isn't there's a problem with that kind of like generalized MAGA movement, more or less, because there's a
Yeah.
lot of the, let's call it an ideology just for sake of argument at this point,
think
right?
that's fair.
It's probably
No, it is an
relatively true.
ideology, for sure.
There's a-
MAGA is an ideology.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Trump he doesn't own MAGA.
No.
He may trademark it, but he don't
It's
own it.
bigger than the man.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's-
He
sorry,
started. It's
bud.
bigger than him now.
But yeah, there's a lot of that kind of America First people that when they look at this war in Ukraine, whether or not they're going to cast a vote for Donald Trump is another question. But they still believe that at the end of the day, if we're living through the strife that we're living through and we're dealing with the interest rates that we have and the inflation that we have and all the myriad of problems that we just touched on in the last section, maybe we shouldn't be sending hundreds of billions of dollars over to Ukraine.
Right.
Maybe we should divert some of that money back here. And that seems like a very America type, America centered thinking. And that you can't necessarily prescribe to the Donald Trump supporter anymore. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's plenty of horrible things that are going on around the world at all points in time.
Sudan right
But
now.
we pick and choose what we want to get involved
Do
in.
you remember that movie
When it
Black
comes
Hawk
to
Down?
helping people, and then we pretend that we're like this big empathetic country, like, and that we just care about everyone, and it's like, no, we don't.
Right.
We
Oh,
care
yeah.
about things that we have interests.
Where we have
There's a
financial
reason
interest.
why. There's a reason we care, and I
Yes.
don't think I fully understand all of the reasons why we care so much about Ukraine. I think that there's probably a lot of things that none of us are aware of.
I think you're
in
probably
regards to
right
this.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some surface level stuff that's pretty easy to pick up on as far
Yeah.
as like the defense industry. That
Yeah.
benefits our economy or the higher ups in our economy because those people, the defense companies, can just continue to make money. That's like a very it's true and it's an issue, but it's also a very like base level take that's true of anywhere that we are involved in a military, and because our country
But
is
it's always
essentially-
bigger. It's bigger than
yes,
that.
precisely,
Way bigger than
precisely. Yeah, and that's where you
That'd
start
be
to
the main reason.
Precisely, and that's what I'm saying is that's just a very base level take. Like it's true, but it's not very deep. It's very base level,
Yeah.
and past that you start to get into. So I think you're right. I think there's shit that none of us really understand at this point. But another level deep is like the globalized nature of our economy and how involved all of us are.
Yes.
And because European countries are being in some aspects affected more financially than we are, it behooves us on an economic basis to involve ourselves to try and regulate what's happening there. And that doesn't make it right, but that's
But
like
hasn't our participation made that worse?
Yes.
yes.
Like,
And that's
so
what I'm
it's
saying. It doesn't
like,
make
if
it
that
right.
was-
That's
No.
just the justification they give.
So as
But that still doesn't seem like that is the real reason though,
Yes.
because it's
Oh,
like our
yeah.
participation has made that worse than it would have been if we didn't participate.
yeah.
Let's-
So
Sorry,
it's
go ahead.
like I think there's some like underground, top secret shit that we just don't know, and that's why I stay kind of humble when it comes to geopolitics and anything like this, because I am well aware that there is no way I am going to understand all of the classified information that is out there when it comes to that stuff. So that's
Yeah.
why I kind of try to focus on more like national issues that I can like see and like tangibly like see what's going on and understand it. It's harder for me when it comes to things like that because I'm like I can't fully see the big picture because we don't have the big picture. There's
No,
show
yeah, 'cause
I
they
only
won't
have
allow us
like
to.
Right.
we have like individual like puzzle pieces, but we can't see what the entire puzzle is.
Yes.
So
And-
I have a couple of questions about like classified information and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I really want to hit some of these comments because
Oh,
there's
please do.
a ton of them that's like we could even scroll up a little bit because there's a bunch of people that were talking about the
Tell me
numbers
when
and
to
stuff
stop
like
scrolling, baby.
that. I don't know because I didn't notice, and so I didn't notice till it was gone. So I mean, he's probably stopped there because they're talking about construction, logistics, wind wars.
Yeah, BlackRock got all the contracts to
yeah.
rebuild fucking Ukraine. By
So
the
we
way.
can start to scroll down. Tactics will be figured out by the free market. It makes sense that we have special forces working on logistics. This is James. Some units are specialized and experts in it. There is saying that amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics. You're
right,
not,
baby.
You're not wrong, right? That, of
Logistics
course-
win wars.
Yes, but I refuse to believe, and I think that it's ignorant to believe that that is all that they are doing there.
Oh,
I'm
word.
not saying they're not involved in logistics. What I'm saying is that's not what the special forces are for. That is certainly an aspect of what they're doing because someone needs to quote unquote, the government says someone needs to see where all the shit is going. They don't actually care. And that's why it's a fucking special forces person and not a bean counter, because they don't actually care. Because they want to make sure partially the dude is safe, partially that they can get the fuck down if they have to, right? That's why that dude is there. Joseph, the right people will fight for our Constitution. I have faith in free market of patriots. Shout out Joseph. I fucking love Joseph. Joseph said the best and brightest will fight for freedom. James, if you're in the military, you live by a different standard. This is treason by military standards.
It'd be the leaker.
Oh, the leaker. Okay. Joseph, only ignorant people would want anarchy or anything else but the greatest to date document ever drafted, our Constitution. I feel sorry for anyone who would fight for anything inferior to it. We're going to have Joseph on because he said earlier there was some other shit topics that he wanted to debate about to like have his mind changed. We got to have Joseph on. It's
We
been
gotta
long
have
enough.
Joseph on.
James, Western fighting doctrine versus Russian lack of moral standards of tossing soldiers to the front line equals Russia has much, much more casualties than Ukraine.
Yep.
1,000%. That's definitely true.
Not to mention the fact that one is fighting an offensive war and one is fighting a defensive war.
Yes.
And then those stats usually go along with
Yes. Problem is Russian influence and corruption that is in Ukraine. Most of the corruption in Ukraine is from Russian spies. I would have to disagree with you there. There is definitely
Yeah.
Russian spies involving themselves and influencing Ukraine. The entirety of the government in Ukraine is horrifically corrupt.
There was
We've
a
been talking
massive-
about it for at least a decade, if not
Yes.
longer.
I mean,
that
we
this has-
threw a coup in 2014.
Yes, we did this ourselves. It is horrifically
Yes.
corrupt.
And there was a period at which I don't know, maybe 6-8 months ago at this point. It was a few months into the war, but Zelensky started just throwing people.
That was
out of-
not that long ago.
Yeah, it was not that long ago. He just started throwing people out because of
For
the
corruption.
perceived corruption that was happening. So
Yes.
there was a purge happening on that one. But
Yes.
let us not forget that we installed the current Ukrainian government in
Yes.
2014.
That's how I know it's corrupt. It's because we had a hand in it.
That's right.
This is a test zone. James says it's all for testing our weapons. Pretty normal.
That's what proxy wars are for.
Yeah, and I think if we were sending new shit, then maybe I would agree with that. And we might be, but as far as so you're not wrong. I can't say that you're wrong because we only know what we know.
This is the first drone-heavy conflict we've had so far. We'll
Yes.
say that much.
And this, I think, is interesting, right, Joe?
Like the little
Joseph?
buzz drones too.
Russia is far more advanced than Ukraine. We are sending World War II era equipment to Ukraine. In some instances, yes, a lot of the shit coming from Europe is World War II era,
Yeah.
and ours for sure. But I think that James is probably right that we're sending
a lot is of Soviet
high-level-
make.
Yeah, I think we're also sending some high level shit to test it out. We got special
Yeah.
forces, the people to run it.
Oh, yeah. All those
James,
tank busters and shit like that.
Russian is not
yeah.
more advanced. I think there's a lot of debate about that. Joseph, they're dropping grenades from civilian drones. Do you seriously think they're getting our top of the line equipment? So James said, honestly, it's very innovative. I think James is right about that. Not necessarily, yes, about the innovation. I also think that type of stuff is the future of civilian warfare, because so many of the people fighting in Ukraine are not just people in Ukraine and military. They are civilians brought in.
Most of them are just brought into the military
And when
the war started.
when you have civilian drones there and they can be equipped to drop munitions, then that's what you're going to do. So I think part of it is innovation, part of it is necessity, and part of it is modern day. This is the technology that is available. And if
Yes.
they don't have the Iranian drones that the Russians have, then they will drop grenades, fucking World War II pineapple grenades, to on the other side, because their trench warfare is close enough that they can do it.
Yes.
And it's parts of it is all the nature of the warfare, that it's
Hence
trench
the trench warfare.
They are close enough that is a feasible thing to do,
Yeah.
you know? And if you consider a world in which we as Americans are fighting for our own independence, whether it is from a tyrannical government or from another nation coming here, we would be doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
We would be finding any munitions that we could, and we would be arming our own equipment to outfit it for that use.
Yeah, what do they say? The mother of invention, the necessity is
Necessity
the mother,
is the mother of invention,
mother of
yes.
invention. Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing a lot of on the ground in Ukraine right now. There's a part of Twitter that I do not recommend everybody seek out, but there's a lot of videos of battlefield footage, of drone footage as they drop grenades on people.
Wild shit.
Wild shit. And you could see a lot of this technology in action, and a lot of it to the everyday American civilian will seem kind of weird and archaic because
Yeah.
they're not big, fancy, laser guided, rods from God type of thing. It's a fucking grenade on the end of a string on a fucking drone that you can buy at Best Buy.
Right.
But if that is not the new era of warfare, all you need to do is go to Twitter and see that it is indeed. And
that's
it's
how
a
it is.
weird, it's kind of archaic because it's not the laser guided munitions. It's
Right.
it's a fucking civilian drone, radio operated on whatever fucking frequency. Go over there, hit a little button, disconnects the cord, drops a grenade in a trench. Seems archaic to the average American, especially, but that's new battlefield tech. We're not doing that. We weren't doing that to the. I'm just going to go ahead and say this: the terrorists in Afghanistan,
Right.
for however you want to put that. We weren't doing that then. It was Hellfire missiles and good old fashioned fucking special forces.
That was full on
shoot them
American
up and all
military
that good
force.
stuff.
That's the global war on terror.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
whole
different
new
deal.
Fucking
Because we're not doing this, and so it's definitely something to think about and kind of factor that into this weird new realm of warfare that we're seeing on the battlefield being deployed today.
Yes. Joseph said our politicians are sending billions to Ukraine to funnel millions back to.
Oops, sorry.
Nope, you're good. Back to their own pockets. Do you honestly think anything is different? No.
Nope.
James, don't confuse me with the government. Joseph, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to hear Russia is in on the take. There's a lot of people talking about that now as well. JJ Mitchell, number one reason is money. Number two is to keep those currently in power. And I think that speaks to Colin's point of we installed this government there.
I'm going to go
So for it to
neocon here
be-
in a minute.
For it
after
to
we
be
do these.
toppled would not be good for us.
Yeah.
James says we should care about others, and that's as a point of like why we should be involved in Ukraine, because we should care about others. And I think that the three of us began our positions with, of course, we care about the freedom and sovereignty of people. That's at the base of our political and social views, is that people are sovereign as individuals and have the right to be free. So of course we care about that. There are other things that go into that. Is not as simple of a question as free or not free. If it were that, of course the answer is free.
I mean, when you think about it, right? I'd love to get your take on this, Trick. So I'm just going to say this. And
Yeah, we're good with the
respond.
comments now. Go back.
A couple of libertarian principles: don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. There's a lot of libertarian principles been broken by Russia at this point. They're hurting people and they're taking their stuff, aka literally their property, their land, their resources,
Their
and they
lives.
are they're hurting people by killing them. Factoring in like the generalized non-aggression principle of the Libertarian Party, I mean the libertarian kind of ideology. What do we do about that? Just spitballing.
This is always a hard one for me.
Yeah, it's hard for
because
anybody that's got a
I
base libertarian value. It's a hard question.
in my opinion, I feel like we just should have gone about this whole situation differently. So, like, personally, it should have been negotiation. Like, we needed to figure out how to like de-escalate and negotiate and solve this issue without encouraging violence and escalating violence, which we've already done. Think we might be too late for that at this point. I don't know.
Every day, every time we send more money, we're escalating.
Well, let's pause there for a minute.
So but if you're asking like so it's like the whole argument, like when Hitler during World War II, like should we have been involved? He was hurting people. Like
Perfect. It's in the chat. That question is in the chat right now.
James just said if we did not get involved in World War II, all of Europe would be
I know.
Sikh and German.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the argument.
You're just
Okay.
telepathic.
So what's your response to that? Because James said he came from your chat. So what's your response to that?
I'm trying to think about that
Well,
too.
because this is like the hard one. It is hard, but I think that the other aspect of this is that it doesn't seem like everyone in the US is like on board. You know, like in World War II,
Certainly.
there was like everyone was on board for this cause. It became we could go into fucking we could go
Especially after
on-
Pearl Harbor, but yes.
Pearl Harbor
Yeah,
helped a
I
lot.
know Pearl Harbor, which may or may not have been a false flag, but like you know,
there's that. There's a whole thing. Have you heard about this? Radio communications and
Whoa, whoa.
we don't need to get into that. This is some Tower 7
wait.
shit.
FDR loved this country, damn it.
But yeah, I mean, and that's like the frightening thing is that because the United States isn't like unified on this issue, like that's when they use false flags, is to get us unified. The U.S. loves fucking false flags. That's like our fucking
Nord Stream.
favorite strat. It's our favorite strat.
Yes.
So like I feel
Nord
like
Stream, yeah.
Yeah.
so like I'm nervous that they would, I don't know, do something like that. I'll let an attack go through, you know, intentionally to get Americans more willing to allow us to escalate. But I guess my problem is that I just don't know enough about the inner workings on why everything has happened. Like I don't fully know all of the nuances to the situation, so it's very hard for me to like make a educated stance on this stuff. Like I just don't know enough on the details, and I
How
don't think I can
responsible
know.
of
I
you.
don't even think any of us can know, because I think that there's so much information being withheld from us. So
Yeah.
how can we even make educated decisions on these topics when we don't even have the information to do so? We all like to pretend like we're just like these geopolitical like geniuses and we know exactly what we're talking about, but there's so much information that we just don't know. So it's hard for me to really say what to do in this situation without all of the information.
Seems like a very reasonable response.
And I think I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and just to illustrate your point even more, I think it's incredibly irresponsible for the United States government to think that they know what's best for Ukraine, because if anybody would look back at the multiple hundreds of years of history between, we'll just say like the Russian Empire at one point and the people of Ukraine, their history is incredibly complicated, and their contentions go back for hundreds of years.
It's tumultuous.
Yes, it's very
Yeah.
tumultuous, and it goes back for hundreds of years to ancestral grudges that we cannot begin
It's
to
like Israel and
comprehend.
Pakistan.
Amen to that.
That's the
And that
exact
only started
same
after fucking
concept.
World War II when we drew lines. One.
These
One,
fucking lines.
Two. Either way.
In the
point is
past.
the same. The point is the same.
And in World War II, we weren't even aware of
camps?
I might be, we weren't even aware of like everything that was
We-
even going
we
on. That's not
discovered-
even, everyone likes to pretend like we went there like
Right.
we were some moral heroes.
Right.
No, that's not the reason why we were fucking there,
No,
dude.
We
Like-
discovered we discovered the
that's-
camps on our way through
that-
Europe.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
the
So
end of the
that's like
European
that moral
conflict.
argument where it's like, well, like we got involved in World War II because of like wanted to help. No, we didn't. Like we
That's
had
right.
our own reasons.
Yeah.
And we do for this. It's not. We don't like stop pretending that the United States is getting involved for empathy and because they care about people. No, we have geopolitical fucking reasons on why we want to do this. And I don't fully understand all of the aspects of what that means. And I think that that's
I-
my stance on this.
I think that's a really good segue to talk about like classified information and the idea of classified information, right? Because the take from the government for these leaked documents was people shouldn't have access to this information. This isn't information that people need access to.
I have
right?
a meme for this. I think it'll be
Okay.
a great way to enter this conversation. Let
Let's
me
see
pull
it.
it up here.
Yep.
Boom. Nope, that's not it. Fucking.
Well, it's kind
Too
of hard
few
because in an
screens.
aspect to me, it's like, but we do need access to this information so that we
Right.
know
Yes.
why we're
So
there,
that
so
is
that we
precisely-
understand the real reasons. If the true reasons of why we're involved in this war completely pure and genuine, like then we need to understand what those reasons are. Like convince us.
Yes.
Why
that would
should
be
we be
nice.
there? Convince us that it's a good idea. I'm still not convinced.
I'm tired of the "it's for democracy" argument
And that's
Yeah.
because we're
because I don't agree with democracy.
It's because we're
And
being
well, and
coerced,
we've been
not
lied
convinced.
to about
Yeah.
wars for we've been lied to about so many conflicts and wars for so long that it's like we got trust issues.
Yeah, we got trust issues, man. So
Like,
this
it's
meme,
like
I
being
think,
cheated
is,
on a bunch of times and then having your boyfriend tell you like, no, this time
it'll be different.
I'm going to this girl's house, but we're just like gonna talk and we're gonna do homework.
Yeah, we're just
We're
friends,
gonna like
man.
we're gonna hang out. Like I know every other time I lied to you and I fucked her, but like this time, definitely.
Get off
not.
my back, Brandy. We're just study buddies. God. So this meme I like a lot because I think it speaks a lot to just the way we deal with specific leaked information. And was this a good meme to segue into?
Excellent. Yes.
Perfect. So we got
Yes.
Alexander, for the listener, Alexander Vindman, who was responsible for the first impeachment attempt of Donald Trump.
A cornerstone of the impeachment trial about the way that the Ukrainian defense funding was dealt with on the back end and communications and who should have been involved and wasn't involved and
Perfect
who
phone
was
call.
circulated
Very
and not
perfect phone
circulated.
call.
Yeah.
So we have the meme of I forget the name of this meme, but the happy face. He leaked classified documents about Ukraine, Alexander Vindman, and then we have the picture of the 21-year-old kid.
Whatever his
He
name
looks
is.
like such a baby. And then we have the crying, angry emoji of he leaked classified documents about Ukraine. So obviously we're very upset about one leak,
Yes.
and we're very happy about another leak.
So there was a lot of talk about classified information and people not having clearance for this, and that this was need to know information.
That's right.
Right. And so that's kind of my question to you is how or why do we go about classifying this stuff as need to know information? Because I agree with you that I tend to believe that these are things we need to know to make an informed decision as a public and as a country as to what we should be doing. And so
Yeah.
I'm struggling with even how do these
I think
documents
that less like the strategy of how we're going about things is less. I don't think that we need to know all of that. Like when it comes to, I don't know, like we wouldn't want to release classified information that would basically give Russia an understanding of what we're doing, like on what's the word? Like
battlefield strategy?
yeah, like things like that. Like
One-
would make
one might
sense why we
say-
wouldn't.
Sources and methods?
Yeah, we like we might not want that, but like an understanding of like why or what's genuinely happening might be important. I
Yeah,
don't
like
know.
An
To be
actual
fair,
honest take on why we are trying to convince the American people to be on board with this. An
Yes,
actual honest to
exactly.
God answer of like, this is why we actually think it's important, and we're going to tell you now.
yeah.
There's, especially with this set of particular documents, right? There's nothing in here that seems to that it would put any individual in danger. There's nothing here that's putting any of the lives at risk on the Ukrainian front, whether they be Ukrainian or NATO or whoever it is, right? There's these documents aren't putting any lives in danger. So what is the inherent harm in releasing this information for Americans to be able to make a more informed decision?
Well, I would say probably the whole now like wasn't there information that said that we were spying on people that
Yes.
are our allies? I mean, yeah, well, we shouldn't really be doing that anyway, but like
Well, that's what I'm saying is that's
Like-
that's the deeper part of my question is all of these things I don't see as an individual who believes that all other human beings in this country are equal. I really struggle with why we do not have public access to this information.
because we are doing shady shit. That's why. Like it's very clear that the reason why we can't have public access to all of the like nitty-gritty details of this stuff is because we're doing shady shit.
Because it
Like
would make America
for
look
example,
bad.
the spying on allies, that's doing shady shit.
Yeah.
That if that got out, our allies are gonna be like, what the fuck? You guys are spying on us, bro? Like, like shit like that, I think is the reasoning. That's like the only argument on why they do it.
And
It's not because like they need to like protect something because like they could keep everything else classified that is need to know, like, but I don't know. Other than that,
because the argument
Let
always
it all
comes
out.
back to like, well, of course we're spying on them because they're also spying on us, right? That generally
Yeah.
comes back to it. But I think
that's
essentially
true.
it
I've
goes
played
back to
Civ
the same
before.
point.
We all put spies everywhere. I
Yeah,
understand.
we all put spies everywhere, but I think the secret agreement is between all of like even like the Five Eye nations, right? Whatever, I forget what they all are, but it's like we have this network of CIA and FBI stuff. We all
like
share intelligence.
The UK and France and
Yeah.
like fucking Germany, I think, and then something else.
Yeah, it's a group of nations that we call it the Five Eyes, and we all share like security intel between each other, supposedly, right? And then I think just basically to add on to what you're saying is, even if we're all doing it to each other, the public in general of all these nations don't know that we're doing it on each other.
Right.
And so if one person is discovered to be spying on France or on South Korea or on Israel or what any of our allies, it gives them a reason in the public face to be like, what the fuck, America? Why are you spying on us?
Yeah.
Of course we're doing it to you too, but we're just not going to tell you that. I mean, we didn't get found out. You
Yeah.
got found out. So I think that's part of that
it's
aspect.
allowed as long as you don't get caught.
Amen. That's basically, I think, what the given rule is at this point, is why this particular leak is looked on so badly. It's because not only do all of our allies see, it's been brought to public. They knew we were doing it anyways, but now it's in the public view, and the American people know about it. And let's just say, because it's on the internet, the whole fucking world knows about it at this point. And so that makes us look bad in everyone else's eyes, because we got caught, they didn't get caught.
Yeah.
And it
I
gives
mean,
everybody
and
an
can someone
excuse.
explain to me, like, so what? Because it's like Israel and Pakistan,
Mm-hmm.
and then Russia and Ukraine. I don't really see much of a difference in in the
What's in,
the
like,
type of conflict it is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
Like,
I'm just
they're
going to
both
say I
long
agree with you.
histories. They both have very long histories. Like, they both. It's a very similar thing. One's a little bit more, I think, religious. But
Yes, I have.
And it has been religious historically.
And I have
Yes.
always struggled with the same thing. The whole time we've been doing the show, all the things that I've changed my mind on, I have struggled to understand.
You're like, I don't know. Palestine, I don't know.
Why I, as a non-religious person, should give a fuck about this inherently religious conflict that's happening over there, outside of the obvious, the same deal of Ukraine. People are dying, this rights. I get
Yeah.
those things. But this conflict, and I obviously don't want to dive in because I don't fucking know, because I don't pay attention to
don't
it,
know.
because
We
I don't
don't
give a shit. But I just don't, like, people are very, very passionate about the Palestine-Israel issue, and I struggle to understand why I should give a fuck at all outside of, like, so those basic concepts, because this is an inherently religious issue that I don't belong to either of those religions. So
But my point was kind of like these conflicts are going to happen all over the world. Are we going to be involved in all of them? Like, is it our
Word.
job to be the ones to be involved in all of them? I think that if any level of involvement, we should be the mediator and trying to resolve conflict, not the person that's getting involved and escalating conflict.
Purely
Because
diplomatically.
this is purely for a diplomatic place, being like trying to get them to make peace, not trying to pick one side over the other so that we can escalate it to a extreme degree. But we tend to not do that. So
we like boots on the ground.
So
We like to have control.
Yeah, I think we've control issues.
do you think that that's possible, the scenario you're describing, where America takes solely a diplomatic role in a foreign conflict? Do you think that that's possible with the current structure of our government and political parties?
No, well, not right now. No, unfortunately, because the whole thing is fucked. But ideally, I think we could get there someday, maybe. I think we need some new blood. We need new politicians that aren't the same fucking same over and over and over again on the Democratic and Republican side, and they're always going to pick the same opposing sides from each other. It's bullshit. Except right now it's weird, but the Democrats and the Republicans are kind of on the same side with the Ukraine thing.
It's called the Uniparty. It's a whole deal.
Yeah.
But I think, just to kind of continue that maybe a little bit, the vested interest of the power brokers in these conflicts and stuff like that generally only have an interest at maintaining their own power. And so when it comes to why more or less it's difficult to do things purely diplomatically these days, I don't know. I think it's more or less it's because we don't have the diplomatic power we used to.
Yeah.
which it might have been something that was on the table when we were the top dog of the world, and we chose to essentially walk away from that position in a controlled fashion, in which we would recede militarily while rising in diplomatic relations, right? As we used our, what's that, Teddy Roosevelt, the carry a big stick and
Speak softly.
What do you mean
and
we
carry a big stick.
receded? We receded.
militarily.
How
Like,
did we recede militarily? Because don't we have military?
we do all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
Well, just for like
I feel
example,
like we have not receded at all.
no, we have not, and that's my point. Is like we haven't.
If we did receive,
If we did,
we could
I
have
thought you
gotten
said-
to a point at which we could
Oh.
control the geopolitical world diplomatically only by slowly receding militarily while building up diplomatically. But unfortunately, the powers that be that have been in charge for this long have fucked it up so goddamn bad.
Yeah.
Diplomacy doesn't get a shit anymore because we're not in charge anymore. At this point, we are not. It used to be a unipolar world where America had the biggest dick and we had the army to back it up, and whatever we say went. Otherwise, you're going to get Gaddafi'd in your own country. Now we don't have that power, and people insist they can run all over America, and so our diplomatic power is almost non-existent at this point. We go to the Saudis, they laugh at us. China comes in, they make fucking deals between Saudi and Iran, something we couldn't do for decades, or we didn't want to do for decades. I'm not going to pontificate on that, but point being, France is meeting with China at this point to make sure that China understands that America isn't running the show anymore and France can make its own goddamn decisions.
Yeah.
And so that just illustrates how America we don't have the possibility for diplomatic power anymore, whereas we could have until we fucked it all up.
But shouldn't we be focusing on economic growth so that we could have that power back?
Because we could, amen, because we could have it back if we weren't fucking stupid about it and losing our shirts
Yeah.
like we are now, and will continue to, as far as I can see.
instead, the only people making money are the defense industries.
And their fucking profits are going to be cut. They have a vested interest in this too. I don't know why they're not pushing harder for America essentially be the top dog on the world stage again by making smarter geopolitical moves, because they
They're-
can make more fucking
right,
money in the
'cause
back
they're-
end.
they're already making
Everyone's
money no matter
thinking
what.
short term. I think people think short term and not long term.
Yeah, I think
Like
so.
it's like we need to. It's like putting out. It's like if like a pipe is broken, and instead of like actually just removing the pipe and fixing it, you like put a band-aid on it and we're like, we fixed the issue. Like
Band-Aid
it
on
seems
it.
like that's what we're doing with like everything. We're just like not actually fixing the issues at
Yes.
hand. We're just doing quick fixes to make it okay for now. But in the end, the pipe's gonna burst.
Or,
You know, like
I think part of that is because of because we were talking about earlier, the age of the people in leadership. They're 90 years old. So
that's
They're
true.
used
They
to
don't have to
talking
deal
with
with
the
the
Soviet Union,
repercussions.
and their future is 10 minutes from now. So
Yes.
what happens in 10 years bears no relevance on them because
Yes.
they're not going to be here. So they don't give a shit, and the
And
president's
That's
only
like
there for
the-
4
that's
years,
the
so he
same
doesn't
with-
fucking care.
yeah.
It's the same with the Social Security issue.
Oh,
like
yeah.
we're running out of Social
Precisely.
Security.
Yes. We don't talk about that. What are you talking about? Everything's fine.
2037, we
I
run out
think-
of reserves and
yes.
security, but nobody fucking cares, and they all just come up with these bullshit solutions that aren't even going to fix it.
That's
We'll
a
just
beautiful
make
microcosm
the
of that issue.
retirement age higher. Like that's the solution. That's the only thing you have to come up with. Well,
Yeah. We continue to do that, by the way. You remember when it used to be 60 and then 65
Yeah.
and now it's what, fucking
No,
67?
that's why
Something
it
like
has
that,
always
yeah.
been
Yeah.
well because of the Social Security
Yeah.
because it is going to run out.
It's a Ponzi
And-
scheme.
Well, they're doing the
Yeah.
same shit in France. The shit don't work.
And they
Yeah.
motherfuckers in France know what's up, bro.
Yes.
They try to raise their retirement age by 2 years and the whole fucking country riots.
Yes.
Okay.
I
'Cause they
know.
know
I
shit
love.
is
I
not
love
working.
that French energy, dude.
Yeah,
the
bro.
French,
Every-
like that. They never got over that shit. Like they
No.
rebelled once, and they're like, "We anything goes wrong, we fucking rebel."
That's
During
right.
the French Revolution, that shit just like that energy like stayed. We had the American Revolution, but that energy doesn't stay with us
When
the
you
same
s-
way
when
it
because
does
the
in
French
France.
helped us win.
And when you set the bar at beheadings, anything under that is like chill. If you're not cutting
Yeah.
people's heads off, they're like, it's fine. That's why people are still eating
Yeah.
in restaurants. There's fires behind them. And
They're
they're
like, chilling.
This espresso's fire, dog. They don't care. Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck goes on over in France, right? But every year on Bastille Day, I don't know what Bastille Day is, but as far as an
there's a guy,
American's
I'm pretty
perspective
sure.
goes, it's riot day. And that's what they do. They get out there, they fucking they start by protesting, and then it just turns
They
half the
fuck
city
around,
on
yeah.
fire, man. They're wild people
It's
out
a good
there.
thing those guys don't have guns. They'd
Yes.
be doing wild shit if they had
Yes. But I want
feel
to.
like I wish their government wasn't so like slightly authoritarian. I feel like
Oh.
I would vibe in France.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
dude,
by all
they're-
means, arm the French, but still.
France. I spent some time in France. It was dope as fuck. But I want to go back to a
seem
minute
like
to
my
your-
people.
That's right.
I've said before that I don't know hardly any French people, but when I was doing all that revolutionary reading, I was like, I feel an inherent brotherhood with the French that
Oh,
I
yeah.
cannot defeat. I was like, it's just I fuck with them. Like I just fuck with what you're doing.
You know why? It's because every time there's a war that breaks out, they roll over, and then we jump in to save their ass.
Yeah.
And then they're like, hey, you saved us. We like your shit. We'll adopt your shit.
Right. They're like, skin, thank you.
That's right. We're the big brother to France, even though we're younger, but that's fine.
Yeah, we got a religion fight in the
Yeah,
chat right now.
yes, we do. I know
This
this.
is no good.
There is a
No.
massive religious conflict happening in the chat
In the
right
chat,
now.
Yes.
Oh no.
Which is very
Why?
interesting. But I want to go back for a minute to your plumbing analogy because you're a journeyman plumber. And so we're talking about putting fucking
The
band-aids
shock on
on
her
leaks.
face. Oh.
No. In the plumbing, it's called Mickey Mousing. So
Yes.
I worked at a strip club, and I knew that we would have to bring in. I was a manager there, and I would have to bring in plumbers. And we had like this one guy, like historically, that my boss hired, who was like way cheaper. But like then everything just started falling apart. I brought in a real plumber. And he was like, "This place has been Mickey Mouse to shit."
That's
like
right,
he was
buddy.
like, and because and everything was like, at one point, everything just fucking fell apart. Everything
Yes.
broke. And so we had to bring in a real guy, and he was like, "Yeah, it's because none of these issues have actually been resolved. They've just been like
Mickey Mouse.
not." Yeah, Mickey Mouse is the word you call it. Mickey Moused it.
So I don't know if this is correct.
That's really funny.
Did you ask the guy why it's called Mickey Mouse?
I actually don't know.
From my understanding, working in the trades for all these years, Mickey Mousing is essentially being able to tie a bow on a pipe, hence the ears, and it's just a temporary fix. It's a Band-Aid. It'll last. And so to carry the analogy through, if I can recall exactly what we were talking about, the reason why the U.S. government is Mickey Mousing the shit out of the pipes is because, and then there's a drip drip going on, and yes, eventually the pipe could burst, right? But more readily, what's going to happen quicker, however you say that, is the bucket underneath of that drip drip, and it's going to have to be taken out by somebody. And I think right now we're at the who's going to take out the bucket portion, so everything's fucked up, and there's problems happening, this, that, and the other thing. They're obviously not going to fix it, but they're going, okay, well, who's going to solve the temporary problem we have? We're not going to get down to the foundational issue. We're not going to solve proxy wars. We're not going to solve the multipolar world conflict right now. But
Russian imperialism.
at the end of the day, who's going to take out the bucket? How are we going to get this bucket from the pipes outside? How are we going to make it through this conflict without ruining the fucking world?
Interesting.
That'd be my question. But also, I have answers.
Oh, the man has answers to his own question. I love
He
it.
doesn't
Yeah,
ask a
exactly.
question without an
It's
answer.
all rhetorical.
If we don't have anything to say, he's still got to be able to keep
right.
the dead air. You know? Got to be able to fill the dead air.
There's a phone call coming. I got to be ready.
That's right.
Mickey Mouse, jury wig, ring it,
So
etc.
what is the actual question? Is who is going to pull out the bucket?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Who's going to have to take out the bucket? And it's what? Well, I guess that's not really the answer because, or that's not really the
Yo,
question.
the chat's wild right now.
The chat's super wild right now.
The chat's
Yeah.
wild right now. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
We're not reading any of that.
No.
What is it? What is going on in
They
there?
Are, in brief, there is a discussion between
Israel and Palestine.
It
Oh
started,
no, God!
No, it started
Jesus.
as like whether like just religions are good, and
Yeah.
then whether or not there
Oh.
was any inherently bad ones, and there was a claim made
Yeah, Scientology. I
that
win.
is that's being actively refuted. So there was a debate going on.
There was a debate.
about
about Israel and Palestine, but not really.
yeah.
And y'all lose because Scientology is the only real religion that should just be cut the fuck out right now.
We love you, Xenu. So who? I think the answer's got to be America because we're the only people that are willing to throw down the fucking nut. Like, I don't know who else would do it, but I don't think that that's a. I guess it fits to the analogy because
China.
it's not a real solution. I know you think China. Your answer is China.
Yep.
I was gonna say, I hope not China.
Yeah,
But-
they've already kind of proven that they're the new dog in town.
Well, that's going.
It's going to
I
end
know,
poorly.
and yeah, that's gonna end very badly for
What do
everyone
you
involved.
think is the inherent difference in and I'm going to use the word resolution, but we've already established that it's not really a resolution.
Yeah.
What do you think is the inherent difference in a Chinese resolution as opposed to a United States resolution?
Okay, neocon hat needs to be put on at this point because we're
Okay.
talking about.
Wait, you think China is gonna be the one to provide the resolution?
He's saying they could. No, like they could.
They could. Well, put
Oh,
it this
they
way.
could.
At this point, the only people that have actually put on.
They
have
won't. They
entered
want us to-
diplomatically and put in a genuine 12-point arm assist program. I don't know if you call it a program, but a proposal to the Russians has been China.
Right.
The only people that have actually done that is China.
Because we told them to fuck off.
The United States,
NATO via Boris
West,
Johnson.
yeah, Western powers via Boris Johnson had there was a supposed ceasefire deal on the table with Zelensky between the Russians and Ukraine, and Boris
Yeah.
Johnson went over there and said, "Don't fucking do
We
it.
don't want you to
We
take
don't want you to do this." And so they didn't do it, and here we are a fucking year later. We're still playing this game. China goes over there. Not only is China making fucking peace deals between fucking the Saudis and the Iranians for the first
Yeah.
time in a fucking
We've got
1,000
BRICS
years.
happening.
We got BRICS
Yeah.
popping off
Why are they doing that? Why is China doing that?
because they want to become the next
They want to be the guy.
omnipolar power in the world, just like the United States has been for the last, I don't know, 80 years. What
Also, if you
80
fully
years.
understand like communist ideology,
Yes.
communism, they actually they're based on Leninism,
Mm-hmm.
and Lenin was one part aspect of his ideology was that you use free market principles, you use the free market just temporarily, but
As a
the end
means to an
goal,
end.
because communism cannot work until the
Yes.
whole world is communist, and that is the end goal. That is straight out of Lenin's fucking mouth.
I-
So you
I
think
thought
they're
that
doing it to spread
the-
ideology?
like-
Inherently, the intent is to spread ideology.
The,
Because if they
the
can
inherent
gain
intent
more-
is that because communism cannot work
Right.
in this mind unless the whole world becomes communist.
Because there
right,
needs to be a
so-
funding
So
mechanism for
what I'm
communism.
saying is they're trying
Yeah.
to gain political capital so they can have the ability to spread that ideology. Because, and what I mean by that, probably the easiest thing is an invasion of Taiwan. To
Mm-hmm.
retake Taiwan. That's going to be if China's trying to spread communism, that's the first step.
One
is
China,
to
baby.
retake
Yeah, and then
Taiwan.
Japan will
Right,
be
is to
at some
unify
point.
China and then the
because
surrounding
China's never
areas.
been able to fuck on
So
Japan.
that's what you think the
No,
end
they.
goal
I
is.
think they
They've
want
tried.
Japan eventually.
Yeah, because they've
Like,
tried
I don't know if it'll-
historically for going on 1,000 years at this point. They have tried historically to take Japan, and they've never been able to do it. But they probably are capable today.
So that's what you think the
And-
end goal is.
I think the
I
end
think
goal,
that Japan will be
more or
next.
less-
Well,
Bye,
they'll
Felicia.
do Taiwan.
Tell your
and then
wife I said I
Japan.
love you, and I spread the
And-
love to the kids and all that good stuff.
One thing that's I've read about is that in China there's a lot of anti-Japan sentiment. Like it's
100%.
very big in like for some in their movies. Like the
Yes.
Japanese are always the villains. Like
Yeah.
they push this like idea. It's like pushing it into people's consciousness that like Japan's the villains. And
Yes.
they've been doing that for a very long time.
It
So-
runs through their history. I mean, throughout written history
Yeah.
at this point. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know.
And
how-
Japan doesn't have a military, do they? Weren't they? Don't
They-
we have some sort of deal with them where like they can't really?
Yeah, post World War II, we fucked that all up by saying you can only have a defense force.
Yeah.
But there's been abilities to build up in some capacity, but also the United States has we got bases. So we're there, so it's fine apparently. But yeah, they have the Japanese Defense Force. I think it's I think it's literally the JDF. It might be the NDF or the JNDF. I don't remember exactly what they call it, but they do have a military. They're just not necessarily allowed to do anything that's not defensive after World War II.
Yes.
I don't know how well that would hold up in today's world. I'm pretty sure if they asked us, we'd be like, word, go to town. You guys are our friends at this point. We dropped an A-bomb on you, too, and go to town. Reparations
Kind of a
have
big
been
deal.
paid. But no, I don't. When we get back to like the Chinese, I don't know how you like the spread of the CCP. I guess I'm hesitant.
Well, I think they're doing it culturally.
They
I think
are
it's already
100%
happening.
doing it culturally.
Like,
Welcome to TikTok.
it's like a Civ game. They're trying to get a cultural. They're going for a cultural and a
Yes.
diplomacy. Like they're going
That's
for
right.
multiple wins at the same time.
But they're not crossing borders.
Yeah.
But they're going to do it. They're going to do it with TikTok, and they're going to do it financially. They're going to do it not just cultural and diplomatically, because those are two victories in Civ, but also trade. They're also doing that. We talked last episode. I fucking melted Donovan's brain with the fact the petrodollar's about to fall through the fucking floor because China is out there making deals with the BRICS nations, among other nations, to get off the petrodollar and go to the Chinese yuan.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
but yeah, so I don't necessarily think like their spread is ideological. That's by de facto, I think, that comes with it. But
Well,
I think
it's deeper. I
it
agree
is.
with.
Yeah, like the ideology portion comes along with it
I
because
think
they're
it's power in general.
is
like
power.
possesses you.
yes,
So,
and that's
but
why
like
the ideology.
yeah.
I say that's why the ideology comes along with it because
Yeah.
without the underlying ideology of like you have to be afraid of the government and you have to do what the government says and all this stuff, they don't necessarily have the power to do what they are doing. You know, like the fact that they can just take Hong Kong, breaking every treaty that involved Hong Kong, and nobody does shit about it, while they're fucking waving American flags and asking for freedom and begging, while the fucking CCP rolls in and beats the shit out of them and then just usurps their entire little government they have in Hong Kong. I think that a lot of people point to like the fall of Afghanistan and the way we pulled out as how shitty we did as like the main flagpole in the ground to be like America's not in charge anymore. I go back to Hong Kong and how nobody did anything in Hong Kong about that because that gave the Chinese, the CCP, that gave them carte blanche to basically do whatever the fuck they want throughout the rest of the world because nobody's going to save Hong Kong. But I think
Hong Kong's also like in the middle of China.
Word. It's
It's
a
hard.
weird
like,
deal.
how do you even send people there? Like, how I would say that's a hard one.
It's a hard one, but the idea being is that it was essentially controlled by the British for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And there was a treaty in place to say that everything in Hong Kong reverts to China in 99 years, and I think that ended in sometime within the next couple of years. But at one point, China was like, "No, fuck that. We're in charge now." And so their sovereignty, after the UK left in 1999, I believe, Hong Kong just got to be an independent little city-state. I mean, you play Civ, you like city-states. You know, they could be your friend.
But you know that if you were a country and you had a city-state in the middle of your territory,
I'm taking that shit.
you might.
Especially
like, I
if
don't know.
they're-
I might not. It depends. It depends on what. It depends.
If they are so we'll keep it in Civ terms just because we're being geeky at this point.
Yeah.
If that city-state...
I mean, I love talking about geopolitics in Civ terms.
Well,
even though most people
unfortunately-
might not get it.
Unfortunately, geopolitics is almost best described in Civ terms because it's very 30,000 foot level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if this city-state next to you was a financial city-state, you might want to take that because you need that for your bottom line. It's a good trade partner.
No.
It's a good trade hub.
No, that exactly. So yeah.
So that's why they take it. Taiwan? Is Taiwan any different?
I mean, I think location, right?
Yeah,
Because
location's a little different, but
location it might be is more ideal for people to help them. I would say in an escalation if it came down to it.
Do
you know, like
how familiar are you with Taiwan's geographic location?
I'm actually not.
Okay,
that.
so I'll pull it up so we're not being assholes of ourselves here, because I want to make sure too I'm on the same page.
I might be completely wrong, but
That's
I
why I'm
think
like, I
that they're
also
in
want
a-
to check because I'm pretty good with geography, but also I want to make sure before
I think they're not like as like centralized within China like Hong Kong is, but I could
Is that
be.
Taiwan? I don't
Dad's
know why
back.
it's not. Dad's back. Hang on, I gotta click the button. South Korea. There's Taiwan. Okay, so I hate fucking
They're their
Discord.
own
keeps
little
doing that.
area, so it's
So
a little
there's
different.
Taiwan, and we zoom out. So there's Japan. There's China. So they ain't that far from China.
No, they're not far, but
But it ain't
where's
Hong Kong, which is an island within a bay.
Right.
yeah,
Technically
which is
only divided by a fucking river.
Just shoot it with a gun.
Yeah.
like that's a little difficult. Like
There-
I'm not
there's
saying
a sea
it's
invasion that
ideal
needs to happen.
for Taiwan. This isn't like an ideal situation for them, but like
Yeah.
then it's also like, do we get involved in these conflicts that escalate? And that's
Yes.
like,
And that's the big problem, and that's why I was going to put my neocon hat on, because I'm a reformed neocon. I used to have a O'Reilly Factor mug and the whole 9 yards. I was deep into it, and there's a couple podcasts I listen to on the regular that are run by neocons, and so I always have a pretty good idea of what the fucking neocons are thinking.
Finger on the pulse of the neocons.
That's right. It's important to have because when it comes to geopolitics, the neocons are generally the ones that are pushing for power. They're pushing to do for activity in Ukraine. They're pushing for intervention in Taiwan. They're pushing for, fucking Donald Trump signed a massive multi-billion-dollar weapons deal with Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
How did that fucking turn out? It turned out 6 years later, the Saudis are going into fucking cahoots with China.
Yeah.
Didn't work out so goddamn well. And, wow, we continue to support their genocide in Yemen. But the idea being is that in their eyes, if America can intervene where it needs to intervene, it can run a proxy war here, it can run a proxy war there, and maintain America standing on the world stage as the top dog, that is better. That world is a better place than if China's the top dog. And I don't know if I can.
Better for who?
Better for the world.
Better for the world?
Just not certain people in the world.
well, I think that China is going to go about this strategically and not get involved until it sees that America has officially fucking economically destroyed itself.
Because
And
that
once
has
we
happened.
Yeah, and once we get to a point of like being economic, that's why I think that really what we need to be focusing on is our economy. Like we really need to get our economy in order because I think that that's what China's banking on is that our economy collapses and that's when they make their moves. That's when they start doing power moves.
And you know what's really funny in like a weird conspiratorial way?
Yeah.
I'm not saying this is conspiracy at all, but it's probably just the way the dominoes fell. But China was a paper tiger up until about 2 minutes ago. Their entire economy had been overflated. They've been inflating their currency for years at this point. They would go ahead and fund massive building operations to skyscrapers in towns that nobody lived in.
I think all that's still
Like,
true, right?
That's
No,
all
I
still
think that
true.
they're still, yeah, I was gonna say, they still got some problems over
But-
there. They are communists.
They are communists,
I
yes.
think that's in the same way. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
I'll
you.
say, but the problem is, if the unipolar powers were to shift, and China more or less took top dog spot, even if it's a close second or third between anybody else, if they're still number one, and half the world is operating off the Chinese yuan as the world currency, that's their financial issues are over at that point. Because they have the backing of half of the world in their reserve currency and all their debt and all their problems. And much like America is having to deal with those chickens coming home to roost now, the Chinese they'll get to put off their financial comeuppance because half the world will have adopted their currency and actually made it worth way more than it ever actually was. And so they get to save their nation financially more or less because they're the one, all the oil deals in the fucking world are going to be done in the yuan then. All the major oil deals.
Yeah. Well,
And so,
Yeah,
like,
I
it could be saving their economy at that point.
I'm not sure that's enough to do it because of how much of their investment, global investment thus far, is not panning out for them. And not that it's not panning
A
out,
lot
but
of it
they're
is
not
our
making
dollars.
money, right? They're not making money on it.
Yes.
Because
Belt
the
and Road
countries,
thing.
yes, they're just getting fucked because a ton of those African countries can't pay no matter what. At the end of the day, there is no money to be given to them, so they're just not getting any money from it. So they have crumbled infrastructure projects and no money to come from it, especially because of the insane turnover that happens in so many of those countries that they invested in.
You got a sweet ass freeway in Sudan, but the government's in civil war, so all that's just going to get blown up.
Yes.
Our bad. You can't do a bunch of trade on those highways if they don't exist because whatever country you invested is in turmoil.
I don't know. And my
Right.
big dumb American brain is like, the only way to make money in the globe is to make war. So I'm just thinking, like, who does China try and go to war with to try and bolster their economy? Because how the fuck else are they going to make money? Like, how else do you make money? Because like you said, they're just losing it in nationally, internationally. They're just losing money on all of the infrastructure spending that they're doing.
Yeah. Here's
What do you mean? How else does the government make money? I feel like there's plenty of, or like the economy makes money.
If their
Or-
economy is continuing to fall apart, like we just talked about, because they're bolstering their own currency, they're inflating their own currency, and the projects they're investing in with that inflating currency don't go anywhere. The buildings that they're building and the cities they're building domestically are still empty. There is no commerce happening in a lot of those
I mean,
buildings.
by allowing
And
the free market to actually be the free market within, if they actually started to implement more free market aspects within their country, then that might have more of a positive. I don't know if that will ever happen though.
That's
'Cause
what
they
I'm
have-
saying though, and I'm
Yeah.
not asking the question of like how does China save itself. I'm saying like how do they go about carrying out the plan that you're talking about if their economy is going to fall apart? I'm not trying to save China. That's not what I'm asking.
So I think one of the aspects of that would be, when you think about the oil trade, right? The petrodollar.
Yeah.
Part of the reason the petrodollar ever meant anything is because we helped control the oil supply, right?
Right.
In the Middle East, particularly. China doesn't make oil.
Right.
So if China's...
Them dudes be burning coal.
Yeah, so if
It's a
China...
dirty ass economy over there.
Yeah, ask Beijing's air quality. If China isn't actually producing the oil, then it doesn't have to worry about the bottom end of like what it costs to produce oil. But if they're essentially having the rest of the world use their currency
Isn't
to
that
just
what we
trade
did?
in.
They're the world's oil
Yes,
bank. They're
that's
the world's
exactly
oil
what we
bank.
did, except
Yeah.
we helped through our interventions in the Middle East for the last 40 fucking years. We helped control the oil supply.
We also-
in a great deal, because the only other major oil exporters would have been Russia and like Venezuela
And us. We
well,
also
and
make
us.
a fuckload of oil, and that's
Now,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying is that's the difference, that we have financial. We're bought in at the end of the day. We have if we're bought into that market, but if they're not, then they're just the world's oil bank. They're just the oil bank. They're just making money off the top of all the transactions.
Yeah.
If they don't have anything to lose at the end of the day, they just have a stronger currency than any other nation that's trading in oil, because all the other nations are more corrupt than China is, because at least China has control of everything, of
But
the
wouldn't
corruption.
that make their inflation like that would affect the value of their dollar though? The value of their dollar would
I might stabilize it if the
Yeah.
global oil trade is being done in Chinese dollars.
And that's my more or
would
less my point.
stabilize it. And so I right, okay. So I don't disagree with you. I think my question was, do you think that would be enough to save their economy?
Yeah,
You think it would be
I
enough
think
to,
so.
to at least keep it afloat?
because you just need
I
you
think
just need
it
time.
could.
And then they can just keep fucking around and doing what they're doing and falsely inflate their economy past that. Like that will be
I
enough
mean, I
to,
think they might need to stop. I hope they would like
they're communists. They ain't
like,
stopping.
stop.
They ain't
They're
Yeah.
communists. They ain't stopping.
You're right.
We need
I mean-
increase every semester. Every
Everybody
quarter,
knows.
it needs to go up.
Everybody knows communists are always cooking.
Yeah. We get,
Communists always cook.
our population went down. We still need increased productivity.
Yes.
That still needs to happen.
We told everybody you couldn't have anything but boys for fucking how many years?
That's
now
right.
we don't have a population, but we still demand the same output. Let's
Yes.
go.
Let's hit some of these comments because they're
it
talking
up.
about China and Taiwan now.
Because I got to pee.
Yes. So James said, because Joseph Garrett asked if we had some type of like reason to defend Taiwan, and then said because we don't have anything on the books to defend NATO.
Financial
And
supremacy.
yeah, and James said, oh God, I gotta use the, sorry, I gotta grab the mouse from across the desk. James said, no, but we have more of a reason to protect Taiwan versus Ukraine. Taiwan has so much U.S. investment in chip manufacturing, and the world's supply basically comes from there. And Theta617 said China needs the world for their economy to survive. Xi seems to be undoing his predecessor's work. Of like isolation financially. James, China's economy is not doing great. China has massive empty cities. Joseph, why is the question? Does China have so-called UFO technology and think they can win, or did China buy Biden and think they can win, or is China not going to do shit? Feta says China cannot ever work because they don't invest in themselves. We cut timber, our companies use timber, our consumers build houses and resupply our own economy. China doesn't have that. And I think that's a fair point. That's what we were talking about, them like building empty ass cities. James, remember China and India do not get along. They play nice because of Russia. Oh, fucking India. That's who the fuck they go to war with. Sorry to scream in everyone's ears. That's who the fuck they go to war with.
Who, China?
India.
But they're part of the BRICS nations.
Yeah, I don't
matter,
think
dude.
so. I
They're
think that
beating
they
the
would
shit
go
out of each other with fucking
Sticks.
with batons up at the top
Yes.
of that mountain. That's who the fuck they go to war with.
Have you seen those videos,
Have
Trix?
you seen that?
Oh my
Okay,
god, it's so funny.
Part of the China-India beef is over water rights, right?
Yes.
And there's a mountain that is on the border of their two countries, and they have armies on respective sides at the peaks of these mountains. And as a part of their individualized like armistice agreement or peace agreement, they can't use firearms, but they can use some like melee weapons is not included, so it doesn't count as actual warfare.
Yes.
It's fucked up. So
It's wild to
they
see.
have soldiers who have been beaten to death with like batons and bats that are wrapped in barbed wire.
And they use
like,
swords?
I don't
like
think swords,
katanas?
but they're using batons.
I mean, it would be a good
Weird
idea, but
fucking rules.
It's savage. So there's melee warfare going on between the Chinese and Indian armies at the top of this mountain. It's fucked up. It's like
I
really
did not
savage
know
shit.
about this.
Yeah,
That's
people
you
are
can
being-
find the videos.
Yeah,
It's fucking wild.
They're being beaten to death. It's super fucked. That's
so funny.
that's who China goes to war with is fucking India. I think, okay, neocon time. China
Go.
secures fucking Taiwan, so they fuck us out of this chip production because they don't have anywhere else. They secure Taiwan, they seal down this chip production, and they start fucking with India because now they have the ability to produce all of the missiles, all of the shit that they want to produce out of Taiwan because they've totally closed it down. If they control Taiwan, no one's getting those chips. It's just them. That's all China all day.
Does the
Then they're secured.
because I know our answer to this, right? But
Joseph Garrett rocks and sticks. It's fucked
rocks
up.
and sticks.
It
yeah,
is
it's
fucked up.
It is. You can find the videos on YouTube. It's
Yes.
fucking crazy. It's so fucking weird to watch. It looks like two football teams
I don't
going
remember.
at it.
Yeah, I don't remember where I first learned about that, but then I saw
It's-
videos, and
it's
legit,
uncomfortable to watch.
Like,
Is this happening currently?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's legit. Like the
Oh my
videos I've
God.
seen are groups of like 20 dudes on either side in a huge like a rumble. They're all just beating the shit out of each other in a big ass group
In
the
body
fucking-
armor. In body armor.
Yes, in full kit in the mountains.
It's
the
fucking weird.
weirdest shit. It's crazy.
It's like a knockdown, drag out version of what Pakistan and India do on their border every day with their guard
Yes.
change. It's
Yeah.
very aggressive and all this stuff, but they just get in there and they punch each other, they hit each other with sticks, with rocks. It's
really
a weird
fucked
fucking
up.
deal.
Yeah.
But does the fact that India is a nuclear power, does that change the calculus at all?
No, China is too. They don't give a shit. It's the same thing as us and
As-
Russia.
and Russia,
It's the
yeah.
same thing as us and Russia.
So I say-
There is no. If your goal is to control large portion of the globe, it does not benefit you to start nuclear warfare.
No.
All you're gonna do is take out pieces that you can't live in anymore. You can't use
Yeah.
the resources. Your people can't be there. You can't do anything with that shit for decades. So you just have to build a big ass wall around it. Say, don't fucking go there. You'll die if you go in there.
I
Just
build
a
a wall.
bad
Which is
idea.
also why I always, when people say they're like, "Oh, like we're gonna go into nuclear war," in my brain, I'm like, highly unlikely, because that's what I think of. I
Yes.
think it's like most people understand. Like, I think any smart world leader
Yes.
would understand, like, unless they're completely fucking like insane, like would understand that you're going to fuck up the resources and the land that you're trying
that you
to
want.
Especially,
that you want. Yeah.
Especially
Like
if
in
you're-
Civ, when you play Civ, you
Yeah.
fuck up the land.
I'm telling you, bro,
Like, it's-
everybody need to be playing this game.
Especially if you're
Everyone,
talking
you want to
about-
learn about geopolitics, play Civ 5.
Yes, or 6, it works.
Especially
Oh,
if you're
fuck
talking
Civ,
about somewhere like Ukraine that is, they're called the breadbasket of Europe. You know, there's all these nations that get
Yeah.
all of their resources or so many of their grain from Ukraine.
Most of Africa.
Yeah, if you destroy that nation, you're killing part of the globe along with it, and you can't do anything with it anymore. That's I felt the same way when all the talks were getting really heated about nuclear weapons. I was like, I'm not sold that this
No.
is going to happen. I don't see it. I don't see an end to it. But it was the commentary podcast that was like, any fucking day now,
It's gonna
they're
go
going to be
down.
launching Dukes. We need boots on the ground now. It
Any
was wild.
day now.
It was wild. Yeah, it was.
I love
really,
that podcast and I hate it at the same time.
it's entertaining to listen to, but it's sometimes the same thing as listening to like the far left stuff. It's like I can't believe anybody walks around all day with this in their head that they're like any fucking minute now there's going to be a nuke launching, and if we don't do it first, then we are fucked. That's just a wild thing. That's a wild thing to be thinking every day, you know?
Oh, Joseph says, no firearms, no munitions, just extreme rugby style, fucking each other up with hand tools.
Yeah, it's
That's-
wild. It's
Bring
wild.
back the sword fights.
That's
We have to
right.
just get rid of all weapons. We
Yeah,
can
dude, let's
only
do it.
sword fight.
I got a good book series
Samurais.
about that. It's fun.
That's right.
Yeah, I think we solved all the world's issues at this point.
Ukraine is done. Yeah.
Trying to think, is there any more particular aspects of this that I wanted to hit?
Oh my god, can we move away from geopolitics?
Yeah, it's
Please.
rough, bro. It's rough times out there. We're doing on time. Oh yeah, no, I think we could more or less take this segment to an end.
I think so. Yeah.
I think this has been fantastic, Brandy. I think you don't give yourself enough credit. For somebody that claims to not have a lot of info on geopolitics, you do have a fair amount. So I will give you that.
And
A
you're-
lot.
I mean, I just like to stay humble because I don't feel like I have enough.
Just one of these.
No,
It's
and
fine.
your take was good. It was informed, and I appreciate, especially after doing this for so long and talking to so many people that are willing to talk out of their ass. I appreciate that you are willing to say, I just don't know that much about it, you know. And
Yeah.
I've also the reality of none of us can know all of the things about it because so much of it is still held behind closed doors, you know.
Yep. Lots of good
Yeah.
points.
Yeah.
Lot of-
That's my situation is that I think I try to stay informed, but I also just don't know. I just don't know what I don't know.
Yeah.
Amen.
I like it.
And if you're going to focus on something, it might as well be the homeland, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I think with that,
We can call this the end of part 3 of episode 146. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We've been joined by Brandy. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4. Again, I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our patreon.com/saltofthestreets. And Brandy is at Creatrix_TTV on Twitter and then Creatrix__ on Instagram. Go follow her, subscribe, and she's on Twitch as well. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4. Grab bag, baby.
Time to get fun.
Let's see it, Colin.
All right, we'll see you guys in a minute.
Thank you.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness,
to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. My name is Donovan,
I'm Colin.
and we've been joined by Brandy, aka Creatrix. She is at Creatrix_TTV on Twitter and Creatrix__ on Instagram. This is episode 146, part 4, the grab bag. We're gonna mix that up a little bit. We got some little things going on. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at Alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Like, subscribe, share, comment, all of the things. The chat has been crushing it tonight. Okay.
Yeah, one of the perks, I would say, of the Salt of the Streets Patreon is that if you have enough interesting conversations in the chat while we do the episode, we'll probably write about you once a month on our Patreon. So be sure to subscribe at the $5 a month tier, and you can read our piece about the conversations and the ideas that you have inspired. Joseph Garrett, you know what we're talking about.
Yes.
Shout out patron Joseph Garrett.
Double feature Joseph Garrett.
That's right. Double feature?
I've written about him twice, yeah.
Oh, shit.
They've both been good things. The first one was the one when we talked about Tyree Nichols, and he asked about like what is justice. I don't remember what the other one was, but no, I don't remember. But twice I've written about things Joseph has asked me about.
He's a very good conversation starter. We'll put it that way. He asks a lot of good questions, and
He likes to get me fired up.
yes, he does. He likes to, if we're like sitting, so Brandy, you understand a little bit. If we're sitting here and we're vibing too well on a particular topic, Joseph usually comes in and drops something to be like, hey, why don't you talk about this aspect of it instead of agreeing with each other? And we go, oh, word. That's a great idea. Let's talk about that.
Joseph is good.
He's a good dude. So shout out at Joseph Garrett. James is giving at Joseph Garrett a shout out with a halo.
There you go.
Okay, so for opening the grab bag segment, we're going to talk about kind of an adoptive pet peeve issue that I've taken on somewhat recently, and Brandy helped and inspire this because she knew she was going to be on the podcast today. So we're going to open it with the topic title of Women in the Manosphere.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right.
So there's a lot of hot takes, especially if you're, I know half of our viewers came from fucking super chats from Timcast IRL, and so I know they've heard some of these discussions before. But there's a lot of topic in, say, like the tradwife, tradcon world about repealing the 19th Amendment. Because there's a lot of women out there that shouldn't vote. So saith these individuals. I'm not gonna die on that hill to bring up an old turn of phrase from the podcast. But you remember hills to die on? There you go.
I do remember that.
But I can understand certain aspects of a lot of people talking about like the divorce of responsibility in society and so on and so forth, and still having an ability to vote and whatnot. But since we actually have a real life woman on the show,
a real life woman
Oh my God.
who is an
like
adult,
we're not both married.
who is an adult human female, I might add. I wanted to ask you, because I know you're very passionate about this, because I see your tweets on Twitter. Just to open it up, we'll just open it very narrowly. actually, and then we'll expound wherever we want to expound. What are your thoughts on repealing the 19th Amendment?
Well, should we ask her what a woman is first?
I don't, no, we don't need to go there. But what are your thoughts on the concept floating around on the internet these days about repealing the 19th Amendment?
And can you explain to me the argument from the people who are making it?
Yes.
Do it.
All right. The people that are making the argument are saying that the reason why the world is the state that it is right now is because of women. Because ever since that they've been allowed to vote, they have voted in horrible policies. There's also an argument where the reason why they should it should be repealed the 19th because voting should be based on something that you do, like, or something that you like. For example, I've heard people say if you own property, only if you own property, you should be allowed to vote.
Yeah,
Or
that's like an
only if
old
you
school
pay-
America take.
Yeah, I've heard people say only if you pay taxes, you should be allowed to vote. So like that's like an argument with repealing the 19th. I've
Most
heard
people don't
lots
pay
of people-
taxes.
Yeah.
There's
Which-
someone
which-
that said
that's
the
not.
selective service. Right?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
like who was it? Fucking Ramaswamy or something like that.
Okay,
who was that?
hang on. Let me shill from a boy Ramaswamy.
I'm not shitting. I'm asking. I'm adding another theory or like
Yes,
to what people.
he had a thought experiment
Okay.
about this on Timcast, the Culture War podcast,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I highly recommend everybody watch, including
Okay.
you, Brandy. It's a very good conversation with one of the GOP nominees for
president.
He's running in the Republican Party. Vivek Ramaswamy. I remember because it sounds like cake, and it is definitely not pronounced correctly in most places. But Vivek Ramaswamy, yeah, he had a whole thing about. They had a whole thought experiment about like service guaranteeing citizenship, aka a voter. You know, if you sign up for selective service, you get a voter's card or something like that. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it comes down to, like you said, the same arguments about like there needs to be certain prerequisites to voting, and this ties
That's
a lot
the
to the
argument,
19th thing.
right?
Is
Yeah.
like, well, you know, if you're not put up or shut up, you know, have a stake or you don't get a vote.
Yeah.
So, what are
Yeah.
your thoughts on repealing the 19th?
I
Like,
don't
I'm voting,
agree.
bitch.
I don't agree. I don't think it would. I think it's kind of like a pointless cause. Like I don't think, and I don't think that's gonna go mainstream. To be completely honest.
It seems to be like an internet culture thing.
Yeah, and like the women that I see that promote it are, oh my god, just girls that literally make a living talking about politics usually, and then they're out being like, women just don't know anything about politics, and we need to make sure that like it's their fault that the world is like this, and that's why they shouldn't vote. And it's like,
But also listen to
bitch,
me and subscribe to my channel.
But I'm a woman and I have opinions on politics, and my opinions are correct. All of my opinions. And like it's like, what the fuck are you? It honestly, I tweeted about this. It does feel like it's women. Like it reminds me of girls in high school, like that just wanted the guys to like them and would talk shit about all the other girls to make themselves look cool. Tried to be like one of the bros, you know, like
Yeah,
that
bro.
shit. Like
I just
like-
get along better with guys than I do girls.
I mean, I'm that girl.
I
but
dated
fuck.
most of those women. All right, shut up.
I'm one of those girls.
I
so
like a
it's
tomboy. Leave me alone.
I get that, but like you don't have to. You can be like a guy's girl without also like hating all women or acting like talking shit about women, you know, which is
yeah.
what it like devolves into. I've
Yes, it
noticed a
does.
lot of this is like devolving into these women
Mhm.
like being like very anti-woman which is a very bizarre thing to watch.
Yeah, it's like,
Like-
4.5 grade, because we're like on what, fourth wave feminism or something. It's like
think
4.5 wave feminism. It's like you're almost to a new thing, but now you're just talking shit on feminism.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think that this is like they're the like rebellion of feminism.
Ooh.
Like this is like the rebellious movement, the anti-feminist movement.
My wife
but you
has
can
a whole theory that I am kicking myself because I meant to have her kind of like elevator pitch it so that I could play
some-
it on here
I
because
need some scoops, Jordan.
Yeah, because I can't summarize it, but I think the kind of like tagline for it is like a resurgence of the divine feminine, right? And so she's got a whole like theory about how this is working out. And so when I played her this interview with Pearl Davis on Trigonometry because we're sitting downstairs. I played it for her, and
It's a rough concept.
Jordan described it as like we were talking about earlier, like the swinging of the pendulum, like this. She's like,
Yeah.
this is almost like it's feminism was like working on this arc, like justice, if you will.
Like justice.
It's working in an arc, and then it's just curved way too far the fuck around. And this Pearl Davis thing and all these women in this type of field are the end of that curve of where it's like the snake is starting to eat itself, and then that's this aspect of feminism that like they're hating themselves now.
They're both toxic. It's both toxic forms of femininity.
Yeah.
Like, but they're doing it in a different way. But like, it's the same energy. It's the same It's that same toxic femininity, but being like used in different aspects. Is how I look at it. Like Pearl Davis is
an idiot.
literally. She's a fucking idiot, and
Yeah.
she is the epitome of the girl that just wants guys to like her because you
she's
could
not
tell
smart.
guys never fucking did. Like that girl,
Well, have you
that's
seen her?
too tall. She's
I'm
not
sorry,
cute.
shallow.
Like she's super.
She's not very
no,
cute,
she's,
is she?
She's
I don't
not
like to do
cute.
that type of stuff.
She's
but she's
she's
not.
I know
got
you
like
don't,
an
but
inherent.
I freely will.
No, I'm not trying to like be a bitch.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
being
No.
straight up
I'm
honest.
on your
She's-
yeah, 100%.
She's like slightly got like you could tell she's always slightly had like this inherent almost masculinity to her. You can see it. Like she tries to wear dresses and be feminine, but it's her inner nature. She's got something like deeply masculine about her. She moved to she moved to England because to play volleyball. I think like
Yeah.
she's an athlete. Like she is one of those girls that's just really wants guys to like her. Like really. And that's
I
what
get
this
that
all
vibe.
really comes from. And that's why when she says shit, it's like the shit that comes out of her mouth. Sometimes it makes me want to like ugh.
So I found it really interesting, like, because I watched a clip from her actual show.
It's so hard.
Because she was saying on the trigonometry thing, like, my show's about relationships, right?
Yo,
So
try
I
swallowing a
watched-
3.5 hour fucking stream.
Yeah, so
Oh.
I wasn't going to watch a whole thing, but I watched like a 30-minute
Why
clip
did
from
I
one
do
of her
this?
things after this interview. And because I wasn't sure whether or not I believed that she was really talking about relationships,
Mm-hmm.
and that is what they're talking about. But I also like looked up Pearl Davis, and she doesn't have a boyfriend or a husband.
I know.
So I find it odd that
I
a woman who's
know.
unmarried is telling other women what they should do so they can
Yeah.
get married to a good man. But she's
Yeah.
not married. Or like
I
how to be
know.
a good wife. How do you know how to be
She
a
doesn't
good
even have
wife
a boyfriend.
If,
Amen.
you're not a wife?
Who's gonna date her?
How do you know how to be a good wife? And
know.
also, in what world is
She's got
every
a class, like a master
know.
class
She's
on
got a-
like how to be a better wife.
one? In what world is every man going to classify a good wife as the same thing?
Exactly.
Word.
And that's the thing is that they're this honestly, it's like telling guys what they want to hear. It feels like what she's doing.
Certain guys.
Certain guys, not
Yeah.
all guys, but like this certain manosphere,
Incels
red pillar
especially.
type of guy. It's like
Yes.
telling them what they want to hear. You know, it's all women's
James is-
fault. No,
James is
you're
it.
right. You
Yeah.
guys are the victim. It's
Yeah.
it's all women's fault. Like
Exactly.
yeah, like
You need
they're
men's
the ones that
rights.
are ruining everything. Like it's straight up trying to be like to men, no, you are the victim, which is feminism just doing it in the other direction. When feminists
Yes.
were saying that women were the victim,
I-
now we're saying that men are the victim. None of us are the fucking victim. We're
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
individuals. Like
No,
go fuck
we're
yourself.
all victims, but we're all victims of the federal goddamn government.
There we go.
They're trying to turn us against each other. But
That's true.
there's a couple things, right, that I wanted to bring up, particularly about Pearl and that kind of thing, right? For one, just to kind of piggyback off of what you guys said already, like she really has no business talking about this stuff because she is
The relationships.
the relationships in particular, because she's never been in that situation.
Yeah.
Right. And that's like a single guy trying to give me marriage advice after almost 15 years of marriage.
Right.
Go fuck
Oh,
yourself.
like Andrew Tate?
Word.
Continue.
Who also said it's okay to sleep with a, I almost said it too, a T. if she's passing enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't need to talk about Andrew Tate's takes on the general world. You said this in the break. All roads lead back to Andrew Tate when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate's general take on a lot of this stuff. It's like he has good points, just like Pearl has good points.
No, yeah,
but
they
neither
all
of them
have
are
some.
good bastions of that message at all.
Right.
Both of them are terrible fucking humans,
They're
as it
assholes.
appears to
Yeah,
be.
they're both assholes.
They're both assholes. They both do not live in America, I might add.
Right.
Let's just keep that in fucking context, because the internet is so fucked up these days. We just assume they're our fucking neighbors, but
Right.
they're not. Ask how that's going for Andrew Tate after his recent run-in with the law.
The
over
dude
there.
got no hair. Couldn't
Well,
shave his head. Got no hair.
He got no hair, bro. That poor bastard.
Yeah.
But James made a good point. Says Pearl has one or two good points, but the rest of it is garbage. And I think the same essentially for Andrew Tate.
For all of them, for
Yeah.
sure.
All
And they
those
all
people, man.
focus on like, and this, I actually have a theory here though, because
Please.
like there's this whole, this is like to the whatever podcast, Fresh and Fit, like all of these
I don't.
people.
What is fresh?
but
and
they
fit? I
all-
don't know anything about this.
Oh, Fresh
They
and Fit?
they're
It's
they're
another one of
basically the
those.
same
It's another
manosphere,
manosphere type of
anti. It's
Have-
it's
have
all
fun on
about
Monday.
like
We'll put it
all
that way.
women are 304s and
Wait,
304 is
I'm
a
a
hoe.
little out of
Oh,
the
oh,
internet.
okay.
Oh, okay. 304.
It's a hoe.
Okay.
Is that
And
like a
three.
police
It's because
code or
on a
something?
calculator, if you turn it around, it says
That's
hoe.
Oh,
yeah.
got it. The
Yeah,
boobs
so they
thing.
call them, all of them are 304s. When you see 304s, this just means that they're calling you a hoe or calling them a hoe.
That's what,
Um,
what
That's
happens
funny.
when we start every conversation with body count.
Yeah, no,
Hashtag
and
whatever
so
podcast.
yeah, like this whole conversation about body count and how all men want a virtuous woman, and like they all want women like under like three, like under 5 body count or whatever the fuck, but men can do whatever they want, which is like, who the fuck are the men fucking? If like the men can fuck whoever they want, but the girls shouldn't, who the
Right.
fuck are you guys gonna fuck?
Exactly.
Like,
There's
it
no
doesn't
logic to
make
it. You trace it out. Nobody's fucking anybody, because if everybody's fucking everybody, then nobody can have sex. Because
I
if
know-
that's your
well-
value of like keeping a low body count, but also everybody's got a high body count, then
Hey,
you
ranked
end up in your
one
mom's.
without the other?
That's how you
really
end up in
funny.
your mom's basement.
I didn't think about that. That's
Yeah.
really, really funny.
It's so fucking stupid, man. This
Yeah,
whole
that's really
thing,
funny.
it's the unicorn thing or the horseshoe. It all just goes back and forth. It's all the same shit.
The only way
I
for
have a-
that to
I-
work is if you continually get like wives to cheat on their husbands with you, in which case none of you actually have virtuous women because they're all cheating on their
Yeah.
husbands to fuck
Yeah.
other dudes who can fuck whoever they want.
And all the dudes are pieces of shit for sleeping
Right.
with women who
so
are married.
no one actually has virtues.
I have I got a lot of
Dump it, girl.
things
Dump
to
it.
say
Let's
here.
go.
So one thing I have to say about this is like they all say that men prefer, like all men just woman, that's the number one thing they want. They just want virtue and that's it. And you know what? And like, but and they also always talk about how they like youth and beauty and like women hit their wall at 30 and all that bullshit. But like
That
going
was
to
a
like
weird. I'm sorry, I did the stock market aspect of like.
oh
this,
yeah,
the one
market
clip,
valuing us
Yes,
as
the
the
one-
human beings.
The one clip that I listened to, the guy was talking about, I don't remember the exact term that he used, but something about like sexual market value and all these girls that were like between 23 and 27. And he's like, statistically, you are at the peak of your sexual market value and you should sell. And I was like, that is one of the weirdest things I have ever heard anybody say. You should sell. You should sell right now because you're at your peak. So you need to find someone to lock you down right now. That's one of
Yeah.
the weirdest fucking things I've ever heard anybody say.
And you know what's really fucked up is assuming, I'm just going to assume at this point that the guys that would be selling that would also have a serious problem with the concept of like a social credit score or ESG and so on and so
Right.
forth.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So what else?
So
You're
funny.
doing the same exact thing except to women. You're a piece of shit and you have zero values.
I control this system, damn it. I determine your
Well,
value.
Like,
Oh, that's
but
funny.
the thing that's bullshit about that whole concept too is like they say that they want just, but like, okay, do you think that they would choose if they had the option, 2 women who want to date them, basically the exact same? One is a virtuous 2 in appearance. The other is a slutty 10.
So
Hottest girl
304.
you've ever seen, but she's a little slutty, or she has a slutty past, but she's a 10. Or you have the virtuous 2 or 3. Who who the fuck do you think the guys are gonna pick?
Right.
I'm going
The
with the 10
slutty
spot.
10?
I'm sorry.
Or are you gonna pick the fucking the virtuous 3?
It really
shut
depends
the
on how lonely
fuck
I
up.
am.
No, but you know that they're
But
if
those
they
dudes,
had the
yeah.
they
Yeah.
both want you. They both want you. One is like this virtuous girl. She's like has never had sex and
She's Sour
you know
Patch
all
Lids.
that shit. And the other one is
Yes.
this super hot 10, but she's
Megan Fox.
been around the block. You know that they're gonna pick the fucking virtuous 10
Yeah.
over the fucking ugly the slutty
Yeah,
10
yeah,
over
yeah.
the
We got
the virtuous ugly girl. Like
Oh
it's
yeah,
a
I'm
fact.
taking Megan Fox every time over Sour Patch Lids, but
Yeah, that's just a fact, which just completely makes that argument fall apart because
Yeah.
it's like then it goes back to like, okay, all they care about is youth and beauty, which both of those things fade. So those are like the two things that they say that's what women are valued on, which to a degree, yeah, makes sense. Like I agree with you. I'm bisexual. I like young hot girls too. Like
Right.
no argument there. But like
As
that
you get older,
shouldn't be
that
their
bar rises,
only
though.
value. Like I literally just saw a tweet from one of these manosphere people where it was like men just want youth and beauty, and then it was like a list of things that women want, which was like, you know, to be well off and like all this.
I want a
And-
man with a 100K salary.
But the thing is like nobody ever brings up like intelligence, sense of humor,
Nah.
you know, like all of these other qualities that are very important. Like, and if you want to have children with someone and procreate with them, and that's your main, you want to get married you want to marry a 24-year-old. Like all these guys say, we want a girl at peak fertility, which is like 23 to 24. So like they want that because they want to be able to raise kids. Do you not want smart kids? Because like
she dumb.
no, because if you marry a girl just because she's hot and young
Yeah.
and has no other redeeming qualities, like you think that person's going to be a good mother?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? That's not who you want to raise your children. Like,
Exactly.
and then going into the whole like hitting the wall bullshit, like that's like, for example, I've
Where's the
in
wall, Don Lemon?
Manosphere,
Where's the wall, Don Lemon? What do we got?
well, the wall, like it depends on which ones you talk about.
Well,
There's
there is no wall. That's the answer to the question.
no, well, no, they say, well, I'm in manosphere terms.
Mm.
Some will say 25 is the wall, some say 30, and the really, really, you know, nice ones will say 40.
Hey, I
But-
follow a very attractive woman, I think, anyways, that is on the internet. She's very prolific with her content and all this stuff. She's over 40, just had a kid, her first kid, Bridget Fetisi, of Dumpster Fire fame. That's a fantastic show. I highly recommend everybody watch it. It's not the same world anymore, man. Like these people are like operating in pioneer days. You know, if she's not fucking 20 years old and super fertile, I
It's
can't touch her.
very
Like
bizarre.
that's not the way. That is not the way any of this works anymore.
Also, a woman's fertility actually doesn't drop that much from 20 to 30. It's like people act like it's a huge drop. It's actually not that much because it's like it. All right, to say it's not that much, I think it's like 20%. But you have to understand that women it's not their fertility; it's how many eggs that they have. So like you're born with like millions of eggs, right?
Yeah.
By the time you're 20, you lose a shit ton of those eggs. Does
Mhm.
that mean that you were more fertile when you
Nope.
were a baby?
No,
Like,
well, I mean a baby,
that's-
maybe, but
Like no, but that's what I'm saying. When you're born, a woman is born with like millions of eggs, and then by the
yeah,
time
all
there's
of the
20,
the number
they
of eggs
lose.
don't mean
Right.
fertility quality. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Which
It's
is
l-
like what these people like live in this weird scientific. Like they think that they're being very scientific, but they're
They
actually
read a
not.
study and now they feel like they're fucking OGs on the subject.
Yeah,
Probably just
I
a
mean, and I'm
statistic.
33,
Yeah, it's a
so in
statistic.
manosphere terms, I am like ancient. I am like
You're aged
an
out, dude.
old. I'm aged out. I hit
Wait a
my
minute.
wall.
You like 25? No, I'm just kidding.
No. Yeah.
I will
Yeah, I
never.
wish.
I will never disclose your age on the podcast. I would not do that.
I
to
said
you.
I'm
She just did.
33.
It's
I'm
too late.
33, bro. It's fine.
Fuck.
I own it. I own it.
I got really
Um,
distracted by the chat. I'm sorry. There was some really funny stuff going on.
Oh, what are they talking about?
Well, the first thing that really caught my attention was James was saying, "Oh, where is it? The Fresh and Fit I lost hours of my life to this
Thumbs
thing
down.
for nothing." It wasn't that far down.
They
right?
get
I
very
lo-
repetitive.
Yeah, oh
They
man,
talk
fresh and
about the
fit rabbit
same-
hole. I wasted hours of my life that I will not get back.
No, they repeat the same shit over and over again.
Yeah.
It always goes down to body count. Then whatever podcast, same thing. They make everyone rate themselves. They
Yeah.
say, okay, rate yourself. And everyone goes around and they'll be like, and all the girls will say, I'm a 10 in defiance. When it's like they all are just doing it. Like, I don't know why he continues to ask this question when they're all just doing it in defiance of the fact that he's asking this question because they're fucking annoyed about it.
And it's been
Like-
around long enough, they know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, they know that he's going to do the same shit he always
Yeah.
does. See, all women think they're way hotter than they are. Like,
No shit.
women are not grounded in reality. They all think they're hot when they're really only a 6. You know, like that's
You
what
think
it
you're
always
hot, but you're
goes back-
definitely not.
Yeah, it always evolves back to that shit. And, ugh.
So let's bring it way back for a second because I'm curious about this. Any actual somewhat philosophical like conversation about like repealing the 19th generally comes back to like the OG times of like the suffrage, the suffragettes, and the concept of what it meant at the time of the 19th Amendment, when it meant that like if you were to vote, you had to sign up for the fire brigade, like and the police force and the draft and this, that, and the other thing.
Right.
When we talk about those aspects of the 19th, there's, you know, at the end of the day, after you get through the bullshit and kind of like the manosphere cloud cover, if anybody's going to have a nuanced conversation about it, they get back down to the idea that like, if you're going to vote, you should have the same responsibility as the men who vote. And so that means signing up for the draft. Do you think women should sign up for the draft?
I think we shouldn't have a draft. I don't
Fucking,
believe
that
in
is the
draft.
right goddamn libertarian answer, by the way.
I don't believe in the draft. Like, no, I don't think anyone should sign up for the draft.
Yeah, what do you mean you don't want to go kill people, but the government's going to tell you you have to?
Yeah, no.
So do you think there should be any kind of... We talk a lot on the show about rights having responsibilities. Do you think,
Corresponding responsibility that goes with every right.
like the freedom of speech, you have a responsibility not to lie, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Second Amendment, you have a right to defend yourself and others from enemies, foreign and domestic. Do you think there's a responsibility underlying the 19th Amendment? Do you think there's a we'll even step back from the 19th and say, do you think there's a responsibility entailed when it
regards
comes
to
to your
voting?
right to vote?
So I've heard some of the arguments for that, and I think it's compelling, but personally, I think trying to figure out how to word this. Like, I think that the most important part is to educate people and like to get people to like actually know what's going on. I mean, this is why I believe in decentralization and bringing things back to the communities. And then when you're voting, you're actually voting for the things around you and having a way less centralized federal government. And so that you can actually be educated on the issues that you're experiencing. And I think that is the main issue. Like when people bring up these studies about repealing the 19th, being like, look, all of these women that vote, like it's like one study, and it showed that women that vote Democrat are more likely to be college educated. Like the
college
people that vote,
educated suburban white woman.
yeah, the people that vote Democrat are more likely to be college educated white women.
They're the ones
Right?
that got Joe Biden elected is generally the
Yeah,
argument.
yeah. But here's the thing. They're focusing on women and not college educated.
I think that
Like,
is a good tack to take.
Like they're focusing on the concept that it is a woman and not the concept that they're indoctrinated by the education system. And like and because men are less likely to graduate from college and go to college. So that the demographic of those people are the people that are graduating from college because men are less likely to do so. So it's
more-
not it's not a gender thing. It is an indoctrination thing.
Yeah.
Is my take on it.
I
And
think
it's that's
a compelling take.
I still want to know. I would like I'm going to be difficult. I would like a
Oh, be
more
difficult.
pointed answer about whether or not you think there's a responsibility that coincides with the right to vote that's given by the 19th Amendment.
Women or not.
Wait, but I honestly don't know how that would look. I don't know because I don't think taxes would work. I don't think owning property would work. So I don't know.
I'm just that's why I'm saying responsibility. Do you because so Colin,
like, is it a
I'll give a better example, right? I'll give an example and then I'll ask the question again, right? So Colin was saying the corresponding responsibility with the right granted by the First Amendment is that you're expected to be honest. You have the right to free speech. You're expected to use it to be honest. You're expected not to lie to people. That's the corresponding responsibility. With the Second Amendment, the right that you're given is the right to bear arms, right? The corresponding responsibility is that you do that safely and you don't take people's lives with that right. So so my question is, do you believe there's a corresponding responsibility that goes with the 19th Amendment? And if so, what do you think that is?
educating yourself?
The responsibility to know what it is you're voting for.
Yeah. Yeah. To educate yourself, to actually, like, we need to get rid of this, like, there's like the echo chambers that people live in are only really giving them one side of a picture. Or there's just people that are completely apathetic and just vote for, whatever team they've decided that they've aligned with the most, but there's no one's actually doing research and actually being educated on these things. And I think that is the responsibility, is educating yourself.
Because if everybody got educated, they'd all vote libertarian.
And when I'm not saying like educated, like going to college or like
No,
it's
no, no,
not like in
informed.
that
Yeah.
way.
Inform yourself.
Inform yourself.
Yeah.
Like you need to be informed.
No, I agree. And I really appreciate that, because if I had to pick one thing, it would be that. And we've said that before.
Yeah.
I know if you're going to vote, it's your responsibility to inform yourself. So let me ask you another question, partially because I'm curious and also because
the chat's popping.
Yeah, two questions. So Joseph has said that he thinks that, we scroll up a little bit because I want to see what Joseph said.
Will.
It was, I disagree. I think women are too emotional to be rational and should not vote unless they are married and have a son with that man. So let me ask you what your take is on that.
That's a harsh take,
because
Joseph.
then scroll down a little bit more, because he said women will pay attention to who they vote for if there's a son going to war for the ridiculous piece of shit they vote for. And then he said, scroll down a little bit more, have a son, then vote, because whether you like it or not, the draft exists. Have some skin in the game, even if it isn't yours, at least it's your son's. Anyone who votes, male or female, should know what the fuck they're voting for. Oh, so that's in support of the second part.
It's a generalization, though. I don't have a son, and I just said I wanted to no longer have a draft. Are you saying that I'm too emotional to vote?
In the first part, so there's two questions, right? Because the one would be, what do you think about the take that you should have to have a son in order to vote as a woman?
No.
Because someone would draft.
No.
Because of the draft. And
No,
then,
it all comes back to in education and making sure that women are informed. Women, I know some men I know are some of the most fucking emotional, irrational fucks I've ever met in my life. More than some women. So to say that it's only women that are emotional and irrational is bullshit. It's very outdated and bullshit. Yeah. And women can be informed. Unfortunately, more women are just indoctrinated right now than men.
So then let me ask you in a more pointed way the question from earlier. I get that you don't support the draft. We live in a world where there is a draft, right? And when men turn 18, they have to sign up. If we're going to go to college or vote or anything, we have to be signed up for the selective service. In a world where that exists, because that's the world we live in, do you think women should also have to sign up for the selective service?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I would rather just have none. Like,
certainly.
Do you know what
Obviously.
I mean?
Yes,
I'm only saying that because yes.
Well,
in
that's
the world that we live in.
It's a practical answer to a practical question.
Yeah.
But no, I don't. I would rather no draft at all.
Because, like I said, if I wanted to go to school, if I wanted to do anything that involves the federal government, I have to be signed up for the draft before I do that. And in a lot of cases, when we sign up for that stuff, if I register to vote, I'm automatically registered for the draft. And that's, if you get a license, you register for the draft. Like, that's just how those things work for men in America.
They get you at every corner.
Since technology.
Yeah.
And
if you want to
bullshit.
interface with the government at all, they're like, are you signed up for the selective service?
Yeah.
If not, we'll take your information here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's bullshit. Like
Amen
that's
to that.
that's I don't know why like everyone's like, well, we need to make women sign up for it. No, we need to just get rid of it.
It's because the same dude you're talking about with the college-educated women, they're indoctrinated to the idea that we should sign up to give our life over to a government that doesn't care about us. We're locked into, not we, people are locked into the idea that that's just how it is. So this is how we need to operate. We don't need to operate in the way that people who don't want to die for a government who doesn't care about them have to do so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Dan Moto, to address you in the chat there, did they change the law when I turned 18? It was illegal to not sign up as soon as you turn 18.
It is illegal.
It is illegal,
You just
but-
have to do it. is
But
the
if you
thing.
don't do it, as you go forward in life, there will become multiple periods at which you can then opt in again to that same situation. It is technically illegal to not sign up for the selective services after you turn 18, but also they're not going to throw you in jail when you sign up for the selective service at 20 when you didn't beforehand, because unless of course you get into some other kind of bullshit and they investigate.
It's
blah, blah,
like
blah, blah,
carrying
blah,
an
but-
ID. After you turn 18, you're legally obligated to carry some form of identification on you. No one knows if you don't do it unless you interact with the government. If you don't get talked to by a police officer, no one will know you don't have an ID at 18 years old.
Yes.
It's the same deal with the draft. I know. I remember my mother signed me up. I turned 18 and my mother showed me, she turned to the computer and said, I've signed you up for the selective service.
Oh,
That was how
nice.
I was signed up for the selective service. My mom did it.
Hey, better than my dad's situation, bro, because he grew up, he turned 18 during the Vietnam era.
Yeah.
And so, because my grandfather was in the Navy during WW2.
Right.
And so when my dad turned 18, my grandmother went in and signed him up for the Coast Guard without
Oh, that bitch.
signed him up for the Coast Guard
That's
without
terrible.
without his knowledge. And it's like, well, congratulations, son. You're going off to become a Coast Guardsman because we didn't want you to get drafted.
That's
And then he ended
nonsense.
up in Vietnam anyways.
Right. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
My dad got in the Navy because he was going to go to jail, and those are back in the days. Those are back in the days where like, listen, you can sign up or you can go to jail. And he was like, all right, I'll join the Navy.
My dad wanted to be in the military, but they wouldn't let him because his eyesight.
Because it was
So he
eyesight.
tried. Yeah, he was voluntarily. He was on the. I think he did something different, National Guard, maybe something like that. But he wanted to like go overseas and like, but he had really bad eyesight. And I don't know if like the rules are different now with contacts and stuff, but his are like very bad, and they said no.
I think it depends mostly on like what job you want. You know, there's some shit that like if you're colorblind, you can't have this job because you have to be able to
Yes.
differentiate these colors. So I imagine it just depends
Can
on what
confirm.
you want. It just
As-
depends on what you want to
Well,
do.
he's
Yeah.
like blind as shit.
Yeah. Then it probably
was.
greatly limits what you can do.
Bifocals. We're doing quadfocals
We
here,
had
man.
when we had Michael Barker on the podcast.
I love Michael
one
Barker.
One of my family members. He's a super tall dude like Colin and just real wacky proportions.
Solid dude.
And he wanted to
Solid
fly.
dude.
He wanted to fly.
Yep.
He was like, I want to fly planes. And so he went to enlist and they were like, no fucking way.
Yep.
Like, you're all out of whack, dude. You're way too tall. You're way too skinny. There's no fucking way. And he was like,
Amen.
then I'm not doing it. Like, if I can't fly, I'm not going to sign up. So he never enlisted. And it was fully prepared. But like, there's no way you're ever going to fly.
That's very similar to my story, by the way, because
He probably wanted to be a pilot.
Yeah. Joseph in the chat, you know what you're doing.
Yes,
you
that's so
motherfucker.
funny.
That, yeah, because that was my whole deal too. I want to be a pilot since I was fucking, in my early teens, like 13, 12,
Yeah.
13. Started an aviation club at my high school because it was like a whole thing. Or no, junior high, so on and so forth. But yeah, and then eventually I joined the Coast Guard because grades were an issue, and then there was other things. It took me over a year and a half to get into the Coast Guard for certain reasons.
And you signed early as hell.
Signed early as hell.
Yeah.
By the time I went to Europe after high school, I was actually technically in the military, just on deferred entry.
Right.
But took me a long time, and the only thing I wanted to do was fly. And after I settled for just military, and then I got in the military, I was like, hey, what do I need to do to fly? They shut me down within 30 seconds because I'm 6'4".
Yeah. They're like, look at your
They're
goofy
like,
ass. There's no way
that
we're putting
doesn't
you in a jet.
that doesn't necessarily keep you out of this, but also, have you seen all our pilots?
Yeah. Them dudes are George Bush height. Them little.
Them
Little
little
as hell.
Them little. They need to start building these cockpits bigger. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Just make a one dude jet. You don't need one dude in
Yeah,
it.
it turned
just
out
a real
to be-
long dude.
turned out to be my ojos, my eyes, because they're not. Because you needed uncorrected vision, and they
You and
required
Joseph
corrected
both.
vision. That's right, Joseph.
Too tall and shitty
Fucking
eyes.
Too tall. Yeah, our eyes degraded because we decided our bodies were like, we're gonna be super fucking tall.
Yeah.
Fuck off, eyes. And that keeps us out of the seat of the fighter pilot. I was gonna be Tom Cruise in Top Gun. I watched Top Gun like 30 times when I was a kid. It's also why I haven't seen the second one. Okay, Manosphere.
Well, back to that, I was gonna say like
Yes.
that. The one thing I've noticed is that it feels like it's making male and female relations worse. Like I think Manosphere was created in an attempt to fix it, I guess, or I guess it was more created to like help men in
a
relationship,
response
in like
to,
a relationship.
like the fourth wave feminism or whatever.
I feel like
Yeah.
a bunch of people read JBP's original 12 Rules for Life and were like, I'm going to start a podcast about how men keep getting shafted.
And just took it a little too far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's,
Like-
I'm
The
sorry.
12
go
Rules
ahead,
for
Brittany.
Life are sweet, but
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say that like it was like JP, who's great, like how somehow that devolved into Andrew Tate. It's like
Word.
what? How did we get here?
Right.
Like Andrew Tate is nothing like
nothing.
Jordan Peterson at all. Like morally, like even the things he talks about, like he might have like a couple, like he'll always talk about like responsibility and like, but it's all about making money.
It's all
you
about
know?
making money and being game and, top
Yeah.
G and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson would fucking roll over in his future grave if he started spouting top G.
Yeah.
We saw him in reality, by the way.
That's right.
We saw him in Seattle.
I think the
Sweet.
only real similarity that you could draw between them is when they talk about like, though Andrew Tate will talk about like it's my job to defend my woman.
Yeah,
and
that's
Jimmy
about
P
it.
would like, yeah, that's your job to defend your wife, like that's
Yeah.
for sure. But I think that's probably the only thing that you could draw that's like the
Probably.
same
Yeah.
about those two. You know?
Perhaps a flavor of personal responsibility.
Yeah.
But again, Andrew Tate's version of personal responsibility is very different than, say, like
Yeah.
JDP's.
It's an odd thing to both of them, Pearl Davis and Andrew Tate, have been interesting things to watch.
I'm surprised they're not fucking, to be honest.
Both of
No,
what
well,
we-
Pearl she loves Andrew Tate.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah,
since our
she's
turn.
thirsty.
Yeah, for what we said earlier, that there are kernels of truth to both of what these people are saying,
Because they're saying the same shit.
coded in some of the
Yeah.
most horrific language that like rhetoric that you can package things with. It's just shitty. It's like not positive to listen to. It doesn't. And I get there's especially on in conservatism, there's a new push for like we're not being nice anymore. Like we're gonna say mean shit about people because we don't need to be nice and we can make our point regardless. Like that's a thing they're doing now, which is fine.
the Matt
you know
Walsh
what I'm saying?
model.
Yeah, it's fine. I know if that's what
Also,
you want to do.
hashtag canceled.
That's fine. But I just don't. I personally, as a fellow content creator, I don't find it particularly productive.
No.
And I don't think that it gets anybody anywhere. I think
Yeah.
that you could take those kernels of truth and expand on them in a genuine way, and they would do more. When I watched. After Andrew Tate got arrested, they talked about it on Flagrant, right? You know
Yes,
the Flagrant 2 podcast with Andrew Schultz?
Oh yeah.
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 So they talked about it.
Schultzy.
Yeah, they talked about it on there. And I learned more
Dem heavies.
about the core values in Andrew Tate from that show than I did from anything I ever heard. And I wasn't like an Andrew Tate guy. I didn't
yeah.
know who he was until he became super controversial. And so I've really only seen clips and stuff like that because I got the gist and I was like, I think that's probably enough, for me. But like when Schulte talked about him, he's like, there is some benefit to like men. I'm gonna fuck up the whole thing, but to not openly discussing like people's body counts. That men oftentimes will take that number and they're gonna compete with those dudes subconsciously, and it doesn't benefit him to know that type of, and not like in a sexual way, but in all aspects of that girl's
Like a
life.
competitive way.
You have been in relationships with this many people that you're gonna always. Men can tend to compare themselves to those people and think about that and obsess on that, and it becomes an unhealthy thing. And that doesn't make it anybody's fault, and you're not shitty as a woman for doing that because you're an independent person and you can make your own choices. But that doesn't mean that it's beneficial to like discuss those things or for it to be just a common topic, you know.
Well, it's also
where you-
not beneficial for, I'm going to be honest, to have a really high body count. I don't think it's really beneficial for
1000%.
either parties. You know,
Yes.
like it's not like I
Yes.
don't, and so
yeah,
I
man or
agree
woman.
with them
Yes.
on that topic. I
Yes.
just don't really like how they're approaching that topic.
Yes.
And I also think it's also like, okay, but what if that woman, maybe she was slutty in her early 20s, but like maybe in her mid 20s, she realized like, oh my God, that was a horrible like thing and has like a
Yeah.
lot of shame and regret about it. And then like grew out of it. And like, are you going to hold her to that standard of who she was? What if she becomes like this reborn again Christian woman,
Yeah.
wannabe trad wife? And like she can never do that
Ask
because you're
Russell
holding
Wilson.
her to the sins of her past. That's
Right.
not very
Yeah.
Christian like.
And that's the point I was
Yeah.
gonna make for Pearl.
Growing
on
up
the-
in a cult, you know what that's like.
That's the point I
Yeah.
was going to make for Pearl on the opposite side. That like there is truth to the idea that if a woman spends her youth doing whatever she wants and living a free sexual life, that it could very well be more difficult for her to find a mate that matches her wants later in her life. That doesn't mean that that's the truth all the time, and it doesn't mean that women
No.
shouldn't be able to do whatever they want or whatever. It's not
Some of the
exclusive. And
sluttiest
so
girls
to-
I know are married right now.
And
like
so
the
to
sluttiest girls.
right. So to
Yeah.
put that label on all women, especially at the age of 23 or whatever, they're talking to all these girls. That's not. It's weird is like the least I can say. It's very odd. Like I just never. I don't understand it. You
So
know,
let's-
I don't. I get the core of what they're talking about, but I don't get expanding it as a general rule that applies to everybody who's trying to find a mate. Like that's what I don't
Yeah.
get about either side, and I don't see how that aspect is not more apparent to the people who follow either of these individuals. How do you not see that this doesn't apply to everybody?
Because I
Yeah.
think
Are you so
I'm gonna-
lost that you're willing to overlook it, or
Yeah.
like
because I'm gonna
Because it's mostly incels.
it is mostly incels. 'Cause there's incels on both sides. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to pull a rule from JBP on this one. To be perfectly honest,
okay?
it's the old compare yourself to who you are today, not to who you were yesterday, or something like that.
Yeah, other way around, but yeah.
Don't compare yourself to who you
I
were.
think it's compare yourself to who you were yesterday and not to who somebody else is today.
Oh,
I
yes.
think is
There
what
you go.
yeah.
Because when you're looking at body count like that, all you're doing is judging somebody for their past, and their past doesn't necessarily dictate who they are today.
Right.
And so if you're going to
Especially
be
not what their
judged,
future is. you
yeah,
know?
and so if you're going to judge somebody on their past body count from time that maybe their body count was racked up in the maybe a few years of college or something like that, and
Yeah.
they haven't, and they've been fucking whatever for the last few years, blah 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 blah, however old you are, but like that just seems like the complete opposite direction of the way people should be thinking. You should be judging people for who they are now and the decisions they're making now, and so on and so forth, compared to just judging them wholly off of their fucking body count, which
Right.
might have happened in the in the before time past, where
I-
it doesn't actually matter anymore
Yeah.
because they are who they are today, not who they are back then.
But I agree with what Brandy said earlier. Like I think that it's my personal view that it's not beneficial for either gender to be racking up fucking body counts.
It's not
You
good.
know?
Yeah.
I don't think
like-
this is a good thing.
Just
Like,
don't
I
be- yeah.
And that's
It's
a
not a good
personal
thing, but,
I'm
like,
not it's not based in like a deep religious devotion or anything. I just don't. It's how I view sexual relations. I don't think people should be racking up body counts. I don't think it's a good thing. Like I just don't find it to be.
But if there's a
positive,
girl
you know?
that has a high body count, but she's super smart, super cool, has all these other qualities that the guy likes,
Don't
is
care.
he gonna say, I'm not gonna date you because of your body count?
Yeah,
Like,
all
do
you're
you
doing is missing out.
genuinely think anyone in their right mind would, if that person had ticked every other box but the body count, the person's gonna be like, oh,
I'm just going to
can't.
continue being an incel. Fuck
I
it.
think,
The
that
body
people
count.
get hung up on weird stuff is
Yeah.
what I would say, right?
Yeah.
That I don't, and
Oh,
that's
she's
where,
so-
and that's where I would say I don't think that it is beneficial to discuss that. Like I don't think that it helps anybody for that to
Yeah.
be an open topic of discussion. You know, for it to be a thing that people discuss like in the courting phase of like what's your body count. I don't think that's beneficial. I don't think that's a positive thing to be discussed. That. And that's not to say like I will never tell. I don't think people should say I will never tell you how many people I've had sex with, but I don't think that that topic of body count is helpful in a general sense. I just don't think that
No.
there's like positive outcomes from that, and I don't think it's necessarily rational. But like I said, I think that people get hung up on weird stuff, and I wouldn't fault anybody for being unable at the current time to get over something in their own brain, you know? So let me give you a really good example, right? That
I have questions.
I don't know if I will. Somebody messaged me this week that
Ooh, somebody.
has been with my wife in the past, and they asked me about a very innocuous thing. Like, it was about shooting. I post shooting videos this week, and so they asked me about this thing, and it's not something I think about. It's not something I'm upset about. It's not something that like I think is bad or any of those type of things, or like the people that hurt past. But I told her, I said, I didn't open this message. I saw it because I don't follow him, so I was able to like preview it or whatever. But I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to affiliate with him. I said, I don't ever want to talk to anybody who's had anything to do with you in the past. I said, and I don't. I'm not saying it's rational. I'm not saying that it's necessarily whatever, kosher or anything like that. Me and my wife have a relationship of over communication, so I just am open about all of the things that happen, and that's why I told her that. And she felt very much the opposite. She's like, I think that like it's fine that it's the past. It was 10 years ago. We've been together. We've been married for like 8 years or whatever. She's like, so like I don't think that it's weird for you to talk to this guy about shooting.
I don't think it's weird either, but that's that's a dude thing.
And
like,
I don't disagree.
Brain shit.
I don't disagree. I even prefaced it with her of like, I want to tell you about a thing that I'm not necessarily proud of, but I don't want to change. Like, I'm not necessarily proud of it because I recognize that it's not a totally
rational.
I get it. I recognize that.
Yeah.
But I'm comfortable with.
If I don't
I'm
have to deal
comfortable,
with it,
maybe
why
not
would I
even
wanna
be the
deal with
right
it?
thing, but like I just would rather not discuss anything with you because I don't want to put myself in a position where my mind starts to wander and create a situation that isn't necessarily real. Yeah, because that's where I live at. That like I tend to think about things, and we fucking talked about it last week. I made up a whole life for a woman that I saw on the internet and then got upset about it. It's not healthy. It's not logical. This is the world that I live in, and
But women are the irrational ones.
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it, and I use that information to inform my decisions, and that's why I'm so open about this and about it when I approach Jordan with it, because I know this is not a totally kosher way to be thinking about this, but this is where I'm at.
What are you, Jewish?
As
And
long
I'm
as
like,
you're aware of it, that's what matters.
Yeah.
I mean, and I will. Okay, and something I'll
I'm
say
a crazy
about.
person. I just try and be like
As restrained as
aware
possible.
of it. You know?
I think also like going back to Pearly things too is that it is a female mating strategy. To like what this is feels like a female mating strategy of what she's doing,
it's
trying to market herself as like this base woman who is feminine, but it's like clearly like she wants to be, but like
tries
it's
to be.
not
Right.
working, bro.
Play volleyball,
Like,
bro. I know
you
what's up.
Yeah, and like it is and I think a lot of these women that are like doing this, it without them knowing it, I don't think it's conscious. I think it's a very unconscious thing that's happening. But women are very competitive when it comes to like how their marketing strategy. I mean their mating strategy, sorry. The way that they like
If you ask the manosphere, it's the same thing.
Huh?
If you ask the manosphere, it's the same thing. Marketing strategy,
Yeah,
mating strategy. It's all the same
That's
thing.
true. It's all the same. But yeah, it's their mating strategy is for women. It's like that's why girls pick on girls in high school.
Yeah.
It's a subconscious mating strategy. They always pick on the pretty girl, and like they always like that's always the way it is. And with
I just thought it was because y'all are
Pearly
fucking
things-
evil.
with Pearly things, it's like she's like all of these hot Instagram OnlyFans girls that are getting all
Right.
this attention.
I mean-
It's like, well, it's time to fight back against that. You know, all these
Yeah.
hot OnlyFans Instagram models, you know, like, no, they're bad. Like, you should want me instead. I'm the one
I
of
have
value,
values.
not them. I
Right,
have value.
right.
They have no value. Like
Their value
that's
is only in their appearance, and mine is in these other areas.
Yeah.
but
Even
her
though
but
the
that,
men
but
that
then
I'm
she-
bringing on here only identify value in appearance.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's so
That's very-
ridiculous.
I'm
Yeah.
glad
No.
you. I'm glad you said, because I was trying to remember if it was you or Jordan that I was talking to, but after I watching her stuff, I was like, I'm trying to figure out what this is about, because I don't get it. It's like I don't get what a woman benefits from, because on the trigonometry thing, they asked her the very last question is, what are we not talking about that we should be talking about?
Yes.
And she said men's issues, and I said, okay, what woman's main concern is men's issues? So in what world do you benefit from only me moving forward?
The
It's like,
thirsty
that's
ones.
fucking weird.
The thirsty
That is
ones.
weird. So I think
Yeah, it's pandering.
that makes
it's
more
like
sense.
very it's well, part of it's pandering because she's now developed. I think it started off as just being a mating strategy. It's evolved into also being something that's been very lucrative for
She's
her.
making
So
money
it's
now.
turned
Yeah,
into
she's
a-
Now
cashing
she's
in.
an
It's turned-
influencer.
it's turned into a grift.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like now it's, but I do think that a part of it is the mating strategy aspect of it. And I think a lot of these women are doing that without realizing that they're actually, and it like disgusts me. As a girl who was bullied in high school, it fucking disgusts me. I can't stand that type of mentality.
I'll beat the shit
It
out of 'em.
grosses me out. Like, oh, like, yeah.
Yeah, especially because
So-
I ain't beating up nobody for fucking pearly things.
Yeah,
no
and I
pearl.
mean she isn't objectively hot.
No.
It would
Like
it-
it would be
yeah.
different if she was objectively
Right?
hot. I
Like,
mean,
it
Ugly, but
sucks
she's
because-
definitely not hot. Like
I
at
mean,
all, you
No.
know.
Have you
You
seen
know,
her like
I would
Instagram
say she's
posts
kinda
where
ugly
she's just
on
doing
my-
the videos? It's rough,
Listen,
bro. I'm sorry.
I'm
shallow.
not going to defend it.
I'm
I'm not going
shallow.
to. No, I'm not going to defend it. I'm not going to defend Pearl's looks. My only
Okay.
point is I've seen uglier women, but that's not.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well,
It doesn't
yeah.
matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's
We live where we
it doesn't
live,
matter. It doesn't. You guys are right. It doesn't matter.
She's a solid
ugly.
4, okay?
I'm too
a
nice.
solid
It's-
4.
I'm too nice.
Right?
She's a
Or do you
solid
guys-
what now,
would you put
Trix?
her higher on
She's
the
a solid
scale?
what?
I said 4.
Okay,
What do
that
you
works
guys
That's
for me.
probably that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
all
didn't
right.
say
I'm
it,
glad
she
that
did.
No,
my
that sounds
scale
about
is
right.
accurate in the male mind. So
I
it's like, am
would-
I being
James
too
says
harsh?
Says
ugly.
three.
Yeah.
We're within a 1 point differential. Hey, it's a
Yeah.
1 point margin of error, so
Right.
that's
Plus
fine.
or minus 1 is
Yeah,
reasonable.
if you're real desperate, she's a 5.
It
If
depends
you're real
where
drunk,
setting
she
the
might even
bar
be a
at one,
6.
you know.
Jojo. Yeah. What's your
What
zero
is
scale?
1 and what is 10?
Yeah.
You know, well, we know what 10 is. What is 1? That's really the question. But doesn't
Fuck,
matter.
I had another question for you, but I won't ask it. I'll ask
Why?
you after the pod. It's real personal. No,
Wait.
it's a Donovan question. You brought something
Oh.
up, but I
All right. Well,
No, I'll ask
leave
it.
it. I was going to say I'll leave it up to you to decide whether or not it's too personal.
I'm
you
gonna
know
ask
the
it.
nature of the things I've shared on the show before. Also, I'll tell you if I don't want to answer it. So-
exactly. Tell me if you don't want to answer it. I'm gonna shroud it as colloquially as possible. But
Okay.
going back to like the relationship issue between like body count and I don't want to talk to this person you might have been with, blah 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 blah.
Oh, okay.
When we talk about ex-wives and ex-husbands,
Yes.
obviously there's a lot more that goes with just say like girlfriend boyfriend type of thing,
Right.
If you have
ex-boyfriend.
children.
Yes, if
If you
you've
have
had children before. There are situations I've seen in multiple times throughout my life, not just in this particular situation, where ex-husbands and ex-wives are getting together for social events where their ex-husband and their ex-wife might be there with their current husband or current wife or current boyfriend or current girlfriend at the same social situation, maintaining those relationships
Yeah.
throughout, and then acting essentially very cordial, very friendly to the other person, and not seeming to have any hang-ups, whereas any like, do I even talk to this asshole hang-ups? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To bring it back to your specific
Right.
situation. What about that as you go forward in life, as the ages change and history occurs, children or not, families breaking up and then new families begin, does that change how those relationships go in the future?
Yes. So I view that totally differently, right? For multiple different reasons. Part of it because of the complexity of the relationship. Like you said, there's different things that are involved there. There's children. There's years and years of devotion.
Because you know what I'm talking about right now.
Yeah.
But
There's
did
years.
you
and years.
understand what I was saying, Brandy, by the way? I want to make sure it's
Yeah.
not just Because I'm
No, I
talking to
understand what
you,
you're
but I'm
saying.
trying to be very
Yes.
vague about it.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
And as a child of divorce, and then experiencing, right, like, because like Jordan's parents are divorced, and they both are married, and we involve them. They're both there at family things all of the time,
And they're very friendly.
and it's perfectly cordial. And I think that's how it should be.
I was like,
yes,
man, that's
No.
cool.
And in a world in which Jordan and I were divorced, I would be nothing but cordial to her husband for
Word.
multiple reasons, partially because I love Jordan and I'll
Mm-hmm.
never not love her, even if we weren't married. I care about her as a person, and I wouldn't disrespect somebody that she is with like that because I care about her. Also, we have children, and if that dude's going to be their stepfather, I'm not going to shit on him or have some type of weird pissing contest with them. And there's a little bit different, like if the kids are older, because when Jordan's parents were divorced, Jordan was in high school and her sister was out of high school, so they were almost grown. And now that we're all adults, it would be shittier.
Seems very different.
It would be shittier if they didn't involve themselves with each other because they have grandchildren now. It makes you an asshole
Yeah.
now if you don't want to operate like that, because there's bigger things than just you, And that's how that's why I'm able to recognize the illogical nature of like my core feelings about what happened, that this is a person that my wife was with way before we were married.
Yeah.
So it's not illogical. It's not a logical response to this thing. There isn't a reason why I don't. He asked me like where I go shooting. So outside of, I'm not going to share
He
my
wanted to be boys, bro.
First
he
of
just
all-
wants to be boys.
First of all,
He's jealous and wants to be boys.
yes. Okay. First of all, the footage that I put out this week was hot. I
It was
showed off
fire.
mad fucking skill. I don't question anybody who wants
That's
to
right.
fucking shoot with the boy, right? I
Go
get
back
it.
and watch part 1.
Second of
Go
all,
back and do that.
because Jordan talked about all this shit, right? That she's like, I think that you should look at it as a positive thing, that like you're shooting to the point that other people want to hang out with you and like learn from you. It's like, I don't disagree with you, right?
I'm a G.
Second of all, I
Top
don't
G.
fuck with people I don't fuck with. My crew is big enough, and that's how I on this type of thing. That's how I operate. Like, also, third of
Yeah,
all, this
that
is
makes
not
sense,
my
though.
spot and not my crew, so
That
I
makes
don't
sense,
want to
though.
bring
Yeah.
other people into that shit. On the fourth level, I'm not going to tell fucking anybody where I go shooting at because it's in the goddamn woods, and I'm not going to compete with any more people for places that I'm going to go shooting at because the places are limited.
Shooting
right?
spots are sacred around here.
None of those things are good guy things, but that's how I feel on those first 4 points. The fifth one is the illogical one. If I recognize that, I don't want to put myself in a position where I get upset about something that isn't real, right? So, because my deal is always like, what if this dude is thinking about the time that he was with my wife, and I don't want to fucking put myself in a position, because the likelihood
to me.
that that is a thing is probably very low. It's
Yeah.
probably very low, but I don't want to put myself in a position where I convince myself that it's not.
Yeah.
And,
guy or
so-
girl, I feel like that.
It's a self-preservation thing.
I
Like,
think
I
it's
get that it's
very-
not totally logical. It's a self-preservation
Yeah.
thing, and I don't want to do that to myself.
Yeah, and I
got
think
other shit
guy
to
or
be
girl, it
upset
makes
about.
sense though. If somebody is with your ex or was with your ex, you don't necessarily want to be around them in a social situation like that, or much less bring them to your favorite shooting spot. We don't want to do
I
that,
don't want to kick it
especially.
with you.
But
yeah,
no, that
Was this like an ex-boyfriend?
no,
Oh, it was just someone that she hooked up with once.
yeah.
I feel like
I don't
that's
know,
even
that vibes with me
less.
though.
No, I feel like that's even more weird that you care, because it's like
I don't-
I get it though. I get
And
it.
I don't.
get
That's
it.
why I'm trying to draw like a pretty hard distinction. Like
Yeah.
I don't care. It's not. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not this dude and they were together at one point in time. It's that I'm trying
Yeah.
to. I am operating from a self-preservation point that I don't want to put myself in a position where I could be upset about a thing, where I could start to fucking. I know.
Versus like the
I ain't gonna judge. I
stepdad
mean,
stepmom thing.
It's
That's very
I
different.
definitely don't operate in like this same way. I don't get jealous. I'm very like, it's just not the type of person I am. I like almost to like a point where I think people I've dated have wanted
Oh
me
shit, Joseph.
to be more jealous. What?
Joe, no, I'm gonna tell her. Joseph says she can look it on the YouTube if she wants.
That's right. That's
Joseph,
right.
Joseph says faith deserves respect, and then he said, "You're a woman. What does a woman know?"
What?
Go off, Tricks. What does a
What
woman
does
know?
it do-
Sorry,
No,
it's
but
my
what it-
mommy reference.
Wait, but what
It's a
is what
mommy
what
reference.
was he saying that faith? What does that have to do with what we were talking about?
I think
Nothing?
She's beautiful. Oh, I think she.
He's talking about Pearl up there. He
Yeah.
said Pearl's a 7
Oh.
out of 10.
There we go.
But
7 out of 10,
He said,
Joseph.
I think she is beautiful. She has an amazing personality, and I bet she'd be faithful. Solid 7 out of 10.
Oh, bud.
Okay, bro.
That's fine.
Oh, he said it. Okay, so he says you're a woman. What does a woman know? He says that's a mummy reference. So, he may be saying this in jest. But
Gotcha. The fucking YouTube chat.
But
disconnect.
Pearly Things doesn't even have a good personality though. Like
Seems
I
like a real
actually
dick,
don't
yeah.
even think she has like she doesn't even seem personable. Like if she had other redeeming qualities, like I would probably give her more credit. I'm
Yeah.
being very objective here.
Like, I wouldn't
I'm
want to
not
hang
just
out with her as a
I'm not-
friend.
No, I'm not just disliking her because I dislike her ideas.
she doesn't seem
There's
fun.
plenty
No,
of
I'm the
people's
only downer
ideas.
allowed in my fucking friendships. All right.
Yeah, I actually think that she like even just as a person, like seems boring. She also seems like a shit person, like in a lot of ways. So it's not there's like a lot of layers here. It's not like one
yeah.
reason why I would rate her on a low scale. I think that when I was rating 4, I was just talking appearance. Like straight up appearance, not even going into any other qualities. If if we were going into other qualities, I would actually rate her lower. If I was going personality and all that other shit, I'd give that bitch a 2.
This is a real see you next Tuesday, ain't she?
So is he serious that he thinks she's a 7? That kind of blows my mind.
You know, I don't know. Joseph's a real trollster, so it honestly could go either way. I told you he likes
Okay.
to really fucking give me the shit, so it could be either one.
Very
Okay.
confused about the situation.
Joseph likes what a piece of the show he's become.
Indeed. And he's about to
And I
like how
also
he's
do
about to
think
become a
faith is
guest on the show.
important. Like I agree. I actually think like there is a crisis of meaning. I actually do think I consider myself a religious person. I believe in God. I have a very strong relationship with God, personal, and other people might judge me for saying that because they judge my relationship with God within their own framework of what they think that should look like. But I mean, I
yeah.
know that I have that, and
That's one
I
of
lean
those.
on
What do
that.
you mean you don't fit my exact picture of what a Catholic is or what a Christian is? How can
Yeah.
you don't deserve to believe in
a
God because
Muslim.
you're not this or that or the other thing. So we'll
Yeah.
kind of kindly fuck off because you're being very anti insert religion right now, but
Yep.
Okay. I think I'm going to end that relationship talk because I don't want to bring open this next segment at all about
Okay, I
that.
was going to say, we're just over 7 hours.
Yeah, we're just over 7 hours, so be a good person and God loves you. There you go, Joseph. I think I want to end on one thing because I have to show you guys this video because it's fucking phenomenal. And it's a new thing that unfortunately Dave Portnoy introduced me to, or whoever runs the Barstool Sports segment.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to open this up in a screen share aspect. And you need audio on this trick. So if you do not hear the audio, please let me know. This is a new thing I've discovered is a thing on TikTok. And this is adults having realistic Yu-Gi-Oh card fights on live stream.
Like
and
on Zoom?
I've never, yeah, whatever they're doing it on. And I've never watched Yu-Gi-Oh the anime. I've never played the card game. I've never done nothing.
I've done both.
But it's phenomenal to watch. And so we're going to attempt to watch a little bit of this. Let me know if you can hear this off the bat because you need the audio. So if you don't hear it, let me know. Action.
I summon Nova Summoner in attack mode.
And how much attack does that have?
A base power of 1400, but when it's boosted by the Sanctum, it has 1700.
Is he in a wheelchair or just sitting in a gaming chair?
He's just sitting.
Oh, that's awesome.
Very well. I'll let it slide.
Alright, Nova Summoner attack with 1700.
It's got the hand styles and
I will
everything, bro.
not let slide because I'm going to activate Storming Mirror Force.
I bet these guys love Andrew
Wait,
Tate.
what?
Oh, yeah, bro.
All your attack position monsters are now returned back to your hand.
I mean, back to the hand isn't bad, but it's not great.
It's not great.
And since I activated a trap card, the effect of my Ultigeist Multi-Faker now kicks in.
No shit.
Special summoning itself from my hand.
Yes.
And when its special special summon, I'm able to special summon an Ultigeist monster from my deck in defense position.
You fucking better, dude.
So say hello to Ultigeist Soquitus.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, interesting.
Oh my.
There was like
God.
a hand movement. There was
Bro, there's so much more. There's
Boom.
so much more. These dudes do it on like
shit,
in
VR?
the metaverse,
Oh my
bro.
God, yes.
In the metaverse.
I summon a pot of greed. Oh god, I love this so much.
Oh, this one gets wild. And bless these guys for showing this to me.
I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
Yes! I'm so hyped right
Roll my
now.
dice. That is what it does. Pot of Greed. Draw 3. I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck. And I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
He's
Then
killing it
I
right now.
play
He's killing
Magic
it.
Force, which allows me to play Pot of Greed once again to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
Yo, fuck the NFL. I don't need none of that no more.
And
Just
I
gonna watch
attack and I
Yu-Gi-Oh.
win, right?
No.
You don't have any. Well, you don't have any monsters, and my
Oh, he's
monsters...
supposed to be here.
He's supposed to be.
Oh, you got the Celtic Guardian.
My
numbers have
turn. I
bigger.
summon Dark Magician. I also summon Jack's Knight.
What the fuck?
Yes!
What? How? You can't summon a bunch of cards on one turn. It's against the rules.
You never saw this coming. I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my
Another!
deck.
That's not what it does. It doesn't
That
do
is
that.
what it does.
It doesn't.
That's what it do, Yugi.
That's what it do, Yugi. I
God.
recently discovered this corner of the internet, and I am so excited to see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Oh
I've
my
never watched
God.
Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, but the hype of these fucking gentlemen, I am into this. Fuck UFC, fuck the NFL, fuck the NBA. I want to watch TikTok live stream Yu-Gi-Oh fights with these
God
very
damn.
enthusiastic individuals.
Oh my gosh.
I like the metaverse shit. That's pretty lit.
That's lit. Especially, I would assume you can't cheat on the metaverse because there's like rules involved, right?
Right.
So like he can only play a card if the rules allow him to play a card.
And that bitch is over there complaining.
Yeah, bro. Because I mean, I used to be a super nerd at one point. I mean, that was the whole deal. You go to this gaming shop to go play like Warhammer 40K,
Right.
and everybody just keeps bitching about the rules the entire time.
I
And
love how
then
you said you were a nerd at one point. Like, are you no longer?
now I just play Civ tricks. Okay.
That,
if you want to call me a nerd, then
Civ-
welcome to the
is
club.
Civ not nerdy? I mean, I own the fact that I'm a nerd. I don't know. Are we supposed to be ashamed of it?
No, not even. No.
No, but
No, I
playing-
watch anime and I play video games. It's not a
Playing
big
any
deal.
type of game where you're running a society is definitely fucking nerdy, though.
All right.
Where you're running an economy
Yes.
and like cities and like
Yes.
Nah, bro.
it's like hyper in depth.
Yes, yes.
You motherfuckers ain't never played City Skyline before, is what I'm saying. All right. I build cities the likes of which you've never dreamed of, bitch. And I got
Dude.
economies that balance their goddamn budget every month. Thank you very much. I provide
love
lots
that.
of goods and services to my people.
Wait, what game are you talking about?
City Skyline.
What's that?
City Skyline is the
Your new favorite game.
it's fucking actually been around for years at this point. There's
Well, I
City
like
Skyline
it
2
if
coming
I
out,
like Civ.
no, not necessarily.
I won't. I
No,
won't.
Warhammer, Total War, Warhammer 3, you would like if you like Civ, but Novak will
I
help
tried-
fill you in on that.
Well, Warhammer, the issue is like, I don't know. I like the fact that Civ, I can get really like
Yeah,
in
Civ
depth.
is
Like
Civ
I
is
can
hot as fuck.
control. I have a lot of like ways to maneuver how things work. Like,
Yes.
and you have a lot of control of how your civilization like
Yeah,
prospers.
I'm
And
pretty
I
sure I
like
could still take you,
to
but
have all of the ways to like all the moving parts. Like I like that shit.
100%.
And there's no other games like Civ that are like that. I've
No.
realized. I've been trying to find another one.
Civ is
that's
OG
like
as fucks. Oh, James says Trix cheats on Civ, and I can attest. I have never seen Trix cheat in a game of Civ. I've watched a couple streams
Who
of you
said
play
I
Civ.
cheat?
James,
No, I've never.
if that's
cheated at
Novak, I'm gonna
Civ.
kick him in the fucking nuts.
I've never cheated at Civ.
Yeah, I don't know what Novak's fucking YouTube fucking name is, but it better not
No,
be James.
Novak. No. I think
He would have been
James.
talking way more shit.
Wait, James is probably Big Bot.
No, it
Big
is Big
Bot.
Bot. There it is. Yeah. Well, fuck Big Bot. We'll kick him in the nuts anyways. Let's go. Trix don't play in Civ. She don't cheat in Civ.
Big
Regardless.
Bot's never even played Civ. He can suck my dick.
That's right. Bigot. That's funny. Okay. All right. Let's 7 hours 15 minutes. Let's fucking wrap this thing up. Put a bow on it. All right.
Deal.
Mickey Mouse this shit.
We'll Mickey
Mouse
Mouse
this
this
shit, that's
just
right.
like the pipes. Yeah, it did.
Are there any final messages? Is there anything that you want to say? Anything that you want to pimp? Anything you want to plug? Anything like that before we go?
I'm about to stream on Twitch.
Right after
So
this?
come and hang directly after this. And I've also just ordered Taco Bell. So come watch me play Fallout
Nice.
76 and eat Taco Bell.
Let's fucking go. Love it. All right. Well, if you want to watch Fallout 76 and watch Trixie Taco Bell, you know where to go. It's just at Creatrix on Twitch, right?
Yeah. It's it's just Creatrix on Twitch. Yeah.
Type it in, hit enter, and you're fucking there, boys. Let's go.
That's right. And on Twitter,
Creatrix
she
underscore,
is-
sorry. But you should come
God
up with
damn
this.
it.
You and your fucking underscores.
And then,
Well, it's because well, I don't know why. There is no other Creatrix on Twitch. Or there wasn't, but for some reason I couldn't get the original name.
Because there is now. You started a fucking trend. Way to go.
on Twitter, she is at Creatrix underscore TTV. And on Instagram, she is at Creatrix underscore. Colin and I'm at Big Bird. Colin's at Big Bird Offie on Instagram and Twitter. And I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter. And at Alpaca underscore Donovan on Instagram. And you can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. And make sure that you like, subscribe, share this with all of your friends. Go to the Patreon and subscribe. Articles come out at the end of the month. We will see you guys soon. Thank you, Brandy, for being here with us today.
Yes, it's been real.
Thank you.
We will see everyone in 2 weeks. Goodbye.